Hi, this is Regina Y. Favors with Pre-Singles Counseling. This is part of my Pre-Singles Counseling coaching curriculum where I design lessons and case studies based in the psychology literature on different topics. This Pre-Singles Counseling is targeted to three types of individuals. The first individual is a person who is interested in becoming single. That means that person is not necessarily interested in dating or entering the marriage market. The second individual is a single individual who is interested in entering the dating market. And then the last individual is a single dating individual who is interested in marriage. So take some time to listen to this lesson and or case study. Please leave a comment and I will reply. In addition, please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit the notification bell if you are interested in further topics. This is Pre-Singles Counseling, a Pre-Singles Counseling coaching curriculum. Thank you for visiting the channel. This lesson is subject to fair use, where I will comment, criticize, offer research, as well as teach and provide scholarship. By the end of this lesson, students will be able to do the following: list the three main reasons why a partner may see another partner as a 7/8, define investment model, summarize good versus poor alternatives, distinguish between the original investment model and the expanded investment model, and then define sex ratio hypothesis. Single women should be knowledgeable about how they are perceived in the mating market, both sex and marriage markets. Women for whom men rate as a 7/8 are often viewed as alternative mating partners, non-competitive, and likely rebounds. The investment model, as an extension of interdependence theory, theorizes how quality of alternatives, relationship satisfaction, and investment affect one's commitment to a romantic partner. Partners use cost-inflicting mate retention behaviors, such as jealousy, to maintain a relationship. Power in a relationship can be both enabling and disabling. The female 7/8 who is not in demand loses power to the high-value male partner. What is pre-singles counseling? Pre-singles counseling is based in a decision to enter or exit singleness. Pre-singles is the time period between single and contemplation of dating. There is a difference between being a single individual and being a single individual who has entered the dating market, which includes the sex market. Pre-singles counseling is the processes by which an individual researches, learns, and plans to navigate life either as a single, a dating single, or a single interested in marriage. So here are some pre-discussion questions. What is the investment model? What are the 6 power principles? How is the 7/8 viewed in the mating market? What is the economy of sex? What does status, inclusion, and aspiration mean for the female 7/8? What is psychological congruence? And then what is the person of tomorrow? So we're going to talk about the investment model in particular, and then also the power principles to give you an idea of how relationships between a 7/8 and a 9/10 are often negotiated. Sometimes the 7/8 might decide to give an ultimatum to, say, a 9/10, not understanding that the 9/10 or the high value partner has more power in the relationship. So let's do keep these questions in mind. So here's a pre-lecture note, because this is a fairly lengthy lecture. You may have to pause, but the lecture is organized based upon the reason. So under each reason, there is a full exploration of using psychology topics and theories, but they're not hard to understand. So the lecture is organized by offering 3 reasons why a partner may see you as a 7/8. You are an alternative, you are not competitive, and you may be a rebound. You may fall under one or more of these reasons if a partner sees you as a 7/8. So if I don't know if you remember the film with Denzel Washington, The Equalizer, in 2014, but I thought it was interesting when Denzel Washington's character Robert McCall was going against the Russian guy, and he visited him at the table at the restaurant, and they had their exchange, and I thought it was something interesting that he asked, and I didn't think about it until when I began thinking about this lecture, and then when I finished it. And so this slide here is actually a last edition because I had watched The Equalizer, and I thought that question that he posed, Teddy, the Russian guy, the antagonist, I thought it was very interesting. What do you see when you see me? And so Teddy is asking this question, when you look at me, what do you see? And then you see Denzel Washington's character, Robert McCall, chuckle a little bit, and he shifts in his seat. And then Teddy basically says the answer's nothing. I have no feeling about you one way or the other. You're like lint or a bottle cap. You're just a thing to remove. And that's something that you want to think about, because those words seem to read and read kind of harsh. But there are some people who see you as nothing but a thing to remove. And you want to, if you are perceived as a 7, and you just may be perceived socially as a 7/8 because you know there are not that many 9s and 10s. But I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with someone who made it their point to make me feel like I'm less than either. And even if I might fall under a 7/8 due to physical attractiveness or not enough attractiveness for certain people, you still don't have the right to make me feel inadequate. You don't have the right to throw water on my mirror. If I'm going to have self-esteem issues, it is something that I'm going to have to worry about and think about and address. It is not up to you to tell me how I should change my hair, how I should change my dress, how I should lose weight. That's all for me to think about. And if you're not the type of person who is okay with my process, then it is definitely clear we don't have to be together. That is fine. It's okay to leave the relationship. I think sometimes when people see you as someone that they are not necessarily willing to marry, it's almost like they feel like they got to stay in a relationship out of some sort of honor or something, some, pity or something. You don't have to pity anybody. If the person is not your type, the person is just simply not your type. What you don't need to do is hold on to them, keep them until the person that you really want comes back around. So when you think about this question, what do you see when you see me? I think social perception does matter, because a lot of times it affects how we navigate life. But the most important thing is always self-perception. So you cannot be the right fit for somebody else, but you are a fit for something or a fit for somebody. Just because you're not a fit for an ex does not mean you're not a fit for somebody else. So what do you see when you see me? I want you to consider that as we go through the lecture. So the first reason is you are an alternative. This is the investment model. We're going to go through both the original and the expanded. So if you are socially perceived as a 7/8, that means you may be perceived as an alternative, and the alternative is always to the 9 or 10. What does it mean to be an alternative? So an alternative is a person who is not the primary option. In dating, partners perceive alternatives as being outside of a core relationship. The current relationship is the core relationship. Quality of alternatives is predicated on the types of alternatives, and alternatives can be good or poor. And I want to go back to the core relationship. It doesn't matter what someone tells you about their ex. Doesn't matter what man tells you about their ex. Oh, we're separated. Oh, she didn't do this for me. Oh, she that. That is still considered the core relationship that they use as a base to contrast any type of relationship they have with you, whether it's a short-term mating strategy, like in the form of an affair, whether it is them choosing you as a rebound because of a breakup of the core relationship. Until they both sit down, the two members of the core relationship sit down and end the relationship as you would do in a divorce, that relationship is still ongoing. They're just mad at each other. They are having sex on the side. They're going to go back and forth, play games, things like that. And so no matter what, you will always be considered an alternative to a core relationship, despite whatever they say. Look at their actions. Their actions always tell you something. The person who says, I don't know why she's calling me, the man who says, I don't know why she's calling me, he knows why she's calling him. And a lot of times, some people, you may be able to give people the benefit of the doubt if they have kids together, but some of these relationships, people don't even have kids together. They're just calling. They don't want the person to be in a relationship with someone else. And so they're trying to, break up the new relationship. But the core relationship is still on until both parties decide to sit down, like grown people, sit down and have a true breakup discussion. Quality alternatives might include pursuit of a relationship or staying alone. Some people can be in a satisfying relationship without a commitment, and some can be in a committed relationship without relationship satisfaction. So the person is not necessarily cheating on the romantic partner, but there's no real relationship satisfaction between them. So in today's mating market, alternatives are deemed as extramarital affairs and multiple mating partners. And I always bring about this, dating rotation is something that is so trending. And, really, dating rotations, I believe, have their root in the harems, the concubines that are in the Bible. It's not like it's a new concept. We're just calling it a dating rotation because the women are rotated, but they were rotated also, in the Old Testament. So something about that term today, how that those historical activities are just coming back around, and we all know there's nothing new under the sun. The new mistress has become the side chick or the side dude, and both men and women in long-term partners and or married are willing to entertain additional members to their core relationship in the case of sister wives and girlfriends. And these are what you're called basically open marriages. And to me, there's no such thing as an open marriage. It's two people who are married and one person or the other person or both stepping out to cheat. It's adultery, pure and simple. It doesn't matter if you've had a conversation with each other saying that it's okay to do. If you decided to divorce, the lawyer, the judge is going to deem you married in order for you to get a divorce. So all this legal separation and we're not together and we're married but we're open, all of that stuff is just activity. You trying to justify a decision that you wanted to make way before you got married. A married couple today is opening their views about alternatives. Open marriages have become the new norm, and so they are basically cultivating their backup mates. The problem with that theory is that eventually it's going to have its consequences. one of these people that you cultivate as a backup mate is going to fall in love, or you may fall in love with the person and decide to leave the core partner. It never works in the end. It may go good for a good while, but it never really works in the end. So a 7/8 should never bank on the fact that a man who is married is trying to date her. It never works in the end. Good versus poor alternatives. So when people feel that they have good alternatives, they are often less committed in their relationship. So if they feel like they have options, people, that's the worst thing that you can have as a man who feels like he always has to update his options. So as long as he feels like he has options, he's going to be less committed. When they feel that they have poor alternatives, there is more commitment. Maybe the man has a 9 or 10, and it doesn't make any sense to leave one 9, 10 for another, unless that other 9, 9, 10 is higher than the current 9 or 10. It just doesn't make any sense. He already has his trophy wife. So the poor alternatives could be a 9 or 10 with physical attractiveness, but not have enough of a world view, right? I do believe on some level that men, even wealthy men, still, they may not necessarily always like ambitious women, but I believe they want to be able to converse. They're not going to always need to have a business conversation with the women that they are with, but it's important that the woman knows how to conduct herself in a room full of clients, guests or something like that. The person knows how to run a home. She has a worldview. Contrary to what most people say, wealthy men do want an educated woman. And women used to be educated just to carry out conversations at the dinner table. Now they are educated to do much more, right? And they are much more ambitious, but they were initially educated to actually run a home, tend to the needs of their husband, be able to entertain the boss, the guests, the clients, etc. A woman might stay in an abusive relationship because she believes she has poor alternatives. So she has no education, no job, no means of transportation. That's what happens a lot of times when you get people who marry very early in life and they become stay-at-home moms, and then the husband sometime in the middle of the relationship starts cheating, or he extends his abusive strategies, emotional abuse or physical abusive strategies. And at that time, you haven't built anything. The only thing you've been doing is raising kids, taking care of the house, sexing the husband. And I venture to say, if you feel like you do need to stay at home to take care of your kids at least those first 5 years, that will probably be the best thing to do if there's a husband that provides well. But I would not encourage women or anyone today, men and women, to not have a job. Today, the way things are going, the way jobs are only hiring people part-time because they don't want to pay health insurance. Now we are in a pandemic, and who knows how long the pandemic is going to go on. It's just not a good idea to not have something that you can leverage. So sure, some people say everybody doesn't need college, but you do need knowledge to leverage. So even if you got just a community college degree, associates, or just a university degree at the bachelor's level, if something happened to your husband or if something happened to your wife, you have something to leverage. You can take those skills that you have developed and go get a job to pay the bills. When you don't have anything, nothing at all, it makes it very difficult for you to get back on track. This woman might assume that staying in an abusive relationship is a better alternative than being poor. And usually, if you're leaving an abusive relationship and you have no money, no skills, no job, or anything like that, you are usually headed to a women's shelter where you most likely have to share a room, do chores, seek a job, put your kids in a nursery. And if you have been accustomed to a lifestyle living in a certain neighborhood, um, having all your needs met, you will likely have a mother tell you, um, and that mother comes from a certain time, a certain generation. Well, he's not hitting you every day, is he? He's not hitting you every day, is he? So just stick it out. Some things you gotta, stick out. We don't air our dirty laundry. If you remember the Mona Lisa smile scenes, where one of the women found out her husband was cheating and didn't really want to be with her or have sex with her, and she would cry and things like that. And the mother, instead of encouraging her to leave, and mothers did not encourage their daughters to leave during that time, but uh, we can think like that now in 2020. But instead of doing that, she said, she basically have to stay. Her home is with her husband, and some women have to put up with certain things to have a comfortable, easy life. And I'm kind of paraphrasing, but I'm not too far off. And so sometimes in these relationships, there may be, the husband may be abusive, but the alternative would be you not having a home, you having being socially ostracized, right? Because the men at that time, um, they had the reputation, and so you leave the home, you don't have anything at all, and you usually couldn't return back to your parents' house, because then your husband basically became your parent. So sometimes we might criticize women in abusive relationships and ask why they don't leave. And I always believe there's always a door. You may not like that door, and you might think it is inconvenient, but to me, it's much more important than to get hit every day as well. And so sometimes you just have to take that door and rebuild from that position of loss and failure. But oftentimes a woman might stay in a relationship, an abusive relationship, emotionally or physical or financial, simply because she doesn't have another alternative. And that's why you want to always plan. The one thing I liked about Julia Roberts when she was in that film Sleeping with the Enemy, we didn't know at the beginning of the film that the little library job that she was doing, she was actually an employee earning. She made it seem like she made it seem like to her husband that she was, volunteering, but she was actually working, and she was earning a paycheck, and then on the side she was learning how to swim. And so sometimes that's the door. She still got hit. She still had to stay for a certain amount of time until she could plan her exit. But that was the door. She started saving money because he assumed in his vanity that she didn't need any money because he held all the money, and the only money that she could ever have is based upon him. But he had no idea that she was actually an employee of the library saving money. And so, and that's where you see her have all that money in her bag, and she had already packed a bag, had it already ready. And I don't know when she, packed that bag, but regardless, she had something ready. So when the time came, she could exit, and that going out on the boat was the best time, because then she could fake her death. And so that's what I mean in terms of a door. There's always a door. Now, there can be a time where you wait too long and it could be your death. Um, and we hate to see that, but that happens as well. So it's either a door to life or a door to death. A man might believe that it is better to stay in an unsatisfying marriage out of fear of losing custody of the children. So that's very important for fathers who do not want to lose the relationships that they have with their children. And that's got to be a very hard thing when it comes to fathers. I understand that mothers tend to get the brunt of most of the responsibility. But when you do have a father who is interested in being a father, and he hasn't done anything to you in terms of, physical abuse, it's important to consider that. You know, some people will leave the marriage because it's just much more convenient to just leave and be single and, I don't know, get an alimony check or something like that. And some men will leave the relationship thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, and so they will date someone, right? And then maybe the kids are withheld in terms of custody. Regardless, a man who doesn't want another man to raise his kids will do all that he can, even remain in an unsatisfying marriage, just to not lose his children. Now, I don't know what unsatisfying marriage means in this context. It could be that the one of the partners is just not doing what he or she is supposed to do. It could be unsatisfying in terms of sex. It could be unsatisfying in terms of one partner cheating. I don't know. Unsatisfying marriage is very subjective and it is relative. The most important thing is, though, that this husband or this man or this father understands that the alternative would be another man moving into his house and raising his kids, and that is something that he is not interested in doing or ever done to his life. People reported being much more likely to leave their spouses when they had appealing alternatives. So that means if he's willing to stay in the unsatisfying marriage out of fear, then that means he doesn't really have more appealing alternatives, and that possibly means that he doesn't have as much power as he thinks he has. Because if the appealing alternative was higher in value and came with economic resources, he would likely leave, because then the person who is higher value tends to have a network of contacts. They have a judge, they have attorneys, etc. And then of course they have the financial resources. And some people do things strictly out of ego. They have the financial resources to be ego driven in this regard. So that lets you know that he doesn't have appealing alternatives, because if he did, he would have left a long time ago and then fought for custody of the children. Thus, a current partner's mate value will determine if he or she is an alternative in an existing relationship, whether long-term dating, long-term coupling, or marriage. Mate value predicts mate retention. I use this paraphrase all the time, this reference all the time. Mate value predicts mate retention. So there must be something in the previous partner for the unsatisfied marital partner to stay. So he's staying out of fear of losing custody of the children, but there's still something in the mate value of that mother, because he's willing to stay in an unsatisfying marriage. He's willing to retain a partner. Now, he might stay all the way up until the time the child or the children reach adult age, or college age, or something like that. But there must be something in the mate value of the mother to stay in that marriage as well. Men allocate effort at mate retention when they feel their partner has higher mate value, and will maintain a stake in ensuring that their partners are sexually faithful and do not defect from the relationship. So even in the unsatisfied marital partner who doesn't want to lose custody of his children, will also probably sit down and have a conversation with the mother and say, let's try to work this out. Because if she starts having sex with someone else, there's a possibility that she can get pregnant. And if she starts getting pregnant, that's a baby that is developed outside of the marriage that he's going to have to now be responsible for, because he's in marriage. And so he might not know it and sign the birth certificate, and then he will be responsible for child support. So he would likely sit down and have a conversation. So there is some sort of sexual faithfulness, so that she doesn't leave the relationship and that he doesn't leave the relationship. And this is all going towards making sure that he doesn't lose custody of the children. The higher mate value partner is worth retaining. Pursuit of alternatives would not make sense. Replacing a current mate of higher value would not be optimal, because he has a lot to lose. If he leaves the woman with the mother of his children, he has more to lose, financially, emotionally, psychologically. As a father, he has a lot more to lose. And it's hard to get back that rhythm once you leave the house. That's why I say it's if you can work things out, it's better to work things out. I remember a situation, and I talk about it in another audio, of two marital partners who I guess were, separated. They lived in the same house together, and each one stayed in their own respective rooms. And I guess they were getting a divorce or something like that. And it was something about that situation that hit me, that I thought to say to her, and because it just seemed strange. I said, well, as long as you two are still in the house together, there's hope. And she kept giving me different arguments. Well, no, because he's going to get married. And they were equally dating as well. I don't know if they brought the dates to the house, which I would think would be stupid and very dangerous. But they were dating, individually, other partners as well, while still married and living in the house. And I said to her, I don't know, I guess it came from my heart or soul. I don't know where it came from, but of course it came from the Lord. If y'all are still in the house together, then there's hope. Because once he leaves, or once you leave, and it's usually the man who leaves, once he leaves, there's no hope after that. There's no guarantee that he will return to the house, because I'm kind of like this. Once I leave the house, here it is. I got all my stuff, my bag, my purse, my books, things like that. Once I leave the house and I'm standing at the bus stop, and I remember something that I should have taken with me or wanted to take with me, I don't feel like going back in, because I already took all that time to get myself dressed and get all my stuff out, close the door behind me, walk to the bus stop, and now I got to run back, unless it's something that I just gotta have. If I don't have to have it, I'm just done. I'm already at the bus stop. Here comes the bus. I'm getting on the bus and going to work. The same could be said of people who leave the house once they are done with the marriage. Once they have done all they can in working things out and trying to appeal to your, sensitivities, and you still don't want to compromise and try to come together. Once I'm out, I'm out. And that's what I feel like in some cases, that people don't understand the time that they have. Because if you're waiting too long like that, you think you have all the alternatives in the world, when in actuality, you may not have even one. When a relationship is unsatisfying, then by default, the relationship partner is perceived as unsatisfying. When a partner views his or her partner as unsatisfying, this feeling prompts the desire for mate switch. Mate switching is the act of leaving one mating relationship to enter another. So, again, an unsatisfying relationship is very subjective and relative. You can have a woman who is just so entitled and vain that if you don't take her out at least Friday nights or something like that, she's leaving. If you don't give her everything she wants, she's leaving. I don't know if you are familiar with the 90-Day Fiance franchise, and some of the women who are coming from overseas. And here it is. The man has put together a home for the woman as best he is capable. And a lot of times these men have houses, have apartments, they have furnished them. They have done a whole lot more than you would expect a man to do. And the women come over here and they look down on the house, and it doesn't have the kind of furniture that they think it should have. And they always want to go and shop for the most expensive couch or chair or something like that. For them, they are unsatisfied. Even though the person who wants you to come from overseas to marry, they're sponsoring everything. They have to pay for the visa, they have to pay for all of the travel costs, they have to pay, they are responsible for you for 10 years, right? After you marry, they have to pay for all that process, and you're mad that the couch that they have is not the best $10,000 couch you think it should be. And so that's why I say, when someone finds a relationship unsatisfying, that could mean a number of things for people. The only time I will find a relationship unsatisfying is if the person is cheating. Now, I'm not saying I want to marry a drug addict. I'm not saying I want to marry an alcoholic. I'm not saying I want to marry a womanizer, a gigolo. I'm not saying that either. But cheating is a deal breaker. And it is something that my head just cannot wrap around you cheating, because it takes a lot to cheat. It takes a lot of forethought, a lot of planning, a lot of thinking, a lot of mulling over the potential in your head before you actually cheat. You don't just slip and have sex with somebody. You've been thinking about that for a while, and then you create the opportunity for it to happen. You can't say, well, I just got drunk and this girl took off all my clothes and we had sex. That's not how it goes. You actually were thinking about that for a while, because if you did not want something like that to happen, you would make sure that it did not happen. Especially when there's a difference between a 9 and 10 and a 7 and 8. It's always obvious you don't want to slip with a 7 and 8. You would rather slip with a 9 or 10. So if that's the case, and since that is the case, you have been wanting to sleep with that 9 or 10 for a while. You just didn't have opportunity. But you would turn down the 7 and 8 because, or the 5 or 6 or anything below, because who is she to try to want to sleep with me? That's how we think in terms of our pride. And so just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you just sleep with somebody. No, that takes a lot of forethought and thinking and wondering and talking about it with one of your friends, and thinking about if you can get away with it. I mean, my wife, she's out of town. My husband, he's at work for 10, 12 hours. He's never home. See, you've had the conversation. You might not have said, I'm going to sleep with this girl or I'm going to sleep with this guy, but you've had little conversations around that type of statement. So then when you sleep with that person, that is your form of mate switching. You may call it a mistake or you might call it an accident, but that actually really is your form of mate switching, leaving one mating relationship to enter another. And you don't have to physically leave the relationship. You can leave in your heart. That's why I say you having conversations with the person, you having lunch at the job with the person, you walking around the work campus, you're meeting up, you're talking to friends. You have already engaged in the planning of mate switching. So then when the actual act happens, you really should not be surprised. It's funny how we always are so surprised when it actually happens. So mate switching is the act of leaving one mating relationship to enter another. It is the dual act of also cultivating multiple backup mates. Even people experiencing high relationship satisfaction would have benefited from cultivating potential replacement mates. Backup mates are included in the quality of alternatives dynamic. So, if you're going to cultivate a backup mate, you're going to make sure that it is the type of backup mate that's going to make you look good. How many times do you see these wealthy men leave a core partner and go cultivate a backup mate and actually be with the affair partner? And you look at the affair partner and you think to yourself, I'm like, he should have just stayed with his wife. I mean, the affair partner doesn't look all that great, but the reason why most men and most men in general cultivate a backup mate because they oftentimes want sexual variety. It just reminds me of the cat that you always have to keep entertained, right? They have this little thing. The pet owner has some little stick with a thing dangling from it, and you always have to turn it around and appeal to the cat and get the cat to move about and things like that, because the cat will get very bored and agitated and start tearing up stuff. Same thing with a dog. You got to throw a frisbee after every now and then, and I'm not calling men dogs, but you got to keep the animals entertained. And so people are like that in certain regards because they don't have anything going for themselves. If you had something going for yourself, you would be less likely to just uh, burn down your own house, right? People who have uh, built their house brick by brick, sat down, mapped it out, scaled it out, had the architect draw up the plans, the construction. They did all that work to try to build a house, right? And building a house could be, business or your education, your career, etc. You're going to do all you can. You're going to allocate every bit of effort you can to sustain that house. You're going to do repairs, maintain it, uh, pay the taxes on it, uh, monitor it, right? Because it is your relationship and you have every right to it. Sometimes you are not always satisfied, and sometimes you are, but you're not just going to automatically go out and go find somebody to meet your needs. You already have somebody. So cultivating the backup makes sure the quote here, suggests that people would have benefited from cultivating, potential replacement mates. But if you really love the person, I don't think you would need to do that. And I sort of disagree with the literature about using, say, like a rebound as kind of like to resolve your pessimistic outlook, and we're going to get into that later in this lecture. But that backup may better be somebody of high quality if you're going to leave a core partner. Their existence suggests that backup mates are high value, higher quality alternatives than the core partner. Backup mates are usually averaged at 3, and both women and men reported that they would be upset if their backup mate became involved with someone else. So that's the dumbest thing. It is the craziest thing. Here it is, you are married to a core partner and you are cultivating a backup mate as a mistress, but then you're mad that the mistress is now wanting to date and see someone else. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. But this happens all the time because men think about women in terms of territories. You know, like the lion who sprays his scent in an area on the tree, that is his territory. And so whoever a man gets, whether that man is a low value partner or a high value partner, whoever they have claimed, that becomes their territory. That's why you see a lot of times men coming back around to an ex, because they always recircle territories. Whoever will let them do whatever they want to do, they're going to do it. The same partner who cultivates a backup mate would use cost-inflicting mate retention behavior to sustain the core relationship, even if it is unsatisfying. So in the case of the mate who would be upset if their backup mate cultivated another relationship, he would begin using cost-inflicting mate retention behavior like sexual jealousy, partner-directed insult. He might even hit her because the goal is to keep her in the fold. The goal is to maintain his hold, to keep at arm's length his core partner, his wife, and then keep at arm's length the backup mate, the mistress. And he is the one who reserves the right to dangle them, to play with them, to go back and forth with them. I remember a movie that I watched, The Girl on the Train, And the husband had a core partner. Uh, the wife was played by Emily Blunt, and she had been married to him, and then he left her for the real estate agent who sold them the house, which led to the previous partner struggling with alcohol. And so the new partner that he had was the real estate agent, and they had a kid together. And so then they hired a nanny who was a older, younger woman, real pretty, and she was in the movie in the first Equalizer, real pretty. And so he was having sex with the nanny, and when she confronted him just before he killed the nanny, when the nanny confronted him about why did you bring me there to keep your children and to keep your child like that, and the husband said, well, I just thought it would be entertaining, to have my wife and my mistress all in the same house. And so you have these types of partners, men like this, and not all men, but men, you have certain types of men who will sort of play this type of game. The cause inflicting eventually led to her death because he killed her out there in the woods. But the cause inflicting prior to that was the fact that he was never going to leave the wife. He had already lost one wife, in divorcing her. And then the one that he was with the child, he wasn't going to leave that wife. And so the cause inflicting to the nanny slash mistress was to keep her dangling. They would have sex with each other in the woods. She struggled with that idea because she was already married herself, and she was going to the therapist to talk about these issues. And then she found herself almost wanting to have sex with the therapist. So she was going through her own issues just as much. But the cause inflicting during that time was this thing that men say when they are cultivating, affairs. Well, just wait. I'm going to leave my wife. Just wait. Just hold on. Just hold on. I love you. I love you. Right? They're trying to keep that relationship going. And the cause inflicting had its process, because then the process led to her death when she got pregnant and threatened to tell the wife. And he couldn't let her mess up his world like that. So cause inflicting does have its disadvantages that could also lead to destruction. Cause inflicting mate retention behaviors might include limiting a partner's social contacts by monopolizing the partner's time, decreasing the self-esteem of the partner, and reducing the partner's social support system. So these are your examples of mate retention behavior in terms of cause inflicting, because the man in that film did monopolize the mistress' time, which led to her decreasing in self-esteem, and then basically she ended up struggling with her husband, and then ended up dead essentially. Although these cause-inflicting mate retention behaviors may decrease the likelihood of infidelity and relationship defection by decreasing a woman's self-worth until she feels unable to acquire another partner, they also may render alternative relationships more attractive to the woman. So, say the nanny's husband was using cause-inflicting retention behavior, then you can basically see why she thought it would be better for her to pursue an alternative in the man who was married, even though to me that's a poor alternative. But she thought that being with her husband, who was not cheating on her, that she thought that was a poor alternative, and that the husband of another woman was a better alternative. So it gets strange. That's why you have to do your own self-reflection, improvement work, because there are so many types of philosophies that you will follow thinking that you are on the right track. How is it that you're going to believe that your husband is not a great alternative, but the wife but the husband of another wife is a better alternative. A male partner who uses cost-inflicting mate retention tactics may end up pushing the female partner away. She might pursue an alternative mate if she considers herself higher value. Alternative mates who are also higher in mate value can afford to be more selective in mate choice and will be difficult to attract. So maybe the woman, the mistress, the fact that she had a husband and that her boss technically was after her, maybe she considered herself as high value. You know, she considered her, she leveraged her thinness, her beauty, her physical attractiveness, her ability to take care of somebody else's child. She leveraged all that in the belief that if the husband ever asked her to leave her husband, she would. So the only reason why she stayed in that relationship, I believe, is because the husband that she was having sex with never asked her to leave her own husband. So there's this, balancing that you do. I got this husband over here. He's providing a home for me, but sometimes we get into it with each other. Then I got this man over here who is a husband to somebody else, and he's cheating on his wife, and I'm taking care of the kid. I'm basically living in the house, and he's having sex with me. Which one do you choose? You choose your husband. You choose your own husband. If you don't want to be with your husband anymore because you believe he doesn't treat you right, then you leave, period. And that's the problem that I have with people sometimes, in these marriages. And I'm not married. I've never been married. And I don't know what married people do. But I do know common sense. And I do know human frailty. And I do understand people can make mistakes. But they also try to justify those mistakes. Well, my husband wasn't doing this, and that's why I felt like I needed to go get somebody else. No, if your husband is not doing what you feel like he should be doing, and it's dangerous for you or not, then you go ahead and divorce, that relationship. Now, still don't pursue a married man. You don't have any rights to a married man. But if you feel like your situation is not optimal for you, you don't go and pursue somebody else's husband to be a husband to you while you still have a husband. It's just monkeyness. Just monkeyness. Men partner to a higher value mate would be less likely to replace a valuable partner and less likely to engage in high risk, cost inflicting behavior. Pursuit of an alternative would not make sense. So if the man, the husband who was the boss of the nanny who he was sleeping with, if he considered the wife to be less value, he would have left her a long time ago. So in some regard, he must have considered his wife that he was still cheating on to be of some kind of higher value mate, right? And that he didn't hit her. He didn't hit her. He didn't talk crazy to her. She stayed home, cared for the baby. He didn't mistreat her. So he must have considered her to be a higher value mate. Virtually all men perform some kind of mate retention behaviors, but the type of behavior a man performs depends on his partner's mate value. So again, he was willing to kill the mistress. The previous wife that he had, he abused her. He gaslighted her a lot. When she was trying to confront him one time out there in the park, he knocked her down, and I think he hit her. So he didn't consider her high value. He didn't consider the mistress / nanny to be high value because he ended up killing her. So the only one he didn't do wrong really was the second wife that he left the previous wife for. So that's very interesting. I didn't even think about that until now. So he was willing. So his cost-inflicting mate retention was really in trying to get rid of the previous wife, the first wife, and then kill the nanny because he wanted to allocate every effort that he could muster to the wife that he now had with the child. Very interesting. So how is a 7-8 perceived in the context of quality of alternatives? If a partner perceives his or her mate as a 7-8, it is likely that the partner will use cost-inflicting mate retention behavior to maintain the core relationship, mate switching and cultivation of backup mates, and then preventing of the backup mates from pursuing other alternatives. So he may not necessarily hit the member of the core relationship, but he'll use cost-inflicting retention behavior to maintain a 7-8 relationship, because somehow in him sneaking out and having sex with somebody else, it gives his life meaning. So then he can then come back to the core relationship and be a good husband. It's this crazy, ideology that people adopt, and all that is just for them to be able to justify their cheating, right? If I go out and have sex with somebody else, then I feel like I could be a good husband to you. What sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense. If you don't feel like you have sexual, variety with your wife, maybe cook some dinner. There's a lot that men don't understand about women, that there's a lot that we will give you and give of ourselves if we are validated. If you validate us, if all I'm doing is cooking your meals, cleaning you, sexing you and all that kind of stuff, that's all I'm supposed to do for you. You come home as a man, a husband, and you cook a meal, and you put a candle on the table, and then you dance with your wife. There's nothing that she wouldn't do for you. But if she's doing everything, she's basically in relationship with herself. So then there's, again, the cultivation of backup mates, and then the preventing of backup mates from pursuing other alternatives. So the man who has a 7-8 on the side is going to always do his best to keep that relationship, even if he doesn't deem that person as high value. It's a place that he can go to dump. Let me say that again. It is a place that he can go to dump and release, and to release into the woman. And it is him releasing all of his frustrations with life, with himself, with all of the other, backup partners that he might have, with his wife, with his own insecurities. But he can come to the apartment of a 7-8 and just dump and release. All right, so now that we understand the issues with good and poor alternatives, the need for validation, the preservation of the core relationship, cultivation of backup mates, let's look at the investment model. So it is at this point where the investment model is significant in understanding why partners pursue investment into alternatives instead of investment into the core relationship. The investment model is an extension of interdependence theory. Interdependence theory is the framework for examining goals and investigating their impact on well-being. So it's interesting that the more you step out of your relationship, the less you sustain investment into that core relationship. You're taking all of your finances outside of the core relationship to pay for a backup mate, to pay for an affair, to financially fund that activity. It's almost like it's interesting. It just came to me. It is almost like you taking out a percentage of your income to fund a business. Like the backup mate that you are cultivating is going to require money, right? It's going to require funding. No backup mate is going to be a backup mate to you, especially if you consider that person high value, a dime piece or whatever. You're going to have to buy her things. You're going to have to keep her comfortable, have her in a penthouse or something, apartment, give her a bank account, give her money, and then, of course, fund her lifestyle. And that's a business. And it's interesting that you will take all that money and fund that individual and not take that money and fund, say, a neighborhood of kids, that might need help, or invest into a business incubation type organization. There's so much more that you can do with that money, and people have every right to do whatever they want to do with their money. But it's just interesting how we will fund affairs but not fund other parts of life that actually need much more attention. That going back and forth from your house to your mistress house definitely wears on your head, your mind, your body, of course your finances, your spirit, man. I don't think it's worth it. But interdependence theory is that framework for examining goals and investigating their impact on well-being. So as long as the person who is stepping outside of his marriage or her marriage, as long as they are impacted in positively, or their activities are having an impact positively, then the goal that they have set to step out is working for them. Most people do not get out of trouble not because they understand trouble is trouble. Most people don't get out of trouble because it works for them. They know that it is trouble. You mean to tell me no one knows that stepping outside of your marriage to cheat and have sex with somebody else is wrong? Of course they know that's wrong. They know it's morally wrong, ethically wrong, emotionally wrong, psychologically wrong. It's wrong, period, right? But as long as it works, if you're sleeping with a lot of partners, that's you investing into those partners. You are investing your money, your time, your body, your heart into those multiple partners. But as soon as you get AIDS or some sort of sexually transmitted disease, then it sort of changes your thinking about your goals. You may still continue on, perpetuating that goal, but you would think twice about it, and you would expect your new partner or whoever you engage, the very next time, that person would have to wear a condom, or that person would have to get checked out or something like that. So I want you to think about the investment model, how we invest in people and how we invest our time and money and body. And I want you to think about the interdependence theory, which is that framework for examining goals and investigating their impact on well-being. As long as things are going well for you, you tend to stay with that investment. The investment model theorizes how quality of alternatives, relational satisfaction, and investment size affects commitment. Commitment determines whether people stay or leave. And it is Roosevelt who developed the original investment model, which is based upon relationship satisfaction. So you usually, how much you invest in a relationship will determine the quality of that alternative, the relational satisfaction you expect to receive, and then the investment side. So right now I'm not, discussing cheating for a minute, right? Let's take that off the table. Just you picking one person and marrying that other, marrying a person, that means that you had a choice before you, and that one person, they were both honestly alternatives if you think about it, because they were both in competition even if they didn't know each other. You were reading both of them as a man to determine which one is going to work out long term. And so the one that you chose is based upon a higher quality, versus, I say higher quality of alternative versus the other quality of alternative. And then you felt that you can get more relational satisfaction out of that individual. So it depends. Like I said, relational satisfaction, or having a satisfying relationship, is really dependent upon the person. You determine what makes you happy. Now, I think in certain cases you can be unreasonable, like I noted about the 90 Day Fiance. you can be unreasonable. Here it is, you're coming to live in another country, and you are expecting your man to be, a big baller, somebody who can pay for $10,000 couches. That doesn't work like that. That person is a working man. He's not going to be able to, pay that kind of money. And then investment size. So how much you are willing to invest. I've kind of noticed sometimes with men, they will give the woman that they're married to some little house. Now, I think you should be thankful for the house, because you never dated him just for his money. But it is interesting, though, that he will give that woman a small house, but then the mistress a huge house. Once he divorces the core partner, he'll give the mistress, the person who was the mistress, house, money, cars, everything. So, I don't know if that's a really true investment, if that is a true high quality, high value partner, but I believe they do have, blinders on. So, commitment, if a person can so easily leave like that, that means that they were never really committed to stay. Some people, I'm just now really understanding this. I've never been married, but I've been watching some YouTube videos, and I've been just reading the psychology literature. And I just didn't really know that people, created starter wives, or, the come up woman or something like that. I didn't know that actually existed. It wasn't until, a few people on YouTube pointed out that one person that celebrity married was like a come up woman. And then once he came up, he got him a new, fancier type of wife. And I'm gonna develop one of my little 5-minute talks. And what I'm going to do for one of the audios is, you can't um, do bad to get to better, something like that. You can't do bad to get to better. You can't treat people, one person, horrifically like that, leave them, abandon them, and then expect things to go better for you, because the person that you were hanging out with the first time, they were with you when you were poor. You didn't have anything. They worked 1 or 2 jobs to try to help you, right, to become something. And then you turn around and abandon that person because they don't look like the ideal partner um, for that level. And then you marry someone else. Well, there's no guarantee that person is going to stay. Think about Tyler Perry's Madea's family reunion, I think. And I think her name is Elise Neal, um, the main character, whose husband kicked her out of the house, dragged her out of the house. And then he brought in his mistress because he felt like the way she looked was a lot better as he rose up the ranks. Well, when he got shot in the courthouse, that mistress wasn't around. Nowhere around. She took out, he was in a hospital in a coma, or just unconscious or something like that. She was nowhere. She actually, well, she came to the hospital just once, and then she actually wanted to unplug him, because remember, he gave her access to his accounts, everything. So he was, unconscious for a while. And then by the time his previous wife, who was still married to him, came, visited the house, that mistress had cleared out the house, literally, literally cleared out the house. She had taken all his money from the bank account. So you might think that you are leaving, you might think that the current partner is a poor alternative to this new partner, you're cultivating a mate, but wait till you get sick. You will know for certain if that person really wants to be with you or love you and take care of you if you get sick. So that's something that I want you to think about in terms of commitment, because commitment will determine whether people stay or leave. And if someone is so easily leaves like that, I mean, just leaves, then they were never really committed to you. So Roosevelt and 2 other scholars later developed the expanded investment model. Okay, and remember that the original investment model is based upon relationship satisfaction, whether you are happy in your relationship. The expanded investment model informs us about relational maintenance, what you need to do to retain the relationship, the mate, etc. So according to this expanded model, commitment has a profound influence on whether people use positive relationship maintaining behaviors and survive the problems, conflicts, and temptations that threaten their relationships. You know, I don't understand why people do not have a made up mind about a relationship that they are engaging in, especially when it comes to marriage. I just don't understand why people have to move about all the time. They have to go from, relationship to relationship. If you are in, dating mode, right, that might be different. If you are in something that's kind of new, there's no guarantee it's going to make the final cut. That is different. But once you marry, I don't understand why people feel like they have to have one step outside of the marital context. So I understand that we are not always great emotional regulators, and that we have been socialized and nurtured in our family environments and school systems to sort of walk away from problems. I understand it looks like we are taught how to solve problems, but that's academically. But we struggle with solving just relational problems. If we have a friend who doesn't like us or something like that, we don't know how to go and try to work that out, right? Now, sometimes it may be, a good idea to let that friendship go, but we're mad at each other. We don't speak to each other. We are estranged from each other, and we don't seem to know how to work that out. Animals do a better job of working out their issues. They set, better boundaries, etc. Humans are just strange, strange people, that they don't know how to maintain relationships. They don't know how to survive the problems in a relationship. They don't know how to resolve conflicts. They're always tempted to leave the relationship. So do you really want to be in the relationship at all? Or is it just a gap filler? Like I said, if you so easily leave a relationship, that means you were never really committed to the relationship. It was just a time filler. It was something that you were doing until the real thing you wanted to do came around. So pay attention to the difference. Remember the difference between the original investment model, which is about relationship satisfaction. And I noted in earlier slides that how satisfied you are with a relationship is very subjective and relative. And then the expanded model is about relational maintenance, that there is the expectation that whatever we are struggling with right now, we're going to get beyond that hump and work it out and continue and perpetuate the relationship basically until death do us part. Under the original investment model, relational satisfaction is based on choices and behaviors that partners make in a relationship. The author suggested under the expanded model that partners make investments into the relationship, which are resources attached to the relationship and lose value if lost. So the more you invest, the more you feel like you would lose. That's why I feel like some people stay in very emotionally abusive relationships or relationships where the partner is cheating, because you put in all that time, you put in all those resources, you put in all your mind and your body and your finances, and now you got to give it up. But the thing is that you are commitment driven. The other person is not. And so then how long are you going to stay in that relationship? Because some things can affect you so negatively. Some relationships can affect you so negatively that it affects your mind. And if you stay somewhere too long, you may end up in a mental hospital. You may end up in jail. And so sometimes you have to have the courage to just let that relationship go. take the L. That it doesn't mean that you are a loser or a failure. Loser or failure reflects condition over time, though. So if you have just consistently failed at something and never gotten back up to try to resolve it and do better, then maybe you could say you are a failure. If you consistently build something to tear it down, then maybe yes, you could say you are a loser, because every time you build something up, you tear it down, and it's on purpose, or is maybe unconscious, right? Because you can't understand why you are winning. And so that's why I feel like people stay in these relationships a long time, because they just don't want to take the L. I was in my relationship 2 years and 8 months, and he couldn't let go of his ex. And then I found out in about 2 years and a few months that he was married. He was married to someone out of town. And I knew eventually that I was going to have to let that relationship go. And the knowledge about the marriage is what really prompted me to just say, I got to get out of this. Even though he had been cheating with his ex, I was still struggling to let it go, because I felt like he was struggling, and he and his ex still had some unresolved issues, and I gave him too much of the benefit of the doubt. But once I found out he was married, that changed the game. I wasn't willing to put up with that. Um, uh, even when he got a divorce, something about it, I couldn't do it. And so I ended up having to kick him out, but not before I let him save money, so that I wouldn't feel bad when I kicked him out. But that was a hard pill. And for a year after that relationship, I was just in anger mode. So I didn't really have any true reflection. I started writing on this topic of rebound relationships, and that's what sort of put forth the book and the audios and everything that I've been trying to put together. But I was in anger mode, and then it took maybe like a year and some months later to pick up the phone when he called, and then that was like on an Easter Sunday, and I just had him out to pick it up, and then he was still trying to get back, and then he was trying to make it out to be like he was really interested in getting back, but I could detect something was off. And something in me just told me, no, he's not serious. He's with somebody else, and he's probably trying to get me to have sex with him or something like that. I'm not going back in. And so I stopped talking to him, and I didn't even talk to him long. It was probably once every week for a month, and I don't even think it was that. And so I began to change my telephone number. I changed anything where he could get access to me. I changed all, social media accounts. I blocked him on email and everything. And so that's been now 4 years going on 5. So I'm very happy about that, but I can understand, I don't judge. I can understand why they take so long to get out of toxic relationships, because of investment. You spend all that time investing, and now you got to, take a L on your investment. So that's something that I want you to think about as you reflect on your own relationships. So under the original model, based on relationship satisfaction, there are 2 types of investments. There's intrinsic investment, and then there's extrinsic investment. And if you are familiar with intrinsic versus extrinsic, you probably understand also motivation, intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation. And it's usually tied to learning. So intrinsic, we want to know it because we need to know it, right? We need to learn it. Extrinsic, we are motivated by performance and how we look, like we like to look smart. But intrinsic, we want to actually be smart. So maybe in some ways, look at that in terms of investments into the relationship. Some people want to truly be in relationship, so they're going to do whatever they need to do to actually invest intrinsically. But some people want to look like they are in a relationship, look like their relationship is going well, and so they tend to be their investments tend to be as extrinsically motivated. So let's look at the first column. Intrinsic investments are investments put into the relationship. These include the following types of investments. So that's time, effort, affection, and disclosure, which are, I think time is probably more than anything. And then of course, effort, because effort, there comes a time when people get tired, in a relationship. As long as you're giving a person, the benefit of the doubt, you'll stay in the relationship. But if it looks like the person is not going to do right, you tend to stop allocating effort. Affection can come and go. You can be happy or not happy with your partner. Disclosure is important too. You're not married. You're not, harboring old feelings for an ex. If you have an STD, you need to disclose that, things like that. So extrinsic investments are resources and benefits that are developed over time as a result of being in the relationship. So time is a factor. These include the following types of investments: material possessions, enmeshment within a social system, identity attached to being in a relationship. So one probably could be more time, and the other could be based upon gradual time. But I feel like off to the left is more time and effort committed to investing into the relationship to increase relationship satisfaction, whereas on the right we're now looking like we are in a relationship, and time is a factor, but there's a social identity to it. There is, we are married people, right? We could be socialites, part of a social system, etc. But material possessions has increased by the time we get to the right column. People often put more investments into relationships when they are certain of commitment. Investments into the relationship make it difficult to walk away, especially if the relationship is strengthened by commitment. So if when commitment is a factor, you usually think twice about leaving a relationship. You usually think twice about it, or more than that. You're not so keen and quick to adopt a walkaway strategy because you already know, you've already put in time, she's put in time, let's just work this out. You never want a partner to begin committing to whether it's an ex or a new partner, backup mate or something, because once a person starts the goal of commitment, it's hard to break that goal. If the person is just leaving to go and have sex and then come back to the house, I know you're mad, but it may be better to take them back into the house, because once they spend too much time into that other relationship, it moves the relationship into a commitment stage. See, you can invest in anything and not really care about it. You are the one who attaches, value to it, whether it's worthy or not. People buy cars and people buy all types of stuff, material possessions all the time, but doesn't necessarily mean they hold a lot of value for it. Sometimes it's just accumulation. It's keeping up with the Joneses. It is expectation that you will buy a Bentley. After all, you are a billionaire, and so it is the expectation that you will buy a house in Southampton, right? Because you have status like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you hold a lot of value. Sometimes people have many houses, but they only really hold value to one that they call the main house. And so as long as they continue to have that main house is working for them, they don't really have a lot of commitment to the other houses. The other houses they can stay in, they can not stay in, they can leave. They probably don't even visit often. But once they start begin committing to that house, and I'm not saying hiring an interior designer to furnish it, but they begin to furnish it. They begin to buy objects and put them in places and set up a home for themselves. That's when it gets very difficult for them to walk away, because if you think about interdependence theory, it's about that goal framework to see if it basically impacts well-being. And so if commitment into that new house becomes a regular thing, uh, furnishing it, putting food in it, sleeping at it, more than just once a summer, then you're going to have an issue on your hands, because the person is spending more time in one place over the core place, and attach relationships to it. If the person is decorating the new house and feeling like home, whenever they are with the new person or the backup mate, they're going to feel home with that person, and it's going to feel like every time they go back to their core, it's going to feel like a problem. It's going to feel like frustration, anger, contempt, etc. So commitment, I think, is very, very important. I didn't really think about that until reaching this slide. If two people do end a highly invested relationship, they probably will feel that all the time and effort they put into their relationship was a waste. They also might feel that they now have to start over, find someone new, and make adjustments to their identity and social image. The challenges associated with investing into a new relationship might prevent commitment to a future partner. So it depends on the partner, of course, but the more you lose from a previous relationship because of your own contribution, the less you might feel committed to the new partner. Unless you were doing one of those things where you were cultivating the backup mate and the wife didn't know the whole time, and you've been spending time with the backup mate for years, so you have established that, and it's so grounded that if the wife decided to kick you out for good and divorce you, you know for certain that you have a relationship that you can pull at. And because you haven't had any scandals during that year or two with the new partner, your social image is intact. Of course, when we find out that you have been cheating and the wife decides to divorce you, it seems like to the society, that she's the bitter one. She's the scorned one, versus the man going on with the new woman, resulting from from multiple cheating incidents. So that's why I feel like most partners do not always leave the relationship initially, because it takes so much time to invest again into a new relationship and to develop commitment again into a new relationship. And commitment is important. Relationship satisfaction, quality of alternatives, and investment size all work towards ensuring commitment. Relationship satisfaction and commitment are related, but they are different. So there are times that you can feel satisfied in your relationship but have no real commitment. And that is really, really, really interesting to think about, that there are times that you can be sexually satisfied with a relationship. You can have all the investments. You can allocate every effort to mate retention, but somehow commitment is lacking. And so relationship satisfaction and commitment are related, but they are also different. So here are the differences. Here's the first slide, and then the next one we're going to go into. When satisfaction and investment is high and the quality of alternatives is low, people remain highly committed in their relationships. So, if they already feel like they are already with a high value partner, so there is relationship satisfaction and they are investing in that partner to the best of their ability, capacity, investment is high, then anybody that they see or quality of alternatives would be low. They will consider their relationship as more important in a way than any other relationship. So therefore, they will continue their commitment. Daters who reported increase in satisfaction and investment and decrease in the quality of investment were more committed to their relationships. So they didn't necessarily have to go out and seek another partner. So the opposite would be when satisfaction and investment is low, meaning that there is a subjective feeling about relationship satisfaction resulting in low investment. Then the quality of alternatives is high, meaning that maybe the partner has a 7-8, and so he's not willing to he's not really satisfied with that relationship, even if there's great sexual satisfaction and he doesn't invest more, then the 9-10 would be a quality of alternative that he would choose. So that means that he will be less likely to remain committed in that relationship. Daters who reported a decrease in satisfaction and investment but an increase in quality of alternative experienced less commitment and voluntarily left the relationship. So let's look at, under the investment model, destructive versus constructive behaviors. This means that partners will either respond destructively or constructively to the relationship based upon satisfaction, investment, and quality of alternative. So with destructive behaviors, partners can demonstrate both exiting and neglecting types of behaviors. With constructive, partners can demonstrate voice and loyalty behaviors. So let's look at them individually. So for destructive behaviors, if especially if you are planning to exit or you want to neglect the relationship, right? So you tend to threaten to move out, or you will actually move out the house, which may be followed up by you getting a divorce. So you've developed, exiting behaviors. That's why you can't trust a person who says, I'm leaving. Because just like cheating takes some time to work out in your head, exiting does too. If you say I'm leaving, you've been thinking about that for a while. You didn't just all of a sudden in the heat of the moment say, I'm leaving, I'm exiting, right? You've been contemplating leaving, moving out the house, threatening to move out and divorce for a while. And a lot of times people try these things just to see if they can get away with it. And you should never bluff, because when people decide they don't want to be in a relationship with you anymore because of your bluffing, they will exit. You don't have to exit. It will be their prerogative to exit. Partners can also demonstrate a neglecting behavior. They might let conditions in a relationship get worse. They might ignore the partner, spend less time together, treat the partner poorly, and avoid any discussions about how to solve problems in a relationship, meaning that they essentially are not interested in solving any problem. It doesn't matter what the problem is. And so what happens when you neglect something? It begins to deteriorate. It fails, it falls, it withers away. If there are some things that you don't attend to in your life, it will no longer function the way it's supposed to function. A relationship function is supposed to be relationship or relations or relational. And if one partner has already decided that investment is not worthy anymore, and that I'm just going to neglect the relationship until I guess both of us don't have a relationship anymore, then I guess that's going to be the issue, uh, the solution. And that's a fake solution. Neglecting a relationship is a fake solution. That's not actually a real solution to the problem. Remember when I talked about the two couples, the married couples who were living in the house, and they were living in separately in each room in the house. And when I said to the lady, if y'all are still in the house, you can, there's hope. And she said, no, he doing his thing, I'm going to do my thing and everything. They were essentially, neglecting their relationship. And maybe if they had gotten together and had sex, and I'm not saying sex solves everything, but it reignites a connection, it gets you thinking about it. But if they stopped connecting so much to the point that they even just stopped having sex, they wouldn't even use each other for sex, their relationship was already gone way before they stopped having sex and started dating other people. So neglecting is a false solution to a problem, because if you are always neglecting something, it's going to have a negative effect on you much later in life, because you can't neglect everything. You are on this earth as a problem solver. When you got together with each other, you were solving a problem emotionally, financially, psychologically, etc. And so if you're so quick to just, completely, neglect the relationship, then, and you haven't learned how to resolve those problems, going to therapy or something like that, then you will find issues in your next relationship and possibly your life. So constructive behaviors, partners can demonstrate voice behaviors, which means that you want to improve conditions in a relationship. You are willing to engage in activities that further discussion of the relationship. You would rather be polite and seek help, and then you are willing to change any negative behavior. Whether somebody's perception of you is always subjective. What they think is negative might be positive for you. If you have an aggressive personality, well, an aggressive personality is needed in certain career fields, especially if you want to practice law or something like that. You got to compete, right? If you want to perform a sport, work play a sport, etc., you need to be aggressive. That's not a negative behavior in terms of aggressiveness. However, if you get off the field or you get out of the courthouse and you are being aggressive with just regular people every day, then that might be a negative behavior in that context. And so that might be something that each of you as two partners can address, right? Improving conditions, of course, meaning that just like a sickness, a virus, if you don't give it the medicine and rest, it's going to get a lot bigger and more painful and could cause you some real damage. Partners can demonstrate loyalty behaviors, so they can be optimistic about the relationship. They could wait for positive change. They could hope things will improve. They can stand by the partner during difficulty, and then they can support the partner in the face of criticism. Now, the last one, never go against your partner in front of people. I don't think you should be yelling at your partner at the house while there is no one around either. They're already being criticized. So, you may have to choose your battles. What of all the criticism, and you need to be able to determine what is actually constructive criticism and the difference between constructive criticism and somebody just being stupid. Because criticism should highlight the error and give you direction. Provide you with direction for change. If a person is just calling attention to your errors, but they're not giving you advice about change, then that's not the right person with the uh, right motivation. Because when people want to see you do well, they're going to do all they can, right, to see you do well. Optimism, just even if you didn't have the bullet points after that sentence about loyalty, the fact that you just need to be loyal to your relationship is enough. The word loyal is enough. You honestly do not need all of the explanations at the bottom. The question that you need to ask yourself is, why are you not loyal to your own relationship? Why are you letting other people from outside of the relationship have an impact, have an influence, uh, have a negative view, try to change, the relationship? And men in particularly use the word loyal. They use the word respect as well. But loyalty is big on them. I think if you are struggling with, say, your husband's or your future partner's mother-in-law or family or something like that, I think if you throw out that word loyal, that will be a trigger for him. Baby, why are you loyal to your family and not to this relationship? And that'll get him to think. You got to think in male speak, how they think about things, how they think about respect and honor and loyalty. That's how they actually think, because it probably has a sporting context as well. But loyalty enough, that word is enough. You don't always need all of those explanations, even though I find them very useful. But if you trigger your future partner, your husband, and use that word loyalty, I promise you, they will rethink their situation. If a high value partner feels satisfied with a 7-8 and the investment is high from a 7-8, then it is likely that the high value partner will remain in the relationship. The partner's mate value is based upon what she brings to the relationship and how it affects the satisfaction equation for the high value partner. So if the 7-8, sometimes the 7-8 has can be high value, based upon the partner's perception of the person. She may not necessarily have the same attractiveness as a 9-10, but she is attractive, physically attractive. However, what's most important in this dynamic is the fact that she comes with resources. She might be an entrepreneur. She might have a business. She might have a 6-figure income. She may be able to afford living in like a certain neighborhood, right? She might also have political affiliations, which are very important for anyone who wants to use a network of contacts. But it's all of the resources that she comes with that makes her much more high value, not necessarily only based upon her physical attractiveness, but what she actually brings to the table. And for certain high value men, they don't need her to be 50-50. That's how lower value men think. High value men they tend to be a provider, house a provider mindset. So they're going to make sure everything is covered regardless. But the fact that she knows how to operate at a certain level makes her much more attractive and appealing. And it is what she brings to the overall relationship that affects the satisfaction equation. She knows how to move with this high value partner. High value male partners are more inclined to use mate retention behaviors to entice a woman to stay in the current relationship. Mate retention behavior includes benefit provisioning, such as compliments on the partner's appearance, the giving of the partner any gifts, providing material benefits, and then social and emotional types of benefits. What happens when your partner, your high value partner, is socially recognized? There's a face that you have to keep up, a persona that you have to keep up. Both partners, male and female, high value, maybe low value, will do all they can to allocate effort to retain as members of that relationship, because the loss of social currency, loss of political currency due to scandals will affect the business, right? The bottom line, capital raising, investment raising, anything like that, because wealthy people, rich people and wealthy people always think about the future, and they think about the possibility of something, especially if they are the types of people who might have political aspirations. And so they don't need a scandal. So therefore, they will stay in the relationship. And if it looks like you think you might want to leave, they will give you gifts and, they will essentially validate you in the relationship as a true partner. The low value male partner will employ cost inflicting mate retention behaviors. So men of lower mate value may resort to the use of cost inflicting mate retention behaviors, such as those that rely on manipulation, intimidation, possessiveness. The lower value partner lacks resources necessary for benefit provisioning. So even if the 7-8 is not as attractive as the 9-10, if she's still considered high value based upon the resources she brings, then it would not be a good idea for her to date down. I know people like to push this agenda that the person who is making six figures should date down to someone who is just an average worker, and that still says something, that they are willing to keep a job and they were doing it way before you and they had their own apartment. That speaks to their stability. But money is going to become a problem, though, when especially when it comes to an attack on gender roles. No matter what, I don't care what money the woman makes. No man really wants their woman to make more money. And so there's nothing wrong with the money coming into the house because he's going to enjoy it. But socially, he doesn't want to be known as a person who makes less money than his wife. So he will eventually employ cost-inflicting mate retention behaviors. I was reading this, I came across this news reporting about Reese Witherspoon and her ex-husband, Ryan Felipe. And when they were married and she won some award or something, or it was discovered that she was making more money per picture, he had said in an interview that he didn't expect his wife to make more money than him. He did. And, it just reveals your heart. He might not have intended to say it, to that interviewer, but the heart speaks and it tells off on us. It's a big snitch, right? The heart. And so I believe that began the demise of their relationship. The fact that he understood that she made more money. And so then their relationship took a different turn and likely used cost inflicting, because she had also referred in another interview that there was an abusive relationship that she was a part of. She didn't name him, but they are divorced. And I'm not implying anything either. But she hasn't had any issues since with her new husband, and they've been married for years now. So because the lower partner doesn't have the capacity for benefit provisioning, he or she will likely begin to resort to cost inflicting mate retention behaviors. He would get more possessive, she would get more manipulative, and then of course intimidation. So what is more likely for the 7-8? It is more likely that a male partner who perceives his female partner as a 7/8 will consider the individual as low quality of alternative. However, if there is satisfaction in high investment, i.e. the 7/8 brings resources and benefits to the table, then the male partner will remain in the relationship. At the same time, this does not suggest commitment. And I don't understand, and I really don't know how men commit. I only know how women commit. Women are sort of automatically committed to the relationship especially if you validate them in marriage. As soon as we get with you, we've already planned the marriage. We know what dress we're going to get. We know what the wedding chapel is going to be. We know what ring we like, and we haven't even had a second date yet. Whereas with men, commitment, that's something that I got to ask a question of a man. I think that's an interview question. That what do men consider as commitment? And that's something that I'm going to think about. I'm going to have to find a man to get that answer. But even if the high value partner, stays with the 7/8, he understands that she's a 7/8, or she understands that he is a 7/8, and that a man is only faithful as his options. And men always look to upgrade, for upgrades, right? So then the commitment is, he's only going to invest as much as he is willing to invest at that level with that type of woman. So then you might say that he will be more commitment driven once he got the 9/10 he really wants. A female partner can raise her mate value by ascending in status through her own deeds. She could acquire new skills or knowledge to increase her mate value. Of course, if she raises her mate value and her partner doesn't, it is likely that the 7/8 could exit the current relationship and cultivate her own alternative through mate switching. She could cultivate a backup mate. So even if she wasn't with a high value partner, but she was a 7/8 rising in status through her own deeds, maybe through entrepreneurial work, being a business owner, being a franchise owner, or something like that, and that meant that she acquired new knowledge to increase her mate value, that the person that she's with, whoever he is, could be a 7/8. I'm not going to go so far as to say 5, 6 or lower. He could be a 7/8. Eventually, if he doesn't do anything to raise his own value with his own efforts, because think about it, if he was a 7/8 but he was interested in a 9/10, he would allocate every bit of his effort to try to land that 9/10. So likewise, you could say the same. Here it is, he's with the 7/8. She has increased in value and status. So then why isn't he cultivating? Why isn't he developing and improving? So then if he uses any sort of cost-inflicting mate retention behaviors on her to keep her in a relationship, to sort of keep her down and make her feel bad, then she might be more likely to leave that relationship, mate switch, and then cultivate a backup mate that might also lead to marriage. So let's look at the expanded model based upon relationship maintenance. And don't forget, the original model was about relationship satisfaction. The expanded model is about relationship maintenance. And both have a time component, right? If you remember the intrinsic investment slide as well as the extrinsic investments slide, they both deal with time as a factor. The expanded investment model extends the original and suggests that people who are in highly committed relationships will work through the difficult times by employing the following 5 strategies. Application of these strategies should lead to relationship stability. So that's the relationship stability is an extension of relationship maintenance, because that's why I say the relationship satisfaction is so relative and so subjective. You can be hot one day and cold another. But if you put in more time to maintain a relationship, it should lead to stability. So here are the other strategies: a decision to remain, tendency to accommodate, a derogation of alternatives, willingness to sacrifice, and then perceived superiority. And we're going to go through all of them and then also connected to the 7-8. So, for decision to remain, partners who are less committed to stay in the relationship and work through problems are more likely to exit. The decision to remain encourages the survival of the relationship. Couples who are committed to each other are less likely to exit the relationship following a relational transgression. So that's interesting because, you know, survival is a very interesting word, because a lot of times people remain in survival mode due to some sort of trauma bonding, triggers, etc. But I think we need to get out of this long-term, development of survival and get into actually overcoming. That there is a time in the process where you actually have to survive. If you're making a comeback in life from a setback, to survival. I'm writing right now. To overcoming, and then to come back. All right, so setback to survival to overcoming to comeback. Okay, so there is a process from setback to comeback, right? And but I think people live so long and reside so long and get stuck in survival. That's very good. I'm going to have to do something with that. They stay so long in survival to the point that they never overcome that situation, meaning get out of that state of mind into another state of mind of overcoming, which requires even an additional learning process to then making a comeback. So you have to ask yourself this question: do you want the relationship to survive? Do you want it? Because if you have a setback such as a relational transgression, and that's usually cheating and infidelity, then you have to address, okay, so do we end the relationship, or do we continue the relationship? We're going to have to survive this relational transgression. Then we're going to have to maybe get some therapy, and then overcome it, and then make a comeback. So if you look at survival, after the relational transgression, it reminds you of being in a pit. Now, you remember Silence of the Lambs, and the lady who was kidnapped was thrown into the pit. Well, it's sort of like that. If you get that image in your head of every time you try to get up and try to pull yourself out of it, you're thrown back down. Okay, that's survival. That means both of you are still in that pit trying to survive. The relational transgression is basically, out the window. It's already been done. You have mental aspects, right, that hurt your heart, and you tend to struggle with, right? But the survival is all the fights, to stick it out, all the talking, all the sex that you have, all the crying, the yelling, things like that. So at what point do you get out of that mode into comeback mode, not comeback mode, but overcome mode, where you overcome all of those issues that you struggle with during that survival process, to the point that now you are in comeback. You both have returned to the relationship, and you are now moving forward. So decision to remain is that's interesting. That's not something that is, I wonder sometimes how many times people who are now divorced would actually would like to go back and try to remain in that relationship, because once you leave the relationship, It's hard to get back. You are now individually responsible for each other, and now you got to live life singly while still co-parenting, right? If you still, co-parenting, and you wonder to yourself, it would have been better just to stay. It's like the guy who sang the song, I forget his name, but it's cheaper to keep her. By the time I leave, I got to pay all of this and all the alimony and child support and everything else. I might as well have just stayed. So that decision to remain is something that we all need to think about and consider. Tendency to accommodate. So partners who are committed to the relationship are less likely to exit and or neglect the relationship. Accommodation includes using constructive behavior, right? Remember those voice and loyalty behaviors to cope with dissatisfaction in the relationship and work towards repairing it after negative events. And so that negative event is usually a relationship transgression. And so repair is part of that. I think likely part of the overcoming process, because at some point your understanding has to be repaired. How you thought that having sex with somebody else while you were married was a solution. Well, that's a broken understanding, right? That's a broken understanding, because otherwise all you basically have to do if you wanted to have sex with somebody, just divorce your wife or divorce your husband. Why go and step out of your marriage and cheat and then justify the any decision that you made? Well, you didn't give me enough sex, or you weren't there for me and I tried to pull at you and you wouldn't do it, or whatever. Okay, if it's not working out and you decide, because really when you stepped out, you were deciding not to remain in a relationship. You wanted to be in another relationship. Okay, so then quit bluffing. If you want to be in another relationship, don't bluff. Make the decision to exit the relationship. So people who are highly committed to each other are less inclined to retaliate as their first reaction and more likely to engage in constructive behavior. So, I've never seen a woman who was mad at her husband for cheating be quiet about it. I do think that some things can happen with a person that when you do something like that, it can affect you to the point of silence. I am that kind of person that if I caught my ex cheating and I came in on them, I would just go silent. I wouldn't do a bunch of, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't even have to hit the person. I wouldn't have to throw anything at the person or anything like that. I would just go get a bag and pack his stuff quietly, walk it to the door, walk it outside of the door, take my key back, get her out of there, and just leave. Let him go, right? Unless it wasn't my place. But I might later cry and be angry or something like that. But I'm pretty much not dead, but pretty much I'm just even keeled until it hits me one day. I can be in the shower, I can be on a bus, I can be walking, I can be eating a meal or something like that, and it would just hit me. And that's when I would have to go through my own process. Derogation of alternatives. So partners who are committed to each other are more likely to derogate their alternatives. In other words, committed people tend to find reasons to downgrade potential alternative partners. Derogation of alternatives might also apply to friendships and work relationships. You are more likely to keep the friendship you have than to start a new one and feel compelled to allocate effort to sustaining it. You are more likely to exit a short-term friendship and or neglect it for stability in the current friendship, because that person. That's why people always go back to people, because they know that person, they trust that person. So they may go and have sex with somebody else, but somehow in the middle of the night while they are in bed with somebody else, that they're already thinking about their ex-partner. They're already wondering about what she's doing, what he's doing, and thinking about the potential. And they already got a script, a running script going in their head about how they can try to make things right, or something like that. Do whatever they need to do to try to make amends, or anything like that. And so it's interesting that you would think like that once you have cheated, than to think like that once while you were in a previous relationship. So derogation of alternatives is that sort of pre-cheating process you have, where you say, nah, nobody is like my woman. Yeah, that over here, yeah, she's all right, but no one is like my woman. Do you remember Baby Boy and Tyrese Gibson was cheating on Taraji P. Henson's character? But then there came a girl from her job who was trying to get with him, and she invited him to her house, and something about the situation, he turned it down, and he was mad. And then he left. Oh, she was mad, and then he left. And then the next day, when he picked up his girlfriend from the job, he stuck his tongue out at the other girl who was trying to have sex with him behind his girlfriend's back. Well, in that case, he was essentially derogating that alternative. I mean, he had sex right there in front of his face, and he refused to have sex with that woman. And maybe there was a process that he was going through, and he was growing, and he was still babyish in his understanding. But to turn down that opportunity to have sex with somebody else, which he went over there, to that place to go to, speaks to his ability to downgrade potential alternative partners. And so that's telling about him, that he was willing to do that. Willingness to sacrifice. Highly committed partners are willing to make sacrifices. Sacrifices can be thought of as special types of investments that involve putting aside one's own immediate self-interest and focusing on the best interests of the relationship. Partners will make sacrifices when they are committed, feel satisfied, make large investments, and have low-quality alternatives. Sacrifices might include helping a partner through a crisis or working with a partner who is experiencing a career change. So these two examples are standard. If your partner maybe lost his job, or feels like he needs another job to make ends meet, then you may be willing to sacrifice. You also might be willing to sacrifice if you both realize that he needs to get more education, right, in order to move up, right? The problem that I have with that sometimes is women are the ones who do all of the sacrifices when it comes time for a man to want to get an education. And then they've done all of that sacrificing, put all of their dreams on hold, only for the man to graduate from college and become a doctor, or something like that, to leave that wife and marry someone else who did nothing for them. And willingness to sacrifice, I mean, women are always willing to do that. Even some of the bad ones, are willing to sacrifice to do something to invest in their men. But I want to challenge women, though. A grown person should be able to pay for himself. A grown person should be able to pay for herself. That means if they have to get student loans to get the job done, then they got to get student loans to get the job done. Because it's not right that you have to sacrifice, and then the person turns around and marries someone else, and then, say for instance, you co-signed on any of his loan products or anything like that, you're going to be the one who is responsible for it. And I think there are just certain things an individual, grown individual, should do themselves. Perceived superiority. So I think it is really linked to the derogation of alternatives. Partners who are in highly committed relationships perceive their relationship to be superior to other relationships. It negates the old adage, the grass is not greener on the other side. People tend to see their own relationships as having more positive and fewer negative characteristics than the relationships of others. Positive thinking might entail such statements as, our relationship doesn't have as many problems as the average relationship has. And you might see this a lot of times when one partner leaves another partner for a mistress or something like that. You might see this in partners who have been together for 10, 15 years, and you hear them say, we never argue. You hear the kids of that partnership say they never argued, right? And so I don't know, they just have the right temperament for each other to the point that they have been together for this many years, that many years, and they're not there together just to be together. So one person, doesn't have to pay rent by himself or herself. They genuinely like each other. They want to be around. They have invested. They perceive their relationship as much more superior to other relationships. We might as well stick it out. So let's look at a summary of both. So the original is about relationship satisfaction. And then the expanded is about relational or relationship maintenance. So there is relationship satisfaction, investments, alternatives, and all three should lead to commitment. So it's like the first part of your process. And then a decision to remain, tendency to accommodate, derogation of alternatives, willingness to sacrifice and perceive superiority. So all five should lead to stability. And stability is not necessarily relative. 1 year in a relationship is not stability, because you have the course of your relationship, and the course of your relationship could be over a course of 5 to 10 years. And what do you do when you do milestone checks at 5 years, and then 10 years, and 15 years, 20 years? Are you still married? Are you still engaging in healthy discussions about your marriage? Are you resolving conflicts in healthy ways? Maybe going to counseling, any type of journaling, etc. So what does the original investment model suggests for the 7-8? So the original investment model suggests for the 7-8 that the relationship the partner perceives as a 9-10 will receive higher priority. If there is a risk of losing the 9-10, the partner will push for relationship satisfaction, invest more into the relationship, and have low quality of alternatives. This leads to commitment under the original model. So for the expanded, what does this suggest for the 7-8? Under the expanded model, the partner will decide to remain with the 9-10, accommodate to the high value partner's wishes, downgrade alternatives, which will be the 7-8, be more willing to sacrifice to retain the relationship, and perceive their relationship as superior to others. This means that if the partner perceives you to be a 7-8, you will be downgraded even further to a 5-6. The stability of the current relationship takes precedence. It is superior to any investment you have made with the partner. Relationship stability is key. So say, for instance, there wasn't a 9-10 in contention, right? And that it was still a 7-8 and it was another 7-8, right? And the male was a high value partner. Well, then if the first 7-8 is the one worthy, it comes with a lot of resources, he's going to do whatever he can to downgrade the other alternative, right? The other 7-8. He will be more willing to sacrifice to retain that relationship and perceive it as superior to the other 7-8. Because he cares about relationship stability. He has stayed in a relationship a long time, and he wants it to work. So if he stays, then they have basically gotten past survival, overcoming, to now comeback, right? If we were looking at it in that same vein. What should the 7-8 do now? Do not spend any more time investing into a partner who perceives you as a 7-8, because your status with the person will never change to a 9-10 unless you change your status. Changing your status usually means increasing in more money, class, and other material sources. If a woman increases in value, then by association, the man believes his value has been raised by default. So say, for instance, she's a 7-8, but she wins the mayoral election, or she becomes state senator or U.S. senator. Well, she has increased in more money. She may not make as much money as he makes if he's an entrepreneur, but she's definitely raised her class status. Now her material resources are the network of contacts. So if her husband is trying to lobby any other, political figure, right, he would have access later after she finishes out her term, unless there is a guiding policy that allows him to still lobby. So that makes her much more attractive. See, it shouldn't always be about physical attractiveness in terms of a person being a 9 or 10. But people, men in particular, they think their connection to a 9 or 10 brings them more status, more value, and more validation. But you can have a 9 or 10 with no sense either. A 9 or 10 who doesn't know how to take care of a home, doesn't really know how to take care of a man, in a way that he really needs. People base everything off on sex, whether the person can sexually satisfy them. But you can have an accident, you can have any kind of issue that prevents you from doing it. You can be tired, right? So that's something to think about. Without a change in status, there is a greater likelihood that the partner will employ destructive strategies, so neglecting, right? Exit the relationship, return to a former relationship, or cultivate a new partner with higher value. Increasing in physical attractiveness will not raise a 7-8 to a 9-10 in the partner's mind. Again, it's all of the resources. So here is a reflection opportunity. Why do we invest in romantic relationships when there is no certainty of relationship satisfaction and or relationship stability? Should all romantic partners get the benefit of the doubt if they do not have the capacity to be stable as romantic partners? Should we focus more on the ability of the romantic partner to be emotionally and relationally stable over physical attractiveness and or mate status? It's interesting that capacity makes a big difference. Do you have the capacity to stay in a relationship long term? People idolize romantic relationships. We all think we are in some children's book, but relationships are very hard. I was willing to stick it out in my previous relationship, but once I found out he was married, I just couldn't do it. And even though they claimed they didn't know that they were married, or he claimed that he didn't know that he was married. He claims that she had filed the paperwork and that it was done. Well, come to find out, she didn't file the paperwork, and so he had been married all this time, and so he had to get that rectified. But I was willing to stick it out until we hit that roadblock, because if he hadn't been cheating with another ex-partner, I might not have been so burnt out and tired with him. I was just tired. I was done. And so, because if he was going to get a divorce, uh, that might have changed my strategy. But once I realized that, and he wasn't letting go of the ex, and he was messing around with other, types of dangerous things, I had no other choice but to let the situation go. So capacity is a very interesting word. I encourage you to research, the definition of that word. We all have a cup, we all have a container, and it only holds the liquid of something, or the matter or substance of something based on its capacity. Because if you pour too much of food or water in a cup or something like that, it's going to overflow. And so you have to know your capacity to be stable as a romantic partner. If you decide, especially I'm 46 right now, I can't afford to get into a relationship and then jump ship because things are not going my way. If I get into a relationship, I got to stick it out because I'm 46, and it doesn't make any sense to jump from relationship to relationship. If I was in my 20s, when things are about, search and discovery, maybe so, and even then I look back on that and I wish I had done a little bit better. But at 46, I got to think about my capacity. Do I have the capacity to really stick out a relationship, work through issues, things like that? And that's something I'm not quite sure of. I can have the ideal in my head that I think I can do it, and I can picture myself, doing it. And that begins with a vision. At least I'm trying to get an image of myself carrying it out. But I've only been in relationships where it was a live-in situation. I haven't been married before, so I don't know the struggles of a married person. So capacity. I think you should research that term because I think it would be very enlightening. All right. So now that we have finished a discussion about alternatives, meaning that you are an alternative if you are perceived as a 7-8. Let's get into the point that you are not competitive based upon mating market dynamics. The section that follows this section is you may be a rebound. So keep that in mind. The 3 reasons: you are an alternative, you're not competitive, and you may be a rebound if you are perceived as a 7-8. So, the genesis of heterosexual relationships between unmarried adults is the basis of a social exchange. Each person gives the other person something of themselves. The exchange at face value is not always what it seems. Both men and women are motivated by, different targets. That exchange really has hints of investment, right? So you may have to question why someone is investing in you in terms of a romantic relationship. Why are they buying this and that or whatever, and what are they up to? Especially if you've been in the types of relationships where you have never had that kind of investment. You've never had that kind of love or commitment. And so now you have like a little suspicious spirit because you're not sure how to take a person who actually wants to be with you. So the heterosexual relationship is a type of social exchange. Men on average are more often drawn to the powerful physical pleasures of sex than women are. On the other hand, physical pleasure is not often the sole motivator for women, and sometimes not even the primary motivator. We don't base, as much as women like to talk about men and their body parts, we don't really base our motivation for being in a relationship on the physical pleasure of sex, because we want to be validated really in other areas. Women more often want non-physical things such as the expression of love and attention, relationship security, desirability and commitment. Commitment will always be a word that we throw out. We will always throw out that word because we want commitment. So men want sex, women want commitment. They are both gatekeepers in a romantic relationship. However, men are slower to pursue commitment, do not connect sex to romance, think about sex more than women, are sexually more permissive, and fantasize about sex to excess. So that really goes to one's ability to exercise self-control. You honestly, even if I understand people, males who want to sort of screw everything that's walking, you can't screw the world. At some point in your life, you're going to have to make a decision that you just can't screw the world. You can't even screw everybody in your state, in your city. So at some point in your life, you're going to have to make a commitment. What happens is men in particular wear themselves down having sex with multiple partners. I've heard people say they have had sex with 1,000. Males have had sex with 1,000 women. How do you have sex with 1,000 women? But you're going to have to make a decision about, because if you continue in that thing, you wear your body down. What happens is they want to wear their bodies down, and then they want to come to you when their body is worn out. And now they can't have sex with you. They can't provide for you. They're all worn down and old. And who wants that too? I wouldn't want that either. Men direct far more mental time, effort, and attention toward other potential sex partners than do women. Women, on the other hand, tend to be more malleable sexually. They are more likely to change their mind about sexual matters. So the problem with this situation is that women give up sex too quickly. So then the man is expecting to have sex. That's what he's expecting, because that's what you gave him at first. You didn't give him conversation. There is a 5-minute talk that I'm thinking about, creating, about have the conversation. And what I mean is have the conversation about who you are as people, what you plan to do, what your goals are, your career goals, your ambitions, your vision for yourself. Have that conversation, because if a person cannot engage you in conversation, they can't converse, they don't have a worldview, that is telling. Because the only thing that you'll be able to do is just have a whole bunch of sex, and you might be okay with that, but the soul needs more than sex. The soul needs conversation. You got to be able to engage, because what happens is you'll have sex, get up from the bed, and he'll be in one area of the house and you'll be in another area of the house, never to come together in conversation, because you never started off in conversation. You start off in conversation, you'll always be in conversation. Sex will just be obvious. Unmarried women, more than unmarried men, tend to go without sex for longer periods of time. However, in the economy of sex as a social exchange, women have what men want. Their sex is of value to men, and it comes with costs of access, where men must give something, such as commitment or promises, in order to receive sex. So it's definitely true that women do not always, or they can go without sex for longer periods of time, because we're not looking to have sex with multiple partners. That's why I never really dated. Now, it's to my advantage and to my detriment. To my advantage, I haven't had a lot of partners. I can count on one hand, or I can't count even on one hand, the many the partners that I've had. But to my detriment, because I just didn't learn about game. I didn't learn about game until I was in my 40s. And so I had gone through a number of relationships that were taxing, that were toxic, that were devastating. They wore me thin, and I wish that I had really waited to get to engage, the opposite sex romantically. After my high school relationship, I should have waited. I should not have gotten into any type of, situation. So um, commitment is key. So when does sex usually begin in the relationship? Even though women are the sexual gatekeepers and men have what women want and women have what men want, sex usually begins in a relationship when a woman decides that it does. So the agreement must come from the woman, not necessarily from the man. The woman can be the initiator or not be the initiator, but until she agrees, the man suffers the cost of lack of access. Now that's just one woman. So if she is in male speak, if she doesn't put out, a man will find another woman to put out. He's going to get sex. They actually do have more sex than women. So whether you decide to not have sex or have sex, they're still going to get all of their needs met somewhere. Men must typically compete harder for sexual access, although women can be the sexual gatekeepers. And because today they have more agency in sex, the mating market is still dominated by men's interests, even if men provide, diminishing returns, lack of commitment, personality issues, insecure attachment, relational transgression. It's interesting. If we all stood together and said that we're not going to have sex before marriage, then men might change their strategy. They might then begin to marry us, because the only way that men got access to sex beyond, say, criminal behavior, the only way they got it was through marriage. Now women are less likely to marry, and so now they know that they can have sex with anybody. So there's now an oversupply of women in the sex market, which means men have options. So then they can keep this thing going, not committing to somebody, creating insecure attachments, um, committing to relational transgression, and operating in personalities where they can gaslight, they can do a number of things to push and pull and avoid not being in a committed relationship leading to marriage. So sometimes I think as women, we think we have it all together and we think we got these men pegged, but they're actually winning right now. They don't have to commit to us at all. And if you don't want to do it, have sex with them before commitment, they'll find someone else who will. And because they don't really care about commitment, it doesn't matter if either woman leaves. That's why you see a lot of dating rotations that men are adopting now, because if it's almost like the only relationship that they will be in is if it is a dating rotation. And if you can't hang with that, if you can't put up with that, then that's fine. They will find somebody else who will. All right, changes to the mating market. So changes to the mating market came as a result of the birth control pill. I talk about this in another audio. So the advent of the hormonal birth control pill in 1960 is arguably the single most powerful thing that has altered relationships between men and women in the past 50 years. The president of the National Institute for Reproductive Health went so far as to suggest the pill created the most profound change in human history. So again, you really couldn't even have sex with anybody without marriage. And the fathers in the home in any and every race, dictated whether or not you could marry their daughter. And so now many fathers are out of the home across the whole race spectrum, to the point that women are operating on their own and guiding their sexual strategies and habits, and using, birth control that began in the 60s to further any sort of agenda that they have. So then they can't really complain if the man decides not to commit, because the same freedoms that they have, the men have, the women now have. And so the men can look at it as, well, you got freedom to, be with whomever you want to be with. So why can't I be with whomever I want to be with? The pill sent a shock to the social system and the mating market in particular, and it divided the social exchange or the mating market into sex markets and marriage markets. Prior to the pill, evidence of commitment in marriage was required before sex. If a female got pregnant without marriage, then the family would step in and guarantee through a shotgun wedding. So that's the way it used to be. I mean, people have been having sex without marriage way before, all of us individually were created. They were having sex in the Bible before marriage in the Old Testament. So this still happened, but there was a stronger guarantee that you would have to marry the woman than not. That's not the case, today. If you get somebody pregnant today, I don't care who you are, you could be high value, low value, no value. If you don't want to marry the person, you have every right not to marry the person. And you're not going to see fathers today with a shotgun standing with you both at the altar and saying you got to marry each other. You're just not going to see that today. So many laws have changed. The feminist agenda has pushed pushed women into more self-sufficiency and independence. And so they feel like they can have sex, sometimes indiscriminately, have a baby, take care of the baby, not be married. And so that is our social system today. Again, the mating market is bifurcated into overlapping markets, sex and marriage, meaning that you have married men trying to date single women, or single women trying to date married men, right? Since pregnancy can be easily prevented now, having sex and thinking about or committing to marry are two very, very different things today. So it's almost like marriage is not just an option. However, you still see a lot of people getting married. People like to say that traditional marriage is dead and is outdated, and it's really not necessary, that love is the only thing that matters. But you have no real protection outside of marriage. And even if you can live common law with somebody, the most you can get is you can't even really get alimony, I don't think, and you can get child support. And if the partner places your name on any insurance forms or anything like that, you may be able to get that. But you would have more protection and coverage in marriage than not. Partners do not have an interest in marrying or getting serious. They have a stronger interest in sex. The current mating market is not necessarily absolute. There are some men and women who participate in both sex and marriage markets at the same time. Partners may engage in sexual intercourse, hoping that in doing so it will convert to commitment and later to marriage. It never occurred. It would have never occurred to me or anybody really within my generation that a married man would be okay with pursuing a single woman in the sex market. I mean, married men have had affairs, but they were usually some secretary at the job, somebody at the job that they were hanging out with at the job, during their lunch hour or something like that. And somehow they got closer and closer to each other. And then they kind of slipped and had sex with each other and then maybe carried on a relationship. No, I'm seeing married men actually go into the dating market to date and pursue single women. That is something that I just never ever considered in my head that would be. I understand that single women can pursue a married man, and but usually that happens when she's at the bar. She doesn't know he's married yet. And to me, I don't really see women. I didn't really see women back then, rather, single women back then going out specifically to a bar to find a married man. It usually just happens that they that she finds out that he's married too. But now you have single women who are actually pursuing married men. They actually adopt it as a life mantra. I only date married men. How is it that you're going to be a single woman and you date married men? But they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the wife at the house. They don't care about the kids. They don't care about the life. But I blame the husband as well, because he knows he's married. He knows he's married. He knows he has kids. He knows he has a house. He knows he has a mortgage. He knows he has a wife. It's the woman has to take some kind of responsibility, but the man is the one who initiates this particular type of activity. So it's just interesting. It's no longer absolute. Absolute meaning that all single people stay on one side and all married people stay on one side. That's no longer the case. There are more men in the sex market than there are women. There are more women in the marriage market than there are men. People change their mating strategies as they age. They tend to lean towards marriage as they get older and may be willing to utilize sexual behavior as a means to an end. So, uh, you know, it's a number of things we did in our 20s and 30s, but somehow in our 40s, we began to feel our mortality and we think to ourselves, it's time to settle down. I believe we should have had that mindset in our 20s. That I'm now, developing maybe like an audio series or book or something like that to try to target those 18-year-olds and actually 16 to 18. And then, of course, the target audience for the pre-singles counseling curriculum is 18 to 45. And if we can get folks early into a pursuit of stability, especially financial stability, they might still have sex issues that they want to explore. But I really do want people to push for their kids to be more financially stable, so they don't have the same problems that we have had in the past. So as we age, we tend to change our mating strategies. I'm just not willing to put up with somebody who doesn't have a job now. I just can't do it. You're too old. Now, there's still exceptions to the rule. This pandemic has purged many jobs. So you can't say to your husband, you got to get out and go find a job, because we're actually supposed to be home wearing masks and, under quarantine. So it's hard to tell somebody that you got to go out and go get a job and go get it right now, whatever, or I'm divorcing you, when the way our system has changed. Jobs are being purged. Small businesses are going out of business. It's hard to work a number of hours on these jobs. And so things have changed. But absent that situation, I just cannot take any more male partners who job hop, can't keep a job, always getting into it with the supervisor, never have any money, stingy to the point where they won't put anything into the house. There's nothing wrong with being a little thrifty, and sometimes you need to be just a little bit stingy, to cover yourself. But you also can't live in a house where one person is paying the mortgage, the female is paying the mortgage, and you're not paying anything, when you're really supposed to have a provider mentality and you at least pay the rent or the mortgage, and then the wife can take care of everything else. I'm just not putting up with that at 46 years old. Since December 19, 2020, I'm just not putting up with that anymore. I can't do it, because then I have to take care of you the rest of your life because you can't keep a job or you refuse to keep a job. Now, if you have a person who just has money, some people have money, some people worked in their 20s and 30s, and they work so much to the point that they save so much money that they no longer work anymore, and they work on other little things, little projects or something like that. That's a little bit different, you know. But I'm talking about these fools who actually seek women out to use them, and then we turn around and let them use us. So, you know, the second part of this paraphrase here, they tend to lean towards marriage as they get older and may be willing to utilize sexual behavior as a means to an end. So what happens is you'll see a woman older who will permit sex just to get companionship, to have somebody at the house, not understanding that you may have a devil. So it's something I want you to think about. Their biological shifts prompt men and women to drift into what is more psychologically, emotionally, and financially safer. Anyone entering the competitive mating market will have to decide if they're looking for a mate, long-term partner, or merely looking for fun. So by the time we get to a certain age, I don't think we're always looking for physical attractiveness. We do want to make sure that we can mate well in terms of having sex with someone and not feel turned off. But it's no longer the sort of game playing we did in our 20s to middle 30s, like up to 35. We're looking, by the time we turn 35, our thinking has really changed. And then in our 40s is when we really begin feeling our mortality. So therefore, we try to push ourselves with every effort we can into more psychologically, emotionally, financially safer strategies. So here's, sample language for mating markets. There's the sex market, and then there's the marriage market. So in the sex market, no strings attached. I'm looking for fun, rendezvous, the dating rotation, then side chicks and side dudes. In the marriage market, only serious inquiries, please. Not into games, looking for emotional connections, ready for a real relationship, one man, one woman. Well, the one thing about serious inquiries, then if you are interested in marriage, you shouldn't spend so much time in the sex market. You may have to go into the sex market to meet someone, then to date. But you shouldn't live in the sex market if you really want to be married to somebody. Remember, there are more men in the sex market than women. And there are more women in the marriage market than men. And so if that's what you want to do, then you would have to change your strategies and meet people at church, even though you can get some folks who are devils. Meet people at church, meet people through an organization or something like that. But your goal is to actually marry. So that means that you need to position yourself in order to actually get married. I would also think you would need to do premarital counseling even before you meet someone, because then it gives you a foundation to begin building on top of. And then you can always go to premarital counseling once you meet someone and it's required for you to marry. So in the sex market, there is greater representation of men in this market. When there is an oversupply of women in the mating market, men can be more selective, less committed, patient, and insistent on the sexual experience, meaning that they have the power in the relationship because there's an oversupply of women. Partner dependence is reduced. Men are more likely to pursue attractive alternatives. And in this market, women actually prefer stable sex and commitment. So a woman is not looking to have a whole bunch of sex partners. Apart from someone being a prostitute or any other type of person that falls under that category, they're not really looking to have a whole bunch of sex. They don't want to take in so many partners to the point that there's a risk. And even the side chick wants commitment and stable sex, right? So that lets you know that's, even though she's a side chick or a side dude, they still have the mission in mind to get to, prefer stable sex and commitment, marriage market. So there is a greater representation of women in this market when there is an oversupply of men in the mating market. Women can be more selective. They are the sexual gatekeepers. Pursuit of alternatives might be conditional on the status of partner and his capacity for benefit provisioning. And then men in this marriage market prefer varying degrees of sex. That's why men, if they are not relationship satisfied, and it's because they are not getting a variety of sex, that's when they struggle with their emotional regulation and step out of the marriage market or being married and step into the sex market. And because they want to have, sexual variety. And I've always said, if you want to have that, then just stay in the sex market. But I do understand, sometimes people have this cognitive dissonance that they commit to an action but don't understand the consequences of that action, as if they are both not connected. And people in general have that anyway, that they don't understand how they can step out of their marriage bed and have sex with somebody, and then the wife be upset with that. They can only think about one issue at a time. Well, you weren't giving me what I needed, so that's why I felt like I had to go there. But you're married. Don't you understand that? That should take precedence, that you are actually married. But they don't seem to understand that as the consequence being connected to that fact or truth. So what is this? What does the mating market mean for the 7-8? A woman who is perceived as a 7-8 must determine if she is in a sex market or in a marriage market. If a woman wants to have sex and hopes it leads to marriage, then she will need to determine what type of mindset her partner has. Does the woman's partner only want sex and to wait? Or does the woman's partner also want marriage? Determining which mating markets you are in is important for deciding when to exit one and enter another. So I'm going to take the last point first and then go up. So if you are going back and forth between the sex and marriage market, you have not closed that door. You are leaving it open. If you're still going back and forth with an ex while you're married, you want that door to be open. You cannot blame it on the ex for calling you. You can always change your number. You can always sit the ex down and say, I'm married now. If you are allowing it, it is because you want it, right? If it is something that you got to think about if you are perceived as a 7-8, or you in the sex market or in the marriage market, because if you're in the sex market, you're not going to have problems with sex. 9s and 10s, 7s and 8s, 5s and 6, and lower and 5 and below will have sex with you. Whether you are high value or not, you are a person that is not necessarily competitive in the mating market in contrast to the 9 or 10. So you're not going to have problems with getting sex, and you could have a lot of sex, but you may not still be considered high value and worthy of commitment. So then that's why you have to ask yourself these two questions. Do you want sex? Does a woman's partner only want sex and to wait, or does a woman's partner also want marriage? So if you want to marry, you may have to adopt that strategy with the actress Megan Good and her now husband Devin. I forget the last name. Megan is a beautiful woman, and she's always been considered like a sex symbol in films. But they came together prior to marriage during their engagement and promised each other that they would not have sex for 6 months before marriage. And they wrote a book about it, talking about their relationship and issues and struggles and how they actually worked through that for 6 months. So if you want marriage, then don't put sex first. I mean, it is really as simple as that. If you want marriage, don't put sex first. And so that's something that at 46, I need to consider that whoever I date, whoever I engage this time around, it has to be a marital partner. I'm not putting up with live-in situations anymore. I'm not putting up with premarital sex or fornication anymore. And I need to be a partner worthy of marriage. Whether I'm a 9, 10, or 7, 8, or 5, 6, I don't care. But I need to position myself as a partner, ready and capable with the capacity of marriage. So those are some questions I want you to think about. So let's get into sex ratio imbalances. The motivations of men and women in the mating market are reflected as a sex ratio imbalance, which further has a guiding principle, power within relationships. Because dependency is particularly important to the sex ratio hypothesis, and by extension the mating market, power in the relationship will determine the imbalance. So that's what we're going to get into. All else being equal, the availability of attractive alternatives outside of the relationship, yet inside the local market, tends to reduce an individual's dependency and result in lower levels of commitment to an investment in a relationship. The availability of attractive alternatives will determine commitment and one's dependency on that commitment. In other words, there is no longer the guarantor to ensure commitment. So commitment is so relative now, because women can pay for themselves and they are calling themselves independent. Men have now sort of supported that ideal, and so if you want to be independent, you go right ahead. But they're gonna withhold commitment. Now, what happens with men though is that they give commitment to the wrong person. So all men now who are calling themselves high value alpha males, they only want to date 9s and 10s, better yet dime pieces. And so what they're basically suggesting then is that they are willing to commit to that person versus a 7 or 8 or 5 or 6. And that's why I think it's a little dangerous, because then they will mess over the 7, 8, wait it out, fill their time, have a bunch of sex with the 7, 8, give the false impression that they are willing to commit, and then turn around and abandon that 7, 8 for the 9 and 10. So commitment is almost relative to. What is the sex ratio hypothesis? So a sex ratio is predicated on the number of men in a group or community relative to the number of women in that same group or community. It is a demographic and sociological characteristic of a group or community. The sex ratio hypothesis then holds that an oversupply of unmarried women in a community or group gives men therein considerably more power in romantic and sexual relationships, which translates into lower levels of relationship commitment, less favorable treatment of women by men, and a more sexually permissive climate where women receive less in exchange for sex. So when there's an oversupply of unmarried women, meaning that men's interests take more priority, so they feel like they have more power in the romantic and sexual relationships, meaning that they feel like they have more options. So it's an oversupply of all you unmarried women. So I have options. I don't have to be with you. If you don't want to be with me, or if you don't want to give it up, not a problem. I can go get someone else. So there is no real commitment. There is less favorable treatment of women by men, and then the climate is more sexually permissive. So then the more women feel like they cannot appeal to the man for commitment, the more inclined they will be to put out sex. And then the men are jumping from woman to woman, which further encourages a sexually permissive climate. And then, of course, women always receive less in exchange for sex. It's just, even if they were in a commitment relationship, they seem to always receive less. When there are more men in the mating market, men become less monogamous. When there are more women in the mating market, humans in general become more monogamous. So, what is the role of power? Power is a guiding principle of the sex ratio hypothesis. Now, don't forget this recap. Oversupply of unmarried women gives men power in romantic relationships. Okay, relationships in general are characterized by a struggle for power, whether they are sex-based or marriage-based. The pursuit of power is prevalent in friendships, romance, marriage, and family. So there's always going to be some kind of power struggle. You know, I was thinking about something that Laz Alonso said about his friend Melissa Ford, and he was saying, and her podcast, I'm Here for the Food. She was interviewing him along with her co-host, Blue. And he was talking about an ex or something like that, and the fact that he and Melissa have been friends for 15 years, and that any woman that he gets might have a problem with Melissa because she's gorgeous. And she's a very beautiful woman, gorgeous woman. Many men love her, and she looks like a sweet woman. But immediately when he said that, that was a turnoff for me, not because I want to look like her or not because I think she looks better than me. She has her look, I have my look. That wasn't the problem. But immediately when he said that many women might have a problem with him being friends with her because of how she looks, and they might be intimidated, and that they might want to, break up the relationship or whatever. But the problem is that he gave that situation power. So if she is so gorgeous and she looks so wonderful, then why isn't he married to her? Because he's going to compare his future whomever, whether she becomes a wife or girlfriend, long-term partner, to Melissa, because his mindset is already in a way of thinking about her being a gorgeous woman. So anyone who comes to engage him has to either look like her or look better than her, right? And that's the thing that I have so when he said that he gave her power, so then because he gave her that power, when she steps into a room, like for instance his house, and he is there with his girlfriend, she automatically has power, because the way he perceives her in terms of her physical attractiveness as being more powerful than any other woman who does not look like her. So that means that whoever he chooses, that person has to really look a lot better than her. And if she doesn't, then his thinking is already like, well, she's not like Melissa anyway. She's not as gorgeous, so she can be tossed at will. That's kind of not fair. You can say how whoever is pretty, you can say however way they look pretty, that is your prerogative. But if you are interested in marrying somebody, you definitely should not call another woman gorgeous, especially if you are considering marriage. So I wanted to kind of throw that in there because we're about to get into a discussion of power. So power in relationships is defined in two ways. So we can define power as the ability to influence others to do what we want. And then we can define power as the ability to resist the influence of others. So again, we can define it as the ability to influence people to do what we want. And we could also hold the power to resist the influence of others. Only the person who has effected change in another person is influential and thereby has exerted power directly or indirectly. So when there's an oversupply of women in the market and men want sex, the woman who gives in and has sex with the man's demands has basically given up her power. If you set a goal to not have sex while you are dating someone and engaged, and then you turn around and give up the sex, then you've just given over your power. You've just lost power. So there are 6 power principles, and I'm considering making a separate audio series based upon these principles. So let's go over them. So power as perception, power as a relational concept, power as resource based, power as less dependence and interest, power as enabling or disabling, and then power as prerogative. So let's go through each individual. So power as perception is defined within social and relational contexts. People who engage in powerful communication may not always be perceived as powerful. If a person does not perceive another person as powerful, then behavior is not dominant. Others are powerful only to the extent that we believe them to be powerful. And our perception of them as powerful really depends on their influence. If they are influential and to the point that they change a person's behavior, then they are exhibiting and expressing power. But if they can't change anybody's behavior or change anybody's thinking, they're not powerful, or at least not considered powerful. Some people may have objective power but also have trouble influencing others. Objective power is that power associated with wealth, prestige, position, and or strength. So we automatically perceive, say, like the billionaire. Let's look at Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Warren Buffett, any of the celebrities who have sort of like play powerful roles, maybe like the quarterback of a team or something like that. But there is objective power. We automatically perceive them as being powerful. Now, it depends though, however, because the one with the wealth, prestige, position, and or strength is the one who actually has the power. The celebrities might have influence, right? I think that's a little different because, you know, celebrities still are up under the thumb of studios and industry execs and, organizations or whatever. Unless they have their own studio and have their own network, cable network or something like that, they don't really have a whole lot of power. But they can have high influence. Real power is predicated on someone with objective power influencing others and perceived as powerful. So Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, or any of the network owners or football owners or whatever, we know them to have not only objective power, and they are also perceived as powerful. Power as a relational concept. So power exists in relationships. Power is always a relational concept. An individual cannot be powerful without someone else being less powerful. So that's why we often have these going back and forth in relationships, because everyone is trying to take the power reins, right? And in romantic relationships, really, there's no such thing as equal. Even if you make exactly the same money. Now, you can be partners, romantic partners in terms of life, but there's always one who is more powerful and more influential and one who is less powerful and less influential. And it's usually the man. he's head of house, and so there's a clear hierarchy, and I always go back to the Bible. God made man first, and so there's already an existing hierarchy. I don't care if the woman makes more money than he does. The male voice is still, the more powerful voice, because a man can just sit back and let you do everything you want to do as a woman, be independent, pay all the bills or whatever, and run yourself down. And he can sit back and just let you do it, and men will do it. They're not going to let you drive the car while they are driving. So once you sort of understand that, you understand that eventually you're going to have to give up the reins. You can still make decisions in the house as a marital partner, but eventually you're going to have to give up the reins to a sort of higher authority. And that's in every situation. That's not being offensive. You have a boss. You don't own your own company. And even if you own your own company, you still have to report taxes. You still have to adhere to state and federal laws. You still have to meet industry, licensing types of requirements. You cannot operate in the industry without like a certain license. If you are an accountant or financial investor, right, you need to take the Series 7 test to be a trader, things like that. So you're still always subject to a hierarchy. So that's not something for feminists, right, to get all up in arms about and start marching just because I say there's a hierarchy and that the male voice is always a higher priority, because God made man first, whether you believe in God or not. We live in a patriarchy. As much as women do now have influence, we still live in a patriarchy. In heterosexual relationships, men are more likely to be perceived as powerful. Men are also more likely to see the relationship hierarchically organized according to a pecking order. However, partners who exercise little control in the relationship may not be a couple. They may be perceived as mere roommates who live in the same house together. So it goes back to that example of the two married people who live in separate rooms. I guess somewhere they stop being marriage partners. And I feel like they stop being marriage partners when they finally divorced. That's really what I believe. They might say, different because it is their marriage. But to me, as long as you are still married, you're still marital partners. And so, and I always look at that as still hope. Power as resource based. So power as resource based is defined as a struggle over resources. The more scarce and valued resources are, the more intense and protracted are power struggles. So you have a room full of nines and tens. Nines and tens are scarce, and so they tend to be valued resources. 7/8 are less scarce, so they tend to be not really valued resources in terms of nines or tens. So the power struggle then would be between the men competing for the nines and tens. They're not going to necessarily compete for a 7/8 because the 7/8 is always available. As bad as that sounds, the 7/8 will give it up quicker because they want validation. They want you to recognize them. They're usually maybe the pick-me's, and pick-me's can be, fives and sixes, but 7/8 may have come up, as people who were taunted because of how they look. And even if they actually look pretty, they can still look pretty as women, but they might have been taunted how they looked, how they dressed, or something like that. Because I've heard even light-skinned women with long hair and everything tell me or tell other people that they were taunted in school. And we were always under the assumption that the light-skinned woman, in terms of the black woman, was more preferred. Because I went to a predominantly all-black school, and I'm black myself, African American, and we might have had maybe one Latino person right before we understood what Latino meant. We just call people who looked a certain way, Mexican, because that's how I live in Dallas, and so we're so closer to the border. And we always thought that the light-skinned person was the person who, got more attention, got more favor with men. But come to find out years later, I don't know how many interviews that I've heard and watched about light-skinned women having troubles and issues, being taunted and being called, different types of names. And I thought, honestly, I was one because I'm dark skinned. And so I've always had issues with someone mistreating me and attacking, my facial features. And so that is something that was really enlightening to me. But if the men in the room are competing, they're usually competing for the tens, right? First the tens, right? Because they are the dime pieces, right? But then if the person doesn't look completely like a dime piece, but a nine, then they're all competing against for the nines and tens. But they're not going to compete with 7 and 8s, because even if they don't get a 9 and 10, they can still walk out of that club with somebody who will have sex with them, whether it's a 7 or 8 or 5 or 6 or below. People tend to bring a variety of resources to the relationship, and men usually are the ones who have more power. However, this is changing as a result of women completing college and pursuing well-paying careers. They are beginning to bring more financial resources to the relationship, so that matters. Like I said in the beginning, like I said in the previous section, if the 7/8 is coming with resources, it makes a big difference for her. Like I said, a 7/8 can still be physically attractive, but just not be the same type of physical attractiveness as a 9 or 10. And the high value partner could still marry a 7/8 depending on the types of resources she brings to the relationship. I mentioned if she wins a mayoral race, or she becomes a U.S. or state senator, she has a big business, a brand or something like that, that raises her mate value, that raises her status. However, when she's a 7/8, men are always looking for an upgrade. And so they will upgrade to another 7/8 that has even higher resources, right? Or they will just simply go get a trophy wife who looks like a 9 or 10. And so even though women have made many strides, and they have become, and they have pursued and become independent, it's still a toss-up in terms of whether or not their resources they bring to a romantic relationship, maybe leading to marriage, are valuable enough to validate. Non-financial resources position women as having more power in relationships. So other resources such as communication skill, physical attractiveness, advice, social support, a sense of humor, parenting abilities, sexual rewards, affection, companionship, and love are exchanged in relationships. So this is that social exchange. The problem with this long listing here is there's still a hierarchy of what is important to men. And men are feel most comfortable with the person having physical attractiveness, and then sexual, variety, then likely parenting ability, and then everything else can kind of fall up under that, right? And so they still care about those three main areas, especially if they want to have children. If they don't want to have children, then it might be physical attractiveness, sexual, variety, and maybe communication skill or something. But I don't always think men look for companionship. I think after a certain age, they're looking for maybe emotional connections, but they tend to care about the main three things: physical attractiveness, sexual, variety. If they care, if they want children, parenting ability. That's why they tend to choose somebody younger. And then communication skill, for me, communication skill, if I was kind of thinking about a man, I would think in terms of having a worldview. But men also don't want you to know too much more than they do. So if you got a man who likes to debate, right, you are in the same industry and you're lawyers, attorneys or whatever, that might be a little different. When you're in the same industry, the same jobs, there's a little bit more comfort there, that you can feel more comfortable talking out particular types of issues. However, while women may have more power in private encounters with their partners, it is men who have more power in public interactions. Women often defer to men in public interactions, especially interactions with strangers where men tend to act more dominant. Women tend to be more powerful in sexual interactions, deciding when to exercise prerogative and escalate the relationship. That's why I say I go back to that hierarchy. Yeah, we live in a patriarchy. Sure, we live in a democracy. We are under a republic, etc., etc. But we really do live in a patriarchy, and you have more men in the House and in the Senate and in leadership positions than women. And so it's men who are making many of the decisions that we call ourselves having problems with. And that's why you see more women running for office, so they can get into these positions and make more decisions. Women do have more power in sexual interaction. Oftentimes a man will melt based upon the type of sexual experience he's having with that woman. And they do reserve the right to escalate the relationship. So that means it could move into other areas of a sexual experience. I've heard some people say that they got to have sexual variety to the point that it moves into the realm of kinkiness or something like that. And I'm not quite sure I'm up for that, but I will be up for sexual variety within the marriage context. I'm not looking to give all of my goods and all of my business to just a dating partner. Resources that each partner brings to the relationship may be reflected also in power or lack thereof. Resources may be abundant or scarce. So for instance, 7/8 are abundant. 9/10 are scarce. The power dynamic in relationships is based upon the scarcity hypothesis. So according to the scarcity hypothesis, people have the most power when the resources they possess are hard to come by or in high demand. For example, you may be attracted to several different people, but if you are in love with one of them, that person will have the most power. And that's something too I would like to think about as well, because women like to value the love that they have for a man as if it is the most valuable thing. But men value power, and knowing that you love them and knowing that you give up the sex or whatever makes them feel even more powerful, which makes them think that you are actually more abundant than scarce, because they still like to compete for you. Even if they have you, they don't want to feel like they have settled with somebody, that they always want to feel like that they have that they're still sort of competing for you, that you keep yourself so well that there may be a threat of you leaving or going with someone else, or another man mate poaching you, right? And so that's why it's not always a good idea for women to let themselves go. And we are all we're guilty of this, because especially women in general, once we feel like we got the man, we don't really need to keep ourselves up anymore. But prior to getting him, we made sure our hair was nice. We wore special perfume. We cooked for them. If we had sex first, we gave them great sex. But in doing all of that, we just made ourselves more abundant, meaning that He can find anybody to have that done, to get that done. He's looking for the one who won't do it. See, they're looking for the ones who won't do it in terms of being able to, get their needs met. But then they're looking for the one who won't do it in terms of finally choosing a partner they can trust. And if you're giving up the sex too early in a relationship, it is highly likely that they're not going to be able to trust you, right? As much as men like to pursue one night stands, they don't want to marry someone who was a one night stand. Both men and women believe that they are resources and that they each offer something to the other. They both believe that they hold power in relationships. However, the scarce resource is only valued in relationship, and it is based upon how it is perceived. Men value sex, but women value commitment. Again, each believes that sex and commitment are valuable resources, and they will employ power to tip the scales in their respective favors. I'm not saying I don't have a lot of faith in women, and I actually might be saying that at the same time, but we have just been going about this sex exchange the wrong way. Because if we really wanted commitment, then we really shouldn't have put sex first. Because if we would have put ourselves first and advocated for ourselves and not had sex, we likely would have gotten the commitment we feel we deserved. Because we consider it as a valuable resource. But once we put the sex first, which the man values or considers as a valuable resource, we basically abandoned our own goals. We didn't really keep to what we said. So, which led to the man having more power, even though we think we have a lot of power. We don't have a lot of power. And I'm not sure we will ever have a lot of power. And so we have to do a lot better when it comes to ensuring that we have a committed male partner. And I just want to leave you with that. However, resources can also be defined in terms of money and position and status. The rich and successful are perceived as scarce and valuable. For another person, religious beliefs and family values might be perceived as scarce and valuable resources for a relational partner to possess. On the other hand, income and financial resources usually went out on the power spectrum. So everybody wants their partner to have some money or some financial resource, some job, some income. Okay. Hopefully it improves over time. But when it comes to religion and faith, those are also valuable resources and are scarce because not many people some people don't want to support a particular faith or religion. And that's why that you should not marry someone who does not support your faith or who is of not the same faith. And that's Bible. Some people don't want to believe that because we live in a democracy, but it is scripture. Do not marry unequally yoked. And you can be unequally yoked in other areas too. You can be a family person, but your partner not be a family person, not want to have kids. You can be a person who likes to only make $20,000, $25,000 a year, and you're good, whereas your partner makes double that or more, and it's too much for you. So valuable resources are relative just as much as relationship satisfaction is, and you basically have to determine that. That's why you need to have the conversation, because what happens is you'll make $25,000 and you're good, and your partner makes $250,000, and then you get mad when the partner who makes more financially begins to make decisions. They make decisions about when to move, what to do, what to buy, because they know they have the money to pay for it. And then you might be perceived also as a lower mate value individual, whether you're a man or a woman making $25,000 a year. And it doesn't look like your income is going to shift any more than 1,000, maybe an extra 500 a year, or probably not even that. So then there's a lot of insecurity with that as well. And so there's a such thing as assortative mating, that tens marry tens, or mate with tens, fives marry fives, or mate with fives, because you basically have the same sort of mindset, income, potential, thinking about life, and you would hardly ever have a lot of stresses. When you think about the Roseanne show before it became the Connors, remember when they struggled while they were raising the kids and working, factory life, but they didn't have a threat of any sort of infidelity. They just had regular struggles, going to work. He had a bike shop. Dan had a bike shop. Roseanne was working as a waitress, and then in the factory, and then different areas. And they were just basically, I don't know what you would call them, middle class or lower middle class, and they paid for the house and they paid for everything they needed to do. But once the show was about to end, and the writers wrote in how they won the lottery, somehow that changed Dan's thinking. All that time, he never cheated. He never cheated. Even when they were stressed out, he never cheated. But when they got money, that's when he had some sort of infidelity incident. And so again, valuable resources. Somebody might value, one of you might value just having a home, going to work every day. If you make enough, if you get rich, you get rich. Because all throughout the series, Roseanne never really played the lotto. It wasn't until the end of the series. And so, but somehow Dan valued somebody else, because once he got money, that made it possible for him to basically, or that gave him access to other women at another level. And I don't think the other woman was any really better than Roseanne. After all, Roseanne was, just as rich as Dan. They both won. And, but somehow the money gave him access to women that he felt might have been higher in value. So just because you might think something is a valuable resource doesn't necessarily mean that it is for someone else, because the income and financial resources usually went out on the power spectrum. So once he got money, it felt like he had power. And so then he exercised power in committing some sort of infidelity against his wife, and that turned it into issues, that they had. And so again, you might value one thing, but your partner might value another. Power as less dependence and interest. So people who have more to lose have lesser power. People who have less to lose have greater power. People who are less involved in the relationship have greater power. And men who are less emotionally invested in a relationship have greater power than women. So the one who is dependent upon the other has less power, period. If you move into somebody's house because you are down on your luck, it doesn't matter that you are an adult. They should still treat you as an adult, but it doesn't really matter that you are an adult. You immediately lose power when you move into that environment. I had a situation that created a setback in my life. I think I mentioned it on another audio, but I had a friend from a job wanted me to move into her place, and she was trying to convince me that what I was doing was sort of I didn't make a good decision or something like that. The place I was living in, and the place I was living in was fine. I was paying all my bills. I was, paying my rent and everything, and my school was just the rail system away. I was actually doing better and on my way to even, better while I was in that place. So I let her convince me to move in to her place where she just wanted 275 and I was paying 600 and something at my current place. And I thought to myself, well, I guess it would be okay. I guess I'll go ahead and do that. And it was a, disobedient situation because I was Christian at the time and I'm still Christian. And the Bible reads, do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. And so I was a believer and she wasn't. She was an unbeliever. And so that created a setback because I had disobeyed. And immediately when I made that decision, it immediately put me in setback, which later I had to confront through correction and then overcome and then make my comeback, which is part of the process now. And so immediately, whatever power I had outside of her apartment and, moving into her apartment, whatever I had, I lost that power. I remember the friend who was taking me over to her house, and he had made us a comment while we were in the car, and he said something, and I believe it came from his soul. He don't know it, but I believe it came from his soul. He said, "Now you're homeless, or you're homeless, right?" And that was the weirdest thing. I'm like, how would I be homeless if I'm going to move into her apartment? But I was basically homeless because it wasn't my place. Now, of course, if you don't own the place, it's not your place anyway. But at least with an apartment, you have a lease. And they just can't so easily put you out. It's still your place on some level, right? You have some kind of legal right to it. But once I moved into her place, I lost all power. I became homeless, and I had to struggle from that situation from that January to August when I had to return. And I think I'm going to use that some kind of way in a future audio. So people who have more to lose have lesser power. So if you're married to a high value partner and you are a 7-8, even if you come with resources, you still might have more to lose because a man is only faithful as his options. And so if it comes around that he can have a 9 or 10 at a very high level, he will emotionally evict and abandon the 7-8 for the 9-10. People who have less to lose have greater power. So the high value man has less to lose because he's a high value man. He's an alpha male or whatever. People who are less involved in the relationship have greater power. So the person who is married to a core partner who barely comes home or has basically checked out of the relationship a long time ago, and this, it's just basically sustaining, the fact that they are still married, and because he probably doesn't want to come off any money. And then men who are less emotionally invested in a relationship have greater power than women. So men are logical creatures. That's what we really have to understand. That men are really logical creatures. They're not really going to operate from a place of emotion. When they begin operating from a place of emotion, it is them sort of operating in their feminine, and they oftentimes don't want to do that. Power as less dependence and interest is predicated on commitment and investment. So we're always going to throw that word out there, commitment. People who are dependent on their relationships and partners are in the less powerful position, especially if they know their partners are uncommitted and might leave them. And that's always obvious. Dependence power is related to quality of alternatives. Quality alternatives is simply the types of relationships and opportunities people could have if they were not in their current relationship. And that's the thing about men. Women don't always think like that. They might think like that about a house. Like they could have a better house, or they could have a better car, or they could have, you know, some material, you know, type of thing or whatever. But men are the ones who think about um, what they could have in another woman. They're the ones who think like that, not women. So here's a sample scenario. Jane is attracted to other men, but Bill is not attracting other women. In this scenario, Jane is the scarcer resource. She has more power than Bill in the relationship. Therefore, Bill will likely feel more dependent upon Jane, which places him in a powerless position. And this is what we call the principle of least interest. So there is a difference in the intensity of positive feelings between partners. The partner who feels more strongly is at a disadvantage when it comes to power. And you see this because the one who feels more strongly is always the one who is complaining about the relationship. When you see someone who doesn't actually sort of say anything about the relationship or don't really complain, they've gone silent, they're the ones who have the most power. If you're in love with your partner, but your partner is not in love with you, it is your partner who holds the power in the relationship. There is an inverse relationship between your interest and the partner's interest. When the least interested partner makes requests, such as requesting money or sexual favors, the more interested partner is likely to comply rather than risk losing the relationship. In contrast, when the more interested partner makes a request, the less interested partner knows that he or she does not have to give in to maintain a relationship. So you see this in films a lot, where the woman who is being emotionally and mentally and psychologically neglected is also being sexually neglected. And so she might put on a slinky dress or something like that and appeal to her partner. If you remember Tyler Perry's movie, Why Did I Get Married? The first one. And I forgot Jill Scott's character's name. But Jill Scott's character was trying to appeal to her husband. So she put on a nice, sleep gown or something like that to try to, appeal to him. And he just mocked her and made fun of her and laughed at her. And so she was requesting basically a sexual favor in the sense that he's not having sex with her. Come to find out, he was having sex with the woman that she was friends with. Okay. So then he felt like he didn't really have to comply with her request to maintain the relationship. The relationship was going to be maintained regardless because he basically has the power in the relationship. He also had power over the account. So when he finally left her, when it was found out or discovered that he had been cheating with her, he basically, I think, left her the house or something, and then he cleared out the bank accounts or whatever. So that tells you right there that he basically had the power in the relationship, and that she was dependent on him. Even though she helped him with his business, she had the business acumen to help him or whatever. She came with resources, her knowledge, her college degree, her education, her savviness. That wasn't enough for him. Her weight was an issue for him. Her look was an issue for him. And the woman who was her friend was considered for him a 9 or 10. And so he was willing to give up the marriage, right? Not maintain a relationship for a woman who was not even near what the wife brought to the table. It was like what Tyler Perry's character says about the 80-20 rule, that you give up, how do you say, you give up 80% thinking that the 20 is 80%, when really the one you think is 80 is really 20%. I'm not saying it right, but you You can always look it up, but it's an 80-20 rule. The partner who is subordinate in the relationship has less power. Values such as self-focused autonomy and connectedness both influence power in the relationship. Where partners value mutuality, equality is most likely. So power as enabling or disabling. So power can enable or disable. There's a catch 22 with power. People often want the personal agency that comes with power. However, excessive use of power could affect interpersonal relationships and closeness. People do not like to feel dominated, and they will often resist and reject when they feel coerced. And so this usually, I think, happens in the workforce. It may also happen in, family dynamics, especially with a parent-child, relationship where the parent is still having problems with understanding that the child is not a child anymore and the child is an adult. And you might see that the parent employ excessive use of power as if he or she is still parenting the adult like a child. And people tend to reject and resist when they feel coerced to do something. And in that dynamic, coercion could be really reflected in the way that the parent is punking the adult. And no one likes to feel like they are being punked. And so people will, leave relationships simply because of that sort of toxic dynamic. Power can be used to enable self-confidence, expression, and energy to shape and achieve goals and maintain good relationships. However, power can be disabling when it leads to destructive communication patterns between partners and within other types of relationships. So there are two types of destructive communication patterns. So the chilling effect and then the demand withdrawal pattern. And we're going to look at both. So with the chilling effect, the person with less power is unlikely to communicate grievances with the relationship to the other partner. The chilling effect occurs in less committed relationships. Partners are afraid to respond to relationship problems out of fear of losing their partners. Partners avoid negative relational consequences and problems remain unsolved. This reminds me of still a person in a childlike mentality that if they say something wrong to the parent, they're going to get into trouble. They don't want to risk the parent being mad at them or getting upset or utilizing discipline or something like that. And so the woman who is in a less committed relationship, who feels less powerful, is usually the one who is afraid to respond to relationship problems out of fear that she will lose the partner and will avoid relational consequences. And then, of course, the problems remain unsolved. So the demand withdrawal pattern occurs when one partner makes a demand and the other partner becomes defensive and withdraws. When people feel powerless, they sometimes enact, demanding behavior to try to change their partner's behavior. For example, women tend to seek change in the relationship more than men, which places them in a powerless position and demanding role. So a lot of times you might see the woman use an ultimatum, because if we are enacting, any kind of demanding behavior, it is usually because we are using an ultimatum to try to guide and change behavior. Well, whatever we do in the romantic relationship, it is likely something that was done to us, or what we saw. And what we saw and what was done to us is usually within the family dynamic. You have a parent who it's hard for the parent to get the child to change. So then the parent will utilize or enact a demanding behavior, right? Tell the child, if you don't do this, I'm going to do this, right? To try to change the child's behavior, but it doesn't change. And so the parent then, even though the parent is a parent and clearly a parent, the parent, in trying to get the child to change their behavior and unable to, they end up in a less powerful position. How many shows have you seen, episodes on Dr. Phil, of kids at varying ages and stages hitting their parents and cussing out their parents, and the parents, going off somewhere and crying about it, and, yelling or something like that? There is no discipline for the child who hits their parent in the back or throws something across the room or something like that. And so then the parent becomes actually the child, and then the child becomes the parent. And so the parent is losing power, losing that power dynamic. It is the prerogative of the partner with more power to create and break the rules. According to the prerogative principle, powerful people can violate such norms, break relational rules, and manage interactions without as much penalty as powerless people. So, like the rich person, wealthy person who's a high value partner, he can cheat. There is really not going to be any sort of consequence for him unless he's cheating with someone on the job and the person accuses him of, sexual harassment. And we already have a few, instances brought on by the Time's Up movements and Me Too movements of men acting badly. For example, a person with higher status at a company can arrive late to a meeting without consequence, while a subordinate might be suspended. In romantic relationships, the person who cares the least may be able to get away with arriving late for dates, forgetting birthdays or anniversaries, or even dating other people. And when I think about that in terms of relationships, when you continue to take somebody back, these are some of the factors that you have to consider if you decide to take them back or if you decide to not take them back, because people do what they want to do. If they really want to be in a relationship with you, they will allocate every effort at mate retention. They will make sure they do what they need to do. Now, no one needs to get on their knees. No one needs to beg. No one needs to lie to you, placate you. But in a basic, in a foundational romantic relationship, you shouldn't have to feel subordinate to your mate. You shouldn't feel, there's always going to be some kind of power dynamic in every relationship, but it shouldn't be that you have to remind your partner that you're sleeping with, paying bills with, living in the house with, that they need to remember your birthday or remember your anniversary or continue to arrive late for dates. To me, they don't want to be in a relationship, or they may be trying to punish you. Whatever it is, it has to get resolved, because you can't live like that. What if every time you have a situation and he or she decides that they want to continue to do exactly the other thing, and then once they decide that they want to date other people, it's better to let them go. Because if you take them back after their decision to date other people, you will always be in a perpetual powerless position. It is the prerogative of the powerful partner to manage verbal and nonverbal communication. So, It's almost like a partner is training you like a dog, and you do have some relationships that are like that they're almost training you like a dog. They start and end the conversation. Well, in a romantic relationship, especially a dating relationship, to me, I think is more democratic because you have a viewpoint and he has a viewpoint. When you get into a marriage relationship, however, there's always a hierarchy. Maybe the man, the husband, has final say on certain things that go on in your relationship, especially the finances. But the wife might have final say with what goes into the house and how much in terms of finances, right? It just depends. But when a person has more power than over another person, they control the communication. So how many times have you heard somebody say marital relationship or just regular romantic relationship? I want to feel heard. I don't feel like I'm heard. Can I talk? I remember someone saying that oftentimes people in relationship are not really trying to listen to you. They're just waiting to have their turn to talk. And you gotta be an active listener. That's what we teach in college. English. I teach English, and that you have to engage the text. Write down notes or take notes or anything like that, or record what you have just learned. Otherwise, you will lose it. So if you find yourself in the same situation in your romantic relationship, someone or both of you are not taking notes. You're not keeping a journal, or you're not mentally taking notes of each person's issue, because you shouldn't have to continue circling the same argument. Every time you look up, every time you turn around, you're talking about exactly the same thing. So for instance, if your partner cheated on you and you decided to take him back or take her back, and every few months that partner tends to bring up what you did, right? Well, something didn't get resolved the last 3 months, or the 3 months prior, or the 3 months even prior to that. And so somebody is not being heard. Somebody is not actually revealing what he or she actually thinks about the situation. All you know and all the other person knows is that one partner was accepted back into the fold, right? Accepted back into the marriage, into the house, into the finances, into the life of living a married person, but almost without consequence. Because again, if you're talking about it again, that means that there wasn't really a lot of consequence for the cheating partner. In terms of verbal behavior, powerful people initiate and manage conversations, change topics suddenly without warning, interrupt others from completing a thought, and terminate discussions at will. So I've had a relationship like this with my mother. She will sort of feign this idea that she wants to talk and have a conversation, but then somehow when I get into a deep analysis of the topic, making connections or something like that, she immediately gets offensive somehow. It's not like I'm charging her with an offense, but something in what I'm saying or how I'm saying it is offensive, and she will immediately get up and go to the room. Or it can be just a regular engaging conversation, and like clockwork, she'll get up and go to the room, or she will immediately answer phone, or say that she has to go and call someone. I forgot to do something or whatever. And then I'm sitting there in the living room, on the couch, on the chair, waiting for her to return. It's a power struggle because it's not like I can get up from the chair and go sit somewhere else and it not be perceived as disrespectful. But in some ways, I may have to do that. Now, we're not in contact right now. We are estranged. And in some ways, I kind of have the power struggle. But it was very much like what you see here on this slide, the interrupting of others to where I couldn't complete a thought, changing topics, terminating the discussion at will, even though she would initiate the discussion. I found myself later, because I didn't have the prerogative to speak as a child. I was silenced. I was, isolated, and the environment was toxic. When I grew up, I found myself talking, for one, and then I found myself talking over others, for two. And I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I just realized that I hadn't been talking. Other than being in a classroom and you're talking or something like that, that's different. But I realized in some ways that college opened up my mouth. For one, you have to talk. And then for two, you have to present something that is worthy of discussion. I found myself being received in my immediate classroom context. But I did not find myself received in my immediate friendships. And it seemed like those friendships mirrored my home life. That was like the one person who was like the leader of the pack. And she kind of set herself up to be that way. And she would sort of discount everybody else in terms of what they had to say. And then when I was off with other people, I would sort of interrupt others from completing a thought. Again, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but when you are silenced, when you are socially isolated, when you are pushed back to actually becoming a loner, when you do get a chance to talk, you want to talk. And then when you get a chance to talk, you are perceived as being too talkative, right? Then that creates an even different power struggle, because the person who is telling you that you are talkative is essentially saying you basically need to shut up or don't talk as much. And so then when I used to people please, I would just cower and sit back and not say anything, or I would just impose a silence because I was offended at them making the comment. So power dynamics, you can find people trying to control the verbal communication, trying to shut you up. You see these in group dynamics all the time. Again, the leader of the pack, and then there's always someone they target. There's always a person that they target, that they try to scapegoat, that they try to make as a problem, and then they begin to facilitate conversations around that person, pitting the larger group against that one person, and then the one person against the larger group. So I once I realized that I was doing that, I was just waiting for the other person to talk, right, to give my viewpoint, or I was just interrupting others. I started to be conscious of that, and I started to learn how to teach myself how to wait. Sometimes I slip up and struggle a little bit, but for the most part, I do my best not to interrupt someone else's communication. With regard to nonverbal nonverbal behavior, powerful people often initiate touch because they are perceived as having more power in the interaction. This includes teachers, superiors, and lawyers. However, a student or subordinate who initiates touch would be perceived as being inappropriate with a teacher or superior. So, I remember being in a women's studies class. I think it was maybe women's studies 1 or 2. I can't remember. And the teacher was part of the LGBTQ community right before we started to use that collection of letters. And I don't know, out of some strange feeling or something like that, she gave me some, she returned our papers, and then I patted her on the back. I don't know why I do that, like an old lady or something like that. And she called attention to it. And I'm thankful that she did, because it was kind of like initiating touch. Now, I'm not part of the LGBTQ community, but from that experience as a college student in her class, I watch what I do with my own students. And I've noticed that one student out of my whole time of teaching might have initiated touch, because she probably thought like me. You sort of hug on people and you pat them on the back or something like that. It's just, I don't know, it's just some sort of weird little habit. But students can't do it. I make sure that students don't even come around my desk where I'm standing, because there has to be a clear line between teacher and student. And there's always a tendency of students to, kind of come around where you are to talk to you. And so I have to make sure that I set that standard, even when I'm talking to a student by myself, with them in a classroom, unless there's another student outside waiting, I make sure the door is open, because in that way we are basically both sharing power in a sense, right? Even though I'm the teacher, I'm trying to make sure that student does not feel like he is powerless in a situation, that he feels he is protected. So that was something that I thought about from the time I was in college to the time I became a teacher, how important it is, your interaction, and how important it is as an authority figure, that you do not initiate touch like that, because it can be perceived as harassing, and then later as sexually harassing. So what do the 6 power principles have to do with the 7-8? So let's look at each of the 6 and apply how they actually apply to the 7-8. Power as perception. The 7-8 is perceived as not having a lot of power in the relationship, and will therefore likely remain in a bad relationship instead of try to change the situation. So the 7-8 might have some insecurities, maybe in terms of physical attractiveness. The 7-8 might be not physically fit. The 7-8 may not have the type of job they might, whereas the high value partner might have a type of job that makes a lot of money. The 7-8 might have a job that only makes $25,000 a year. So there may be some insecurities, right? Not feeling like she wants to use his money or be perceived as a person who is just after his money. Power as relational concept. So the 7-8 is part of a larger hierarchical pecking order that the man creates. The 7-8 is subject to lose advantage to a 9-10. So even a man who has a 9-10 will upgrade to another 9-10, right, depending upon the status of the new 9-10. But when you are a 7-8, you understand that you are part of that hierarchical pecking order, and that at any time you can be changed out for another. That's why I often think people who know who they are, whether you are above average or below average, you tend to want to stick with that relationship because you know on some level that he could, choose someone else, right? And you can still think you're beautiful. You can still come to the table with a lot to offer, worthy of marriage, and somehow you know your difference from a 9, 10, and yourself. Power as resource based. So the 7, 8 is less scarce than the 9, 10. The 9, 10 is more scarce than the 7, 8. There is an abundance of 7, 8s than 9, 10s in the mating market. The 7, 8 is not in high demand. The partner the 7, 8 is in love with has more power. So it's already obvious that men are as loyal as their options. So there's always the possibility that he will want to upgrade you, even if he upgraded you from a 7, 8 with another 7, 8, right? Of course, men like to win and be perceived as winners. That gives them great power, and especially an ego boost. So it is likely that the man will upgrade the woman to a 9, 10. Now you think about Kevin Hart, and I think I've talked about this. Kevin Hart was doing just fine with Tori Hart. He was kind of like a nobody, but he was trying to make it. But as soon as he made it to the big leagues, and now we know him as Kevin Hart, he dropped Tori Hart, and she just, basically became the come up woman. Even though she held him down the whole time that he was going after his dream, and he married someone who did nothing for him. And so, when he divorced Tori and married someone else completely different, who I believe he thinks is a 9, 10, that just lowered Tori's value, because had he divorced Tori before he became the Kevin Hart, then she could have, retained her 7, 8 status or became a 9, 10. But once he became Kevin Hart and then he divorced her, she looks like a person on the market who's only going to be a 7, 8, because this high value man discarded her. And really, the 7, 8 is actually perceived as 5, 6 compared to his new wife. So the 7, 8 is never in high demand. There's always an oversupply of 7, 8s, because there are always an oversupply of above average, below average or average in the mating marketplace. And so the partner that the person is in love with, who really, or he doesn't even necessarily have to be in love, he can just want to pursue that person actually has more power. And because that person has more power, your partner will have to do all that he has to do to try to attain that person, so then he can have power with her. I think it's a falsity that the person who did nothing for you really doesn't know you. That person can have kids with you, live with you forever. But if something happens in your life and you could no longer be Kevin Hart, right? There's a higher chance that that person will leave you, because the person hasn't put in any kind of work ethic, in terms of relationship. She just knew that she could leverage her beauty, which made it possible then for you to be able to leverage your status, and that's why they are together. Power as less dependence and interest. The 7/8 is more likely to comply with requests for money and or sexual favors, which makes a 7/8 more dependent on their partner for love and affection. This means that the less interested partner holds more power. I'm not quite sure you should marry someone if you don't have um, um, close to the same income. Because if you got a person who's making $100,000 and you're making $25,000, that's a huge jump. And you may not necessarily feel the freedom or have the spending power the way you want. Um, and then the partner is more likely to tell you to quit your job because he can take care of you both. And that's true, you know. $100,000 is true. I don't think it's a good idea to be without work today, considering how things are going. But I mean, it is true. But when you are in these types of situations where you are dependent upon the person for money, say you are a living partner, a live-in partner, and he is the primary breadwinner, then it makes it a little difficult because it's not like he's putting you over the finances. It's like you have to go and ask him for finances. And anytime you have to ask anybody for finances, whether it's your romantic partner, your husband, anybody, you automatically feel less powerful. How many times have you felt like, I don't want to ask this person for money? I don't want to do it. But you have to, because it's the only person for certain has the money that you need. And so you automatically put yourself in a very powerless position, and then you get offended by it. You begin to resent it. And oftentimes we want to blame the other person for loaning us the money or giving us the money, when in actuality we need to blame ourselves for not being able to manage money. So the less interested partner always holds more power. Power as enabling or disabling. The 7/8 would be less likely to respond to relationship problems to avoid losing the partner. When the high value partner wields power by withdrawing from the relationship, the 7/8 will move the relationship towards change by enacting demanding behavior. So this is the ultimatum. No one really responds to an ultimatum. I don't care what you say. I don't care how the person responds to you. They always resent having to be pulled by you, or having to be kind of tricked into having good behavior. They always hate the fact that they gave in, right? It messes with their ego, right? For one, and it will mess with your ego as a woman if you had to give in to a man who was wielding power like that. When I thought we were married, let's just work together as two partners. I understand that you still are, considered head of house or something like that, but you don't have to make me feel less than. So we often enact, demanding behavior out of fear of losing the person. And we go with the first thing that comes to mind, make him think that he is losing me, and make him think about the consequences of that. Well, the 7/8 is not in demand. So you making a person think that he is losing you is like, okay, I can always go and get a 7/8. A 9 and 10 is actually scarce. I can't get a 9 or 10. For one, there aren't many 9s and 10s, especially 10s. So once I get one, I'm going to keep that person. So if you decide that you want to leave, because I'm not giving in to an ultimatum, If you decide you want to leave, then you leave. You leave with everything, leave with the clothes on your back, a bag or something like that. I don't know. But no one sort of responds to ultimatums long term. They might in that moment respond to an ultimatum to save face, but eventually they're going to come back around and have a problem with how you treated them, how you made them feel less powerful in the situation. Power as prerogative. So the 7/8 loses power to the high value partner's prerogative to manage the relationship on his terms. The high value partner is the driver of the relationship. And then remember that the 7/8 is less competitive. So if you get a high value partner, then you are there is some sort of advantage to your mate value, right? That's why you have to, in some ways, play the good 7/8. Once you play the challenging 7/8, or the demanding 7/8, or the 7/8 who can take you or leave you, type person with the high value partner, you run the risk of losing that partner. A partner still chose you to be a partner for him. Hopefully the partner didn't choose you to only serve like one purpose for him, and that love is not on the table. Hopefully you don't have that kind of situation, because that could still happen. But in terms of the mating marketplace, if this doesn't work out with the high value partner, that means you have to return to the mating market still a 7/8, and then compete again with other 7/8s, and then struggle, to compete with 9s or 10s. All right, competitive advantages in the mating market. So personality provides a competitive advantage in the mating marketplace. For example, extroverts tend to be more liberal in their attitudes towards sex. They show higher socialization behavior and increase their access to more mating opportunities. So extroversion is one of the big the big 5 personality traits. I tend to use the chart in different audios, so you should be familiar. So if we're looking at extroversion, if you take the big 5 test, you may score high or low in certain areas based upon the questions on that test. So if you score high in extroversion, you are affectionate, you are a joiner, talkative, fun-loving, active, and passionate. If you think about talkative and what I was talking about in terms of interrupting others, when I'm by myself, I tend to be a loner, right? So I was scored low in extroversion as a loner, okay? But when I'm out and about and I'm among a group, or I'm just, I don't know if I'm really looking for attention, but something in me triggers and I begin to just talk and be sort of like a joiner, or fun loving, or something like that. I'm active. There are some circles I will be a little reserved if I am unfamiliar with the context, right? With the environment, because in some contexts you can't really joke, even if the day calls for a little joking, a little laughter. In some contexts, some environments, you can't joke, so you may have to be reserved. Now, you may not be able to joke, but the people on one hand can joke, right? So then if you score low, you are reserved, loner, quiet, sober, passive, and unfeeling. And passive is relative, Not everyone is going to actively enjoy every sort of activity. I'm not going to be a rock climber. That is not in my destiny. I'm not going to jump out of a plane. That's not in my destiny. I'm not going to run a, triathlon or something like that. Those are areas where I'm going to be passive. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't do a little 5K walk, right? But there are just some things I'm just not going to be an extrovert, or I just don't have any passion about. I can look at someone who does it and say, oh, that's great, and feel good for them and everything and feel happy for them. But that's not going to be me. But I will often score low in extroversion in terms of being a loner. And I notice being a loner actually does work for me because I can get a lot of stuff done. When I say loner, I don't mean lonely. But I do think that being a loner was socially, was nurtured, from my family life. I do feel like it was nurtured because once I left the immediate family environment, I kind of just, blossomed a little bit in school. And once I went to college, I tried to join everything. I wanted to be a part of everything. I loved college. I loved being in college. I loved being in the classrooms and things like that. I got distracted a lot, but it was something, that just, I felt like it was home for me. It was a place for me to, belong. And I didn't always have, the best of moments. That was at my responsibility, but for the most part, I scored high. So there are different contexts where you may score high and contexts you might actually score low. Normal extroversion may signal access to potential mates, increase of sexual frequency, and investment in the reproductive processes. Extreme extroversion, however, may signal promiscuous and risk-seeking behavior and overconsumption of resources. So this is where you see the people who their claim to fame is having slept with 1,000 people, or you might have the man who has a dating rotation and then is also sleeping with new people. You might have someone who goes online to seek for sex. You may have just a number of options. I always think, and this has been confirmed from watching another video, that people who are in porn, they started somewhere, but people who are in porn are already sexually addicted. And so by the time you are showing yourself on a video naked and straddling a man, or pumping a woman, or straddling a dildo, you are already addicted to the thing that you're doing. And so that's extreme extroversion. If you are part of the prostitute industry or whatever, that's extreme extroversion. The normal extroversion is, considering maybe going to the club, considering dating, and then considering marriage, who you can reproduce with. Being too much of an extrovert may correlate to high openness, which is another big 5 personality trait. High openness will generate short-term mating strategies or opportunities. Low openness will increase the opportunity for offspring success. So if you are low in openness to experience, meaning that you are low in wanting to experience everything, you're trying to save yourself for having a child, right? Because you don't want to sleep with everybody, then get pregnant, and then not know who the father is, right? Or who the father is. But if you are high open, you're looking just to have multiple one night stands. So those are basically short-term mating opportunities. So openness to experience, one of the big five. Again, you could score high or low. If you tend to score high, you are imaginative, creative, original. You prefer variety, curious, and liberal. If you are low, you tend to be down to earth, uncreative, conventional. You prefer routine, uncurious, and then conservative. And I think it's important to focus on the high more than anything, because when you're choosing your mate, you really do need to know what type of variety they want, because not everybody likes only the missionary position. They might like other types of sexual positions. Okay, that's obvious, right? You can have a discussion about that. But then when will you have a discussion about your mate wanting to visit a strip club all the time? And we're not talking about for the bachelor's party or with some homeboys while he is single. He's married now, or he's in a relationship with you in a long-term dating relationship that might lead to marriage. When are you going to have that conversation? Because if he is visiting the strip club, he wants that type of variety, and eventually he's going to bring that person from the strip club to the bedroom with you. And so then if he's asking, if he's suggesting that he wants something like that, that means he's also suggesting that he wants a three-way, right? But then if he does that, eventually that three-way is going to turn into an orgy later. And so I think those are questions that we need to begin asking these men when we are dating them, because I'm not looking to have an open relationship or an open marriage. I'm not looking to have a BDSM, bondage um, situation. I'm not looking to have that. I'm not looking for you to beat me and tie me up and to ropes and things like that. Nobody wants, boring sex either, but I don't know. I'm just not looking to do that. So you may have to find a partner who is, still good in bed, but also prefers a little bit of routine, because you're not tying me up and then you have sex with me and you put your hand on my neck, so you can get that full experience, then I end up dying. I'm not doing that either. This means that a partner who is low in openness is less likely to pursue alternative mating strategies and will possess a higher conscientiousness towards commitment. Conscientiousness is also one of the big five personality traits. Because men must compete harder for sexual access to women, men benefit from a wider variance in personality. So, how many times have we heard a man say, it's her personality that got me? I decided that I wanted to be with her because, she didn't have an attitude. So, conscientious is one of the big five personality traits. Females do not need to demonstrate such variance or differentiate themselves, because they represent the supply side of the mating market. Women can be more selective in their mating choice behavior. Again, it always depends on your mate value and how you are perceived in terms of rankings. So conscientiousness, if you are scored high, you tend to be conscientious. There's a difference between consciousness and conscientiousness. So consciousness means awareness. Conscientious is really defined right after the words you see here: hardworking, well organized, punctual, ambitious, and then persevering. And then if you score low in conscientiousness, then you tend to be negligent, lazy, disorganized, late, aimless, and quitting. That's one of a number of things that you got to think about, especially at my age at 46. If I decide to get married, I can't have a problem with a person. I can't have a partner who has a problem keeping a job. By the time you get to a certain age, as I noted some slides before this, I can't have a problem with someone who quits everything they do, everything they build. I remember something. I saw this video with Lucille Ball, and she was having a discussion about her ex-husband, Desi Arnaz. And she was older. I think it was one of those videos in passing or something like that. And she called him a loser. She didn't call him a loser from a negative viewpoint, even though it sounds like that. She called him a loser because, and here's how she defined it, that he will build something up just to tear it down. Just he had to, and she put it in such a way that he had to tear it down. It's not like he messed up and hit something and it came down or something like that. No, he had to tear it down. And you got a lot of people like that they don't know how to operate at a certain level. They only know how to operate at a very low level where they only make almost enough or just enough, never enough, whatever the enough is. And so they often are the types of people who will not try to find another opportunity or something. But the ones who quit, the ones who are aimless, they are the worst people to be around, especially if you are a person with aim and purpose and goal setting and you believe in sticking it out. Like with my ex, he was just the type of person, he couldn't stay on a job longer than 2 years. And I don't even think he did that. And within months of him starting the job, he was already creating problems and troubles with the supervisor. And maybe on some level he was jealous of the supervisor because the supervisor had, attained a supervisory position that he had, and they were the same age. I came across a person who was maybe, I think, a year older, and she was my associate dean, and I thought she was older. And it's not that she looked older, but she carried herself like she was seasoned. And one day she told me how old she was, and she was just a year older than me, and I was shocked. And it didn't hit me while I was sitting there, but it hit me much later when I began to think about it, because I felt like I was, financially behind. I had a job. I was the adjunct faculty member, and she was our associate dean. But when I looked at her, she looked like where I should be. That I had played around in my finances so long, too many times, that when I became homeless as a result of losing my job, and didn't have anything and didn't have any savings, it put me behind. It set me back. And a good number of my 30s were spent in correction, homeless, sometimes, living at my parents' houses, a brother, different shelters, things like that. And it just put me back. And when I looked at her, I saw the mirror of what I should have been doing, what I should look like by a certain age. And so that gave me pause. That sobered me. I made sure to listen whenever she talked. She was kind of a person, she just kind of reminded me of a person who was kind of stingy with knowledge and wisdom. But when she did say something that I felt like God was showing me through her, I made sure to listen. And so that's when I also realized I needed to stay on my job just to build stability, because I had been out of work for so long, and I didn't have the stability of work. In contrast, the guy that I was dating, he was messing over his jobs. He was going back and forth, playing around, just not conscientious altogether. And he was emotionally lazy, psychologically lazy. He neglected himself in terms of just increasing his knowledge base. It's almost like the only thing he knew was what he knew. He didn't improve himself. He didn't try to take classes or something like that. So conscientiousness is something that all of us should have, even if you don't like any of the other big 5 personality traits. If you're going to get somewhere, do something, you got to be attentive. You got to be attentive consistently. You got to persevere, and even when you're turned down and the thing that you're doing is a very good thing, but it's not accepted right now, you still got to continue to persevere and plan. The male who exhibits low conscientiousness is more likely to decrease his competitiveness in the marriage market. He is more likely to do well in the sex market. On the other hand, males who are lower in extroversion, more conscientious, more emotionally stable, lower in openness, and less in agreeableness are more likely to be competitive in the marriage market. Meaning the difference between the two, one man at the top is not ready to settle down. The man at the bottom here is he's ready to settle down. So he's not going to be so much of an extrovert leading to, promiscuity. He's going to be conscientious about who he dates and what he does on each of the dates. He's emotionally stable. He's going to be less open to risks and be more agreeable or less agreeable with the status quo, right? And so he's going to be a better competitor in the marriage market. So you wouldn't want a person who's sleeping around to be a competitor in the marriage market, right? So the person who is sleeping around is the one who's going to exhibit low conscientiousness and be more competitive in the sex market, because that's where he actually belongs. Agreeableness is another big 5 personality trait. It is more likely that females who are high in agreeableness will have offspring success. However, males who are low in agreeableness will have less of an advantage with females who desire long-term over short-term mating. So you don't pick a person just because he looks great. You pick a person to determine if you both agree. There's a scripture in the Bible, I think it's Amos 3:3. Can 2 walk together unless they agree? Can 2 walk together unless they agree? If you got a person, and that's something that I got to take down too. If you got a person, you're both having sex, and then you end up pregnant, and then he says he doesn't want to have anything to do with the child, you didn't agree. Just because you had good sex does not mean that you agreed, because then he should say, good, I want to take care of my child, and then possibly marry you, right? And so you want long term, and that's the problem with women oftentimes, is that we give up our long term preferences for a short term mating moment. Okay, I don't want him to leave, so I'm going to have sex with him, right? Versus if we hold out, we can get the best of that person, because then the best of him would begin to process, and then also see you in a different light. Because if you have sex with him immediately, you're no different than any other woman that he's already framed for sexual access, and then you just become a person who is only available for sex, not for relationship, not for discussion, not for conversation, not for lifelong consideration. So agreeableness, if you score high, you are soft-hearted, trusting. You tend to be generous, acquiescent, You're also lenient and then very good natured. And then if you score low, you tend to be ruthless, suspicious, stingy, antagonistic, critical, irritable. Antagonistic is one that I think is most important because for men, they are the ones who don't want to always have to have a battle with women. I think men in general want to have sometimes, you know, that type of sex where you're kind of mad at each other and then you get back together and then you have good sex. I don't think it's healthy, but it works for them. But the worst thing that a man can do or that he feels that he can do is come home and there's always a fight with the woman. There's always a fight. Um, Sometimes men would drive around the block just to keep from coming in the house. When I was at the tail end of my relationship with my ex, and I kind of knew after a while that it was going to have to end, I avoided coming home. And we didn't really do a lot of fighting, but his spirit just bothered me. It bothered me that he wouldn't leave his ex alone. It bothered me that I found out 2 years and some months into the relationship that he was married. It bothered me that I made a bad, ill-informed decision. Even if I did a background check and I tried to find out and ask all of the right questions and everything, the fact that I wasn't sober enough in my thinking and not knowledgeable about the games men play really just made me mad. It made me mad. And even today, it's been 4 years, 4 or 5 years, or it's going to be 5 in February 2021. But even to this day, and we are in January the 10th or the 11th. But even to this day, it bothers me, that decision. And there are some decisions that I have made in my past that were not really good decisions, but that one really bothers me. And so we weren't necessarily antagonistic in terms of a lot of fighting. When I found out he cheated, we had a knockout, fight or whatever. But what was more antagonistic was his spirit in the house, and me having to come home to his spirit and lay up in the bed with him, and I can't go to sleep, but I gotta work, and it bothered me. And so that's why I want to be careful about take the time I need in solitude, make more audios and videos, and just relax and just relate and then release. And I mean that in terms of just being with me, not being with anybody else, not doing anything else, just being in solitude and learning how to just be a single woman. Combination of personality traits such as extroversion and agreeableness, extroversion and conscientiousness, and agreeableness and conscientiousness provide select males a mating market competitive advantage in relation to sexual frequency. So a man can change his long-term mating preferences for a short-term mating strategy based upon extroversion, based upon agreeableness, low conscientiousness, and high agreeableness. Since males are on the demand side of the mating market, their competitiveness is further based upon their status and access to resources as potentially high-value partners. Competitiveness in general may also be based upon physical attractiveness. Women do not view men with physical attractiveness alone as competitive. However, men measure their competitiveness by the physical attractiveness of a woman. So this is the man who has to have a trophy wife. And the woman has to be tall and fit and look beautiful in a bathing suit, look beautiful in a teddy or nightie or whatever. And for men, that's competitive. The woman for men does not have to necessarily have a worldview. I'm not saying she has to be dumb, because even some high value men, especially white men, still want an educated woman. That's not always the case with black men. They tend to be more offended at the idea of a black woman being smart or being educated or being successful or something like that. They tend to want to cheat on that black woman. And I'm not saying that white men don't cheat on their white women, but there is a difference between, say, a white man and a black man in terms of what he expects from a partner. Now, both men don't want you to outdo them. Both men still want a traditional woman that he is the breadwinner, and that when he comes home, he still wants, dinner on the table, the house kept, sex when he needs it, companionship in other areas. But it doesn't hurt to have some kind of speech, some kind of worldview about something, have a conversation, because then that helps you to boost up his ego when he feels like he needs, somebody to say something to him. Because if you don't talk to him, then another woman will. And they usually, especially men with resources, financial resources, they tend to leave one woman for another just for the conversation alone. So you don't want to be too far away from this type of man. You still want to be able to talk to him, but they do look at ambition as a negative trait, and they do want physical attractiveness to be the higher priority. So what do personality traits mean for the 7-8 in terms of extroversion? The male partner who is high in extroversion will be more inclined to pursue short-term mating strategies with the 7-8, considering the notion that a 9-10 might be worth marrying than a 7-8. So you can always expect that a man will want to upgrade from you. Now, the exception to the rule is that he is truly in love with you. For one, he is secure in himself, right? For two, he has achievement separate from you. That's three. He believes in himself. He can achieve. He's ambitious. He knows you won't leave. But he feels overall that the marriage is secure on many fronts. Then he's not likely to leave. But you still got to be careful, because there's always something that a man with resources wants, or a man who gets resources wants. So y'all can be just fine, and then all of a sudden he makes more money, and he's now looking around at his surroundings, and he wants a bigger house, and he wants a number of things, and he wants someone who looks like they will fit that new level. And if you don't look like you fit that new level, he's likely to discard you. So openness, the male partner who is high in openness is more likely to adopt a dating rotation with multiple 7-8s than with the 9-10. So a man who has a dating rotation, I'm not saying that he has so much respect for the 9-10, but it's almost like they want to preserve the 9-10. And so they will do all that they can to make sure that they don't taint her. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be so great to her. They will be more great to her than they would a 7-8. But they will go through a 7-8, a 5-6, or anything below that, simply because they want to preserve all that they can. Right now there's this current issue that's going on with black men trashing black women in their efforts to secure white women, because they know that with a white woman, she's considered the global beauty standard, and they know that they would increase in their status and get to a better hierarchy. It's all falsity though. So what they're doing is they're trashing black women, and then they're coming back to sex them, drown them in sex. And then once the 910 that they believe is a 910, who is the white woman, comes back around and says, okay, I'll marry you, then they will drop the 7/8, whoever they are. Now, that means that if the white woman is the global beauty standard and she represents 910, in a black man's mind, the black woman is automatically a 7/8 or below. Even if we have white men who are coming after black women to marry them, it still doesn't appear to be high value for black women. Now, the woman, it does depend on the woman. If the woman is a celebrity woman, she may have a higher value based upon her celebrity status. But in general, any woman who is non-white, any minority, foreigner, non-white, typically is the one who will begin a socially perceived ranking as 7/8 and then below. But then you have to look at other factors. The person could be Asian but white in skin tone, right? Or any other person. Okay, then that person is shoots up, the levels, the rankings. Regardless, though, the 910 is always considered the person who represents the global beauty standard, which is a white woman. So what you'll see in these strategies is that they begin adopting, dating rotations, and they're just basically drowning women, black women, or any other type of woman, non-white, sexually, and, giving them false hope, and getting them to believe that they are really open to relationships, but they're not. Agreeableness. The female partner who is high in agreeableness is more likely to acquiesce to a high value partner with resources, regardless of physical attractiveness. Well, this basically suggests that women do not always look at the looks of a man. Sure, we might moan and swoon, if we saw someone of a certain look, but it is not always a factor in who we're going to marry. We look at, financial resources. The person doesn't have to make a whole lot of money, but he does have to be financially stable, even if we're not financially stable, which is ironic, right? But that's mainly what we look for. When we go for physical attractiveness, we're thinking about a reproducing partner, because we want the baby to look a certain kind of way. Conscientiousness. The male partner who is highly conscientious is more likely to pursue commitment with a 910 and further marriage than with a 7/8. Now, remember that people can still marry you. Even if you are 7/8, they can still marry you. Now, however long they stay with you will depend upon your ranking. Like I said, men of all levels and ranks and colors and ethnicities will do all that they can to keep that 910. That's why they go for broke. That's why they go get Viagra and all that kind of stuff. They're going to allocate all of their efforts to mate retention, to make sure that they keep you and retain you as a mate. And they still might cheat too, but it is more likely that they're going to do whatever they can to keep you. So they're going to be more highly conscientious, more organized, more aim, more persevering, and they might take on a strategy of acting right, so they are able to keep you. The desires to achieve status socially, and financially, and inclusion, a need to belong, are both fundamental, human motives. Higher status people tend to be more satisfied with their lives, less anxious, and less depressed. Lower status people have lower self-esteem, feel insecure, and are more threatened by others. During this pandemic, you see this right now, that you don't see any of the higher status people who have money panicking. Sure, they might pull out some of their investments, right, to protect their overall wealth, but you don't see them, depressed or anxious. They are fine. They have the money to weather this pandemic storm as well as job storm. But then lower status people always have issues with security, and feeling insecure is really financial security. That many people are losing their jobs. Jobs are being purged, and you would never have thought that the hospitality and restaurant industry as a whole, not just a single restaurant or a single region or a single area, but the whole restaurant industry, the whole hospitality industry is having issues, and financial issues, because we can't go and live there or be in those places due to the pandemic. And so they are all struggling with financial security. Now, the business owner would still do a little bit better than the worker, because he has insurance, right? Or he should have business insurance or something like that. Maybe he saved money, maybe he has investments. But the average worker who was working in that industry don't have that. They're literally a paycheck away of being homeless. And so their anxiety is always about financial insecurity. Socially included people enjoy higher self-esteem and feel more control in their lives. A socially excluded person feels more anger and perceives life as less meaningful. Higher status and greater inclusion, actual and perceived, predict better psychological health. So right now on January 6, 2021, we had Trump supporters storm the Capitol based on this idea that they feel socially excluded from the American dream, so to speak, right? So then they were angry, they perceived life as less meaningful, and to change that narrative, they decided to storm the Capitol. They killed people. They did that for like a couple of hours. But had they had higher status, or they felt more inclusive or included in decisions, they might have had better psychological health, better self-esteem, felt more control over their lives. Now, for me, I think, and I might get in trouble with this, but for me, I think it's a manufactured distress, because they were white people, and white people are the dominant. So they are acting like they are, minorities in terms of social exclusion. That even a white person, even in a poor neighborhood, will fare better economically and financially more than a minority. Even if the person wasn't poor, and it was a white person, white male or white female, and a black woman or black man, they were in the same types of jobs, right? That the white people would get more money in pay than the two black people. So I don't understand why they would perceive themselves as socially excluded, unless someone is feeding that into their thinking, because they now think of themselves as a minority, and they're trying to mimic what they think a minority would do, as in storming the Capitol. Black folks are not going to storm the Capitol. They're not going to burn down businesses. They might fight in the streets or something like that, but they're not going to do that because they don't have institutional power. So here it is, this person shares white skin with other people, but he feels socially excluded as a person. Well, thinking about romantic relationships, you could say that the 7/8 feels socially excluded from the dating market. That the only goal of the 7/8 is to and this is, socially perceived, is to use that person for sex, not to marry. That the goal is to find a 9-10, and if I can't find a 9 or 10, then I'll do all I can to do what I need to do to get my needs met with the 7/8 or below. But once that 9-10 comes along, I want that person. So uh, it's like the average looking person. That person always feels socially excluded. Aspirations for higher status and greater inclusion may affect good psychological health. This means that if someone is unable to aspire to higher status and greater inclusion, it is likely that this inability affects the person's self-esteem. Self-esteem is essentially the global appraisal of the self. So, it's only going to affect your self-esteem if you set it as a goal and you didn't accomplish it, right? Now, when self-esteem is an issue, you tend to compare yourself to somebody else. So that might be an issue for you too, but you can't compare yourself to somebody else. I still believe with the dean that I mentioned, the associate dean, that at the same age we were, she looked like where I should have been, and that I was so financially behind because of the setback and the correction that followed, that I did not that I have had the majority of my 30s not making a lot of money. The most I could make during the time of the recession was money I made as a freelancer, and that was really nothing, but I'm thankful and grateful for it. I still believe on some level that situation taught me something. But just in general, you shouldn't always compare yourself, because that will cause you to be depressed and also lower your self-esteem. Rosenberg concluded that people with high self-esteem see themselves as worthwhile, possessing good qualities and satisfaction with their limitations. High self-esteem might affect someone's perception of status and inclusion. So it's one of those things where you look at yourself, you see beauty, but another person could look at you and they don't see the same thing that you see. Now, to me, it doesn't matter what someone else sees. I see me how I like me. But when you are socially perceived as not being high value, um, um, then there are different ways men will approach you. The problem with this is they don't always tell you this. And so that's why it's important that you understand their strategies. And the number one goal is to get you and have sex. Well, you might ask, well, aren't men always doing that? But with every woman? Sure, maybe. But with the 9 or 10, they're trying to present themselves as a gentleman who would not push the woman, the 9 or 10, into sex. So he's going to have to get sex from someone. And you may want sex, but if you want him, you shouldn't have sex. Because if you want him and you don't have sex, you're now building a sort of soulmate connection, versus if you have sex um, too early or before your time, you would build a soul tie connection. So the soul tie connection is essentially you still think of that person and they've been long gone for years. Thus, having or believing one has higher status and inclusion may be a cause of better psychological health, regardless of how much one wants higher status and inclusion. And wanting higher status and inclusion may be a cause of worse psychological health, regardless of how much status or inclusion one actually has or believe one has. Status and inclusion have different implications for both men and women. Women do not always look for status unless they are trying to achieve financial resources. So, for instance, but men want status, immediate, and it's immediately unearned type status. So, for instance, Kim Kardashian was looking for status, but she was looking for status leading to financial stability. Her father did not make a lot of money, but he attached himself to OJ. And as a result of being attached to OJ, he was able to make enough money or whatever, especially enough to live, I think, either in Beverly Hills at that time while Chris was married to him, or in Calabasas. I don't know. But Kim Kardashian went up the ladder. She's married all black men except for one who was mixed. And she went from one man to the next, marrying or dating until she hit Kanye West. And I guess for her, Kanye West was her financial cow. But she also gained status as a result of being connected and then later married to Kanye West, because Kanye West was big at that time. He's not really that big anymore, but he was big at that time. So it depends on what the woman's goal is, especially for women. Men, they want the physically attractive woman. They want the woman that every man wants but can't get. So their status is always based upon physical attractiveness. Inclusion, it depends on if they own something, own a football team or something like that. But status and inclusion have different implications for both men and women. Where a man lacks inclusion or status, he may feel the need to compensate and remediate by resolving this problem. This might include working longer hours for more money or changing professions, all for the goal of obtaining and maintaining a high value female partner. That's what I mean, that they're going to do all they can to keep that person, especially when they finally get the person. Where a woman lacks attractiveness as an indicator of perceived high value, she might compensate by increasing her ability to attain higher status and resources. A woman could ascend in status either through her own deeds or through her associations. She could acquire new knowledge or skills that make her a more beneficial partner. I wonder if you know the reality TV show Southern Charm. And one of the ladies, redhead ladies, I forget her name. It doesn't come as easily to me, even though I watch it all the time. But she's a red-haired lady. Well, she comes from a pretty good name herself. But when she wanted to increase in financial status, she married the guy whose last name is Revenol or something like that. I forgot his first name. Thomas Revenol. And she married him. Now, it took some time to get out of him what she wanted. One minute she wanted to be with him and then they were going to get married, and one minute they not. Then they got pregnant. Then they didn't get pregnant. Then she was asking for monthly money, not alimony at that time, but financial support. Then they finally got married. Then they got divorced, and she was able to get a whole lot of money. So now she's set. Now she still works on the show and gets a paycheck from the show, but now she's actually more set as a result of being connected to him. So a woman could ascend in status, and as a result of connected to him, her status has increased in South Carolina as well. So a woman could ascend in status either through her own deeds or through her associations, and she did both. She could acquire new knowledge or skills that make her a more beneficial partner. She has it. She didn't acquire new knowledge or skills, or she might have. Well, I'll take that back. She was willing to become the wife of a politician, but then he didn't make the politician cut because of past experiences. So she was willing to put on the garb, but I didn't get a sense that she actually studied to know enough about the position, other than going to a dinner party or something like that. What does status, inclusion, and aspiration mean for the female 7-8? So a female 7-8 is not perceived as having high status to a high value male partner who assesses physical attractiveness as the motivator for mate selection. This means that the 7-8 would be assessed by the high value partner as only worthy of fulfilling a role within a dating rotation and being used to maintain sexual frequency. The 7-8 would likely lose self-esteem even after repeated efforts of pursuing status and inclusion. So once you have been put into a dating rotation, it is less likely that you will be able to get out of that and become a wife to that very same partner. You would have, if you wanted to marry, you would have to get out of that one dating rotation, put yourself back on the market, be competitive, don't have sex with anyone, and then let that convert into a um, dating relationship leading to marriage. You know, it has to be that, because otherwise it's much easier for you to transition back into um, that previous situation, but with a new man. Aspirations for status and acceptance would increase for the 7-8, but the female 7-8 would not find agreement from the high value male partner. High value male partner would exercise high extroversion for multiple partners, low openness to relationship and commitment, low agreeableness with consensus, and low conscientiousness to remain with the mate. So basically, there's no guarantee that the high value male partner is going to stay. And what happens with women like this, when they find themselves in a situation like this, rather, they begin to pull at the man as if they are grasping at the wind. He's just not going to stay. His extroversion is too high. He doesn't really want commitment from you or with you. Um, there's no true mutuality right between you two, and then he is less conscientious to remain with you. So that means he doesn't see you as someone that he could convert to long term. A male 7-8 is not perceived as having high status to a high value female partner who assesses status and material resources as the motivator for mate selection. This means that the male 7-8 would be replaceable by the high value female partner, but not immediately abandoned. Abandoning a partner who does not fit one's mate preferences would be counterproductive if that required ultimately settling for a partner who was an even poor fit. The 7-8 is satisfactory until a 9-10 becomes available. So, there's this other reality TV show called Married to Millions or Married for Millions or something like that on Lifetime. And there was this one woman, she's a high value person, had like a mansion or something like that, and she was dating a guy who was essentially vocational worker, I think. And I'm not quite sure if his work was really steady. And so she stayed with him throughout the shooting of the show, and it looked like she was really interested. And then they get to the wedding, and she's wearing a dress, and she's, all made up with her makeup, but then he has on his tuxedo and everything, and he really did look like just a average Joe, not to be disrespectful, compared to how she looked and carried herself. But she was saying right there at the wedding, not in front of the people, but like in a room, I can't marry you. And I'm thinking to myself, how is it that you wait until the wedding day to make that kind of statement? I think she knew from the very beginning. But what happens with people, they are selfish, for one, and they realize that if they let go of this partner, they're going to have to put themselves back on the market, and they don't want to do that because it would be counterproductive. I mean, the person does give me sex. The person does give me, companionship. For a short time, I can wake up to somebody in the bed with me. We do go out to dinner and things like that when he can pay. Sometimes I may have to pay, but it's okay. We do date, we talk on the phone. So I wouldn't want to have to start up with a new person. So it's much better for me to go on ahead and just stick it out with him. Just kind of see how it goes. I mean, who knows? It might actually turn into something that I could actually marry him. But I think she didn't want to marry him the whole time. Maybe she wanted to be on the show or something like that, or she just felt embarrassed, right? But if she's saying she doesn't want to marry him, then she's thinking about somebody else. Now, she may not necessarily have to have anybody right there on deck, but she is thinking about somebody who looks like her. The male who is of lower mate value might lose self-esteem if he is unable to offer any benefit provisioning. He will be less willing to engage in cost-inflicting behavior for fear of losing her. So he didn't, with the guy in the previous example I talked about, he didn't use any cost-inflicting behavior. And cost-inflicting behavior is, sexual jealousy, partner directed insult, or monopolizing your partner's time out of some jealousy, right? Versus, benefit provisioning, compliments and gifts, financial access to financial resources. But he did all he could to make sure that he retained her. But she didn't, until the end. She's very good in terms of putting on a show. If she had planned to let him go all this time, she put on a really, really good show, because I honestly thought she liked him. They seemed to be, kind of good together and everything. And she later found out that he had some debt or something, some issues, right? But that's what happens when you marry or attempt to marry someone who doesn't look like you, financially, uh, psychologically, right? Aspirations for status and acceptance would decrease based upon this inability. So if he doesn't have the ability to provide, that's a big issue, especially for a high value female partner who has spent her time building up riches or wealth, maybe operating in her masculine to be sort of like a provider. So very interesting. The high value female partner is the supply side of the mating market. This means that she has options. She will be low in extroversion to pursue a high value partner, low in openness to relationship commitment to a 7-8, low agreeableness with consensus, and high conscientiousness to remain with a high value mate. So she's just basically buying time. She's buying time. I know that we see a lot of this types of stuff in movies and films, and we see one person who has all of the money and the other person who doesn't have any money. But we all cannot be Pretty Woman, right? Julia Roberts. We all cannot be Pretty Woman. At least, even though she was a prostitute, she had a very sort of high profile look once she changed her dress, once she changed her look, once she got her hair fixed, things like that. Though that is the exception to the rule. That is not something that is going to happen all the time. I know in particular with men, I remember this movie with Vivica Fox, Two Can Play That Game, I think. One of her friends, the actress who played the character, I think this is the same movie, Wendy Raquel Robinson. She got this average man, didn't have he didn't have the same type of financial resources. He was Bobby Brown, playing that role, but he looked sort of worn out, right? She goes and fixes him up, and then he turns around and turns on her and tries to leave and everything, and then they go through their sort of battle, and then eventually he proposes. But men honestly do not want you to fix them up. They don't want you to go buy them new suits and go buy them things. Now you got some weak men who will just let you do it, but if you think about Martin Lawrence's character and the thin line between love and hate, I forget Lynn Whitfield's name, character name. It's on the tip of my tongue. I think it was Brandy. She goes and fixes him up and lets him ride in a limo. Child, he rode that limo back to the girl that he's always loved. He's always loved her, and everything that Brandy did for him, he used her access to resources to do for the woman who was Regina King in the movie, to do for her. So Brandy was not going to be somebody that he married, because he was trying to be like a little business owner of that club and everything. So when we go in and try to change them and give them money or whatever, it messes up whatever little process that the man was already going through. I agree with another YouTuber. Her name is Chloe. She says in one of her videos, don't give a man money. She said she doesn't even give homeless men money, because if a woman can do it and she's considered the weaker sex, right, then a man can get it done. If you see a man who is homeless and he doesn't want to get himself together, unless you have an organization and you're helping homeless men, don't give them money. That's something that I had to think about myself. So here is a reflection opportunity I want you to think of, right, before we get into the next and last section. What do you consider a male 7/8? Men often base their rankings of women on physical attractiveness, but a man who is a 7/8 can also be physically attractive. What are your thoughts on physical attractiveness regarding males and females who fall under the ranking of 7/8? Journal your thoughts. All right, so now that we have finished the last two sections for why someone might see you as a 7/8, and those last two key points were section key points where you may be an alternative or you are not competitive. So this is the last section. You may be a rebound. If you are perceived as a 7/8, and we talked about that there are many more 7/8s in the mating market. So that means men have options, especially if they are looking for a high value partner, and they typically prefer a 9/10. If it is a woman looking for a high value partner, he would ordinarily be either high profile or alpha male. But when you are a rebound, and we understand what a rebound is, essentially someone is undergoing a recent breakup, and instead of taking some time to heal and self-reflect and improve themselves, the person immediately uh, pulls at a rebound. And so that person is used as a coping mechanism, as a coping strategy, to boost self-esteem and ego, to adopt a short-term mating strategy, something of convenience. But if you are a rebound or considered a rebound, and men usually are the ones who tend to seek rebounds more than women, and the psychology research actually supports that. But they never tell you that they are using you as a rebound. But it is the art of dating down. And so if you are a rebound, and we've all heard the statement, no one marries their rebound, you can rest assured that that statement is actually true. So it is always much better to wait out relationships. Don't be so eager to get into one or eager to convert it into long-term partnership or anything like that until you know your status. Like, who are you? And that requires asking the question, when was your recent breakup? If they say a week, you are a rebound. If they say a few months, maybe, it depends. It depends on what they had been doing, what the guy or the girl had been doing prior to meeting you. But that's still a short time. So take some time to listen to this last part of the audio and gain some insight from it. So rebound and mate value. A rebound is a different mate value. It reflects a lower mate value. A rebound can be really at any level. So you can be a rebound at a 9 or 10 or 7, 8, 5, 6, or anything below 5. And so some people say, well, why would I choose a person who is a rebound at a 9 or 10? I mean, that's the highest level, because you could be a person who only dates 9s and 10s but is in love with the 9 and 10, and you just recently broke up, and then you go and pull at another 9 and 10. That person will become a rebound if you're not healed from the previous relationship. So it is possible. A male or female partner can perceive or use any other person as a rebound for whatever reason, any season. This is especially true if the partner decides to go back and pull at another ex-partner. So here it is, you are in relationship with someone, you are having trouble, you break up for a time. Then you go back and pull at someone you already know, which is always the case. It's rare that you would make a person you met at the bar a rebound. It's always you go back to someone you already know. We know the Gabriel Union and Dwayne Wade situation, right? They broke up for a time before they got married. They broke up for a time. Then he goes back and pulls at a previous woman he used to know, and I think he has kids with, or he didn't have kids with at that time. Well, he ends up getting her pregnant. And then when things get back together with him and Gabriel Union, he now has to sort of bring that child along into his marriage. And she was considered of some kind of value to him. Um, um, I don't know why they broke up, but they were of some kind of value. But the point is, they always go back to something that they know, somebody that they understand, somebody that they know. And that was basically to drown his sorrows. It was wrong to do. I feel like it was wrong to do because he knew he didn't want that ex that he went after. He knew he wanted the woman he is married to now. So mate value is that individual's overall attractiveness as a potential mate on the mating market. So most components are attractiveness, likability, and also friendliness. Mate value may be related to infidelity. So, you know, it's kind of difficult if the person, say for instance, somebody does marry you and you are a rebound. Um, it is very likely that they're going to cheat on you because they didn't really want you. They only used you for a time, and um, and they are looking for a way out. And to cheat is to exit. It always means to exit. And so, infidelity to me is a state of mind, a state of consciousness, something that is long term. Cheating is at one time. A collection and lifestyle of cheating would be considered infidelity to me, because now it goes to the heart of your morality and as well as ethics. So mate value, if your mate value is low, your partner might cheat on you. But then we have a lot of partners who say, well, I wouldn't have cheated on her if, she kept herself up, she, looked nice and things like that. And they're looking for like a 10, for the person to keep themselves up like a 10. But how many basketball players and football players and other high profile businessmen have cheated on their wives, and they look like trophy wives? So it can't be just the woman alone in the situation that is causing the man to cheat, because after all, he chose a high value woman. So infidelity, cheating at heart, and infidelity is something that is more personal to the man or to the woman that they need to work out and figure out. A woman's mate value relative to possible alternatives may be a predictor of mate retention efforts. A person of lower mate value may find it difficult to replace a partner of higher mate value. Virtually all men perform mate retention behaviors, but that the type of behavior a man performs will depend on the partner's mate value. So if the man is a lower mate value man and he has a higher mate value woman, he is going to perform some sort of mate retention behavior. It depends on his own psychology, though. If he grew up in a home where the father hit the mother, even if the woman is a trophy wife, he's going to hit that woman. That may not necessarily be true for some people, but you do what you know. If it is a lower mate value man with a lower mate value woman, it depends on what she's doing. If she's trying to improve herself by going to school and trying to have a little business on the side or whatever, he is going to use cost-inflicting mate retention behaviors. He's going to be jealous. He's going to be envious. He's going to use insults towards her, because he's basically trying to hinder her on her way. If it is a higher mate value woman with a lower mate value man, she may play little mind games, manipulation, get him all stirred up, right? Because she knows she can discard him. And then if it's a higher mate value man with a lower mate value woman, or maybe, depending upon the status of the higher mate value man, it could also be a higher mate value woman, then he would restrict her financially. That's how he would use cost-inflicting mate retention behaviors, right? Depending upon their goal to either retain a mate or punish the mate for actually leaving the relationship. A man of lower mate value will use cost-inflicting behaviors such as manipulation, intimidation, and possessiveness, withdrawal of financial support, spreading of false rumors, revenge porn, and cultivation of a backup mate. The one thing I know we all need to be careful about today is revenge porn. Is letting somebody video us, right? Now that our phones have that capability, now that we can get cameras and things like that, that is something that I would definitely be careful about, because put in the wrong hands, it could cast you into a negative light if you decided to, divorce, especially if he brought the tape or she brought the tape to the courthouse cultivation of a backup mate, that's usually done while you are already in the relationship. You're trying to cultivate and spend time. It's like this type of person who is dating. He has one person over here who is a 9 or 10 that he wants to respect and or give off the airs that he's honoring her and respecting her. But then the 7-8, he's drowning her in sex because he's not having sex with the 9 or 10. He has to make up for it. So once the 9 or 10 decides to come around, then it's much easier to go on ahead and perfect that relationship. But I don't think he would still let go of the 7-8 if he can still get sex when the 9 or 10 doesn't want to give it to him. A woman could ascend in status through her own deeds and thereby increase her mate value. Partners often monitor each other's mate value to determine if investment or disinvestment is necessary. So these are the types of partners who will usually leave the relationship that you thought you had a good one, but as soon as you lost your job or became ill, that person left. So that means that people like this often monitor whether or not you are still a good investment. Now, regular people, everyday people, whether it's at the high or low mate value scale, they may always monitor if you are keeping your job. That's a normal thing. We are two grown individuals. We both need to keep a job. So if you're the type of person who is losing jobs all the time, jumping from job to job to job, then there is going to be some sort of monitoring from your partner. But that's on just a very basic, common sense, everyday level. It's when you marry someone that you thought was a keeper and you married for looks and physical attractiveness, and you thought that person was going to be it. But as soon as you got sick, as soon as you lost your money, as soon as any part of life changed that would affect her or him negatively, they left. I know a situation with a woman. She was married to somebody, and I think he married her because he needed somewhere to live. And I think he was cultivating a backup mate behind her back. And once that backup mate came around, okay, I will marry you, he went on ahead. He came into the house, he packed his bag, and he left. And he didn't say anything to that individual lady. He just left, and then he filed the divorce papers. So you got people like that, and she didn't necessarily do anything to him. Like I said, I think he was looking for a place to live. And so in some circles, they will go on ahead and marry you just to secure a place with you to live. But once the person that they really want comes along or comes around, they will leave you. Even if they're already married to you, they will leave you and go and be with that person. So monitoring is something, there's the regular common sense monitoring, and then there's the monitoring for when they can leave as well. So assortative mating, when you have these two, when you have mates who decide to mate switch, assortative mating is the proclivity for individuals to be in a long-term relationship with someone who is of approximate equivalent mate value. This means that people seek mates closer to their mate value. So this is the argument about 9s and 10s belong together, or 8s and 7s belong together, or any of regular people belong with regular people. That's what assortative mating is here. Attractive people often date attractive people. High status people often date high status people. When one person is of lower mate value, the goal then becomes to mate switch by exiting one mateship for another. So as soon as you see someone that you think would be a better partner for you, and we always base it on physical attractiveness, how the person looks, then we look at the money. Or if we know something about the person, that we know their money first, and then we look at the looks. But it all depends on what we already know about the person. However, people often do not leave one relationship for another without a backup plan. So that's where the cultivating a backup mate comes in. This means that while the high value partner is in relationship with a lower value partner, as he or she perceives the person, the high value partner will cultivate one or more backup mates. So that's what we've already been talking about. The high value partner will not automatically end the relationship with the lower value partner, even if even if he or she is exiting the relationship emotionally and psychologically. So people can already be gone out of the relationship. They can already be have exited the relationship emotionally and psychologically. Their body is just still there, and their soul is still there as well. If the two partners are married, then cultivation of a backup mate would result in an affair, right? And affairs typically serve as mate insurance. So is you keeping your backup mate in tow is like the married man who always says, "I'm coming. I'm going to leave my wife for you. Just hold on, right? Just hold on. I'm going to leave my life and we're going to build a future together." So, and you don't know how long he keeps that person in tow. People have been mistresses for years, and the man has never left the woman until the wife decides to leave. And when the wife decides to leave, then the husband decides to come on back to the mistress and say, "Okay, let's get married." But that's like 20 some years could have passed, right? But they use an affair as a form of mate insurance. So these are people, and mainly people in general, don't want to be left alone. They don't like the time that you have alone with yourself, because then you feel the pain. Then your mind goes to thinking about all of the what ifs, how you can change, how you can get her to change her mind, how you can get him to come back. And all of that is really painful, because it's hard to leave relationships when you have made so much investment. Even if, even a person who makes the smallest investment thinks that they have made an investment, and that they don't want to so easily tear away from the ideal of coming back together. But why would you tear down something that you have built? I never could understand cheating. I really don't understand the concept of cheating. Why are you tearing down something that you have built, have invested in? Even if it was just you going to the movies, even if you were just you going out to dinner, that's all investment if you live together. But then you decide that you want to cheat to get out of your current relationship. I honestly, naively maybe, just don't get it. I don't understand how people can do that. So how does assortative mating relate to the rebound? The rebound partner reflects a short-term mating strategy. The choice of a rebound is based in part on the environment in which one person seeks and or chooses another. For example, if the prospective female rebound partner is in a club, then it is likely that a high-value potential male partner will approach the female based on her attractiveness as well as her choosing signal. So I've heard that most men usually tend to respond once you send out choosing signals. Of course, you got some very forward, aggressive men who would just walk up to you as well. What does this mean to the rebound? If the male partner walks over to the female partner in the club, he may be expressing an interest for more mating partners, leading to engaging in sex and possibly short-term courtship. A potential female partner in the same environment might also pursue a short-term mating strategy where investment is unnecessary to engage in sexual intercourse. So these are two people who are basically meeting each other in a club, and they're going to do what they're going to do once they leave the club. It might turn into a one-night stand or just an exchange of numbers. Individuals with a more restricted sociosexual orientation require more time in relationships before having sex with partners, and are less likely to enjoy casual, uncommitted sex. Unrestricted individuals require less time in relationships before having sex, and they are more comfortable engaging in sex without love or commitment. So there is the expectation that if you are having a one night stand, there's no love or there's no expectation of commitment. Why would you expect a person to commit? But where it turns into the expectation of commitment is when you move it from the one night stand context to meeting together and having sex on a regular basis context, and then conversing and having discussions about what each other wants context, to now there is the expectation of commitment. And that's what happens to the rebound. The rebound is thinking that just because we have moved from the one night stand, or even if you didn't encounter somebody with the one night stand, but you encountered them in another environment, you didn't know that you were becoming a rebound, right? As a result of that person struggling with a previous relationship, and you're thinking that it's just a regular connection, emotional, romantic connection that seems to be, blossoming and turning into something. So now there is the expectation of commitment. Suffice it to say, both men and women are not expecting to establish long-term relationship goals while dancing and flirting in the club. There's no expectation of partner investment. However, if the encounter between a high-value male partner and a low-value female partner happened in a library or a classroom or a church, these environments are likely to support a long-term relationship orientation, because there's no expectation that you're going to have sex right after meeting in the library. We usually attach that kind of expectation to two people meeting at the bar and then somehow going to a hotel room or something like that. The potential female partner would be more selective about her mate choice, because sexual responsiveness might result in a long-term investment as a partner. Women, more than men, tend to prefer traits that predict long-term investment ability, such as his earning capacity, ambition, or professional degrees, have a preference for a smaller number of sex partners over a lifetime, so women don't usually jump into bed with people, and have a preference for longer relationships. They prefer the commitment. That's how women think. If you find a woman who is having sex with you multiple times and you are perceiving her as in a derogatory way, that's not how she is perceiving the situation. She thought that you were the kind of person that she was worthy, that was worthy enough to consider as a long-term partner. So that's why she's agreeing to sex, because she assumes that's how you think. Otherwise, if she thought that this was a wham bam, thank you ma'am type situation, she really wouldn't open her legs. She really wouldn't get on her back. She really wouldn't lay down in the bed and let you, do what you do with her. Women don't think the same way as men in a romantic situation. Men, on the other hand, will still prefer physical attractiveness based upon fertility expectations, and that investment, the types of investments they make are always predicated on your attractiveness as well as your sexual availability. So she is being sexually available, but the man is perceiving it as being sexually available, meaning that he's thinking to himself, well, if she's available for me like this all the time, she must be available for someone else. No, she just realizes, or she believes, she's in a relationship with you. And that's what you would do in a relationship. What I found out what men do, though, they want you to be sexually available, okay, and respond to them in that way as if we are in a relationship. But when they really want out of the situation, they start to criticize you for being sexually available, for being the thing that they wanted you to be. So it's really, once they get into this uh, shift of criticizing you, it's really because they want out. So what does this mean for the rebound? The rebound is replaceable. Even if the partner marries the rebound is always replaceable. A woman can use a man as a rebound. A man can use a woman as a rebound. Partners higher in mate value than oneself are, more or less by definition, very difficult to replace. Therefore, the partner seeking a rebound considers himself or herself as a high value partner. So that means to that person, he considers himself as superior to your inferior. Because why would a man ever want to go on record as marrying his rebound? How many times have other men judged that man and criticized and mocked him for marrying his rebound? And all the men around him, all his friends knew that the woman was rebound. Same thing about a woman. Most women don't really mock other women for marrying a rebound, not in person. They will go behind the woman's back and talk about it. And then somehow it'll just come up in a conversation, in a joke or something like that. Since high value partners believe that they are difficult to replace, it makes more sense to replace the rebound woman either by keeping the woman as a backup mate while remaining in a core relationship, or waiting for it to return to stasis, and or by completely exiting the rebound relationship. The problem with this logic is it's just too logical for men. And I'm talking about men in this regard when it comes to sex. And I might be talking about women when it comes to money. Men often, even if they get married to somebody else, will still try to make an attempt to speak to the ex. And what they're trying to do is keep some kind of hook in the ex, keep a hook in the person, so that if something goes on wherever they are now with their current partner, they know that they can pull at the ex. And it's always for sex. It's always for sex when it comes to men. When it comes to women, it's always money. So she might be married to she might have gotten pregnant. Okay, how? Let me think about this. She might have gotten pregnant by a high value partner who was physically attractive, but then married a less attractive man. But when the high value partner comes to town and floats his boat or whatever, she might pull at him for something. Or it could be the reverse. She could marry the physically attractive guy, high value man, but he doesn't give her money like the low value man used to do. So she might keep the low value man around. He would never know. The husband would never know. And the man might live in another state, and she might cry and talking about the marriage is not going right or whatever. And I think I'm going to return back home. And so he might give her money or something like that to try to, help her or whatever. But she never really intends to leave the physically attractive partner. She's not going to leave him, but she's going to use the money from the low value partner to, I don't know, substitute for money that she can't get, so easily. Because the rebound is considered replaceable and a low value partner in terms of how he or she is perceived as a rebound from a high value partner and socially, the goal for the rebound partner would be to become irreplaceable to get the high value partner essentially to see beyond the initial goal of seeking a rebound and create a new goal of a long-term relationship orientation. So a lot of times we don't want to be replaceable. So what we do is we do all we can. We allocate all our efforts to mate retention. So we will do more, for the man. We will give him more sex. We may give him more sexual variety. We might cook more. We might become more and more wifely. Whatever it takes to become irreplaceable. Because the last thing you want to do is be replaced. For rebound partners, becoming irreplaceable entails increasing the partner's dependence on them by taking some of their partner's responsibilities. Usually that could be, financial. So you might decide your partner has a child with his ex and he's struggling to pay the child support. You might make your partner dependent upon you by you paying the child support yourself, because he may not make enough money and you may make a lot more money. And so it will be just easier for you to kind of take on that role or help him in that role. After all, you two are married. But I think a man should pay his own child support. In particular, people can make themselves more indispensable by satisfying more of their partner's practical needs. That means providing instrumental support, and then also by strengthening their partner's investment in the relationship. That means you limit contact with outside friends. However, a rebound partner who seeks to become irreplaceable is already at a disadvantage. The male partner, for example, will base his assessment of a woman on attractiveness and sex. If a rebound partner can provide these investments, then she might become a member in a dating rotation. However, the male partner would never perceive the rebound partner as more than what she is. So if you're looking at assortative mating and you have your rankings on one side, your 9s and 10s, your 7s and 8s, your 5s and 6s, and anything below 5, then the rebound partners might have their own assortative mating, rebound with rebound, right? And so a lot of times that's what you often find too in these mating markets, people who have been discarded. And so now you have a whole group of people at the club who've been discarded, and now they're all trying to be with each other. And they're all emotionally sick, psychologically unhealthy, financially bankrupt, morally suspect, ethically challenged. Okay, so you cannot change a person's mind when they consider you a rebound. In addition, the rebound partner is still 7-8. It is unlikely that a man who perceives a woman as a 9-10 is also considered a rebound. The replaceability aspect of romantic relationships is always imminent. As a 7-8, you can do everything for a male partner and still not receive the respect you deserve. The only exception to the rule is the 9-10 if the man only dates 9s and 10s. There still could be somebody who is considered a rebound at the 9 or 10 level because that man only dates 9s and 10s. If you are a 7-8 and a rebound, the group consensus is this: no one will marry their rebound. However, a man will marry a rebound if she gives an ultimatum. But that doesn't mean that he has truly married that woman in his heart. Therefore, he will cheat on the rebound partner on the 7-8. The rebound and the 7-8, who could also reflect both, is considered a low value mate. Even if the 7-8 increases her mate value, the initial perception of that person as a 7-8 and as possibly a rebound never really changes. A 7-8 and a rebound would be fighting a losing battle. So here's a takeaway section I want you to consider is me helping you to pursue psychological congruence. When you enter these relationships, especially rebound relationships, they are not necessarily mutual in the sense that you both know that you are rebounds. Only one person in the rebound relationship is privy to the fact that it is a rebound relationship or is initiating in that way because of a recent breakup. And so to ensure that you develop healthy relationships, it always begins with the initial goal, that you are actually in relationship and you are in the process of building a relationship. A relationship. So I want you to think about this as we go through this last section here, as we end the lecture. What are the next steps? I think you should ask this question after you realize you've been in a rebound relationship, or if you look at any of the three main sections of this lecture, whether you was an alternative, whether you was you were not competitive, or whether you was considered a rebound, you should consider what should be the next steps, because one of the things that is very important is your self-esteem. And you can't stay in a relationship when the person sees you only in one way, and is not willing to see you in another way. So if the rebound and the 7-8 are replaceable, then what should either do to go forward? Because perception may not necessarily be factual, but is always emotionally based, the goal of the rebound partner should be to exit the relationship. There's a difference between understanding that you may be a party to a rebound relationship, and understanding for self-esteem purposes that you are not a rebound as an individual, that is not your life goal. That's not a fact for you. It might be emotionally based, and given the circumstances with the person who initiated the rebound relationship, that it might be a fact for that person that they conveyed to someone else. But for you, you were not birthed to be someone's rebound. So therefore, it's not a fact for you that you need to remain a rebound. One of the next steps is very obvious, which is to exit, right? So exiting is a process. It's difficult, and it has its challenges. The first goal might be to develop an exit plan that creates a process of exit, versus exiting and leaving the relationship on the same day you realize that you're just a rebound. It depends on the situation. If you are just, dating someone, and you both have your own places, shelters and everything, you exiting the relationship should not be that hard. If you were in a marriage and you turned out to be somebody's rebound partner, and he married you, but he, secretly held a torch for somebody else, then it definitely might be very difficult to exit that relationship. You may have to plan your exit, not let the person know that you are wanting to exit the relationship, but plan, financially first. So, because at any time with rebound relationships, they are so unstable. If that ex-partner of his comes back around, he could leave you at any time. Because remember, you're not the first choice. You are the rebound. So once you realize that he is still fooling around with his ex, that begins your planning to leave financially, so that you have a place to go, you have something that you can depend on, versus him kicking you out and you don't have any money, or him leaving you with the rent by yourself, right? And you still don't have any money. And so it takes a process to consider right before you make the final decision. In my case, I let my ex save money. Once I realized that he was just not going to leave his ex alone, that cheating for him was a lifestyle, I began to let him think that he was saving money for us for emergencies. And so he had gotten up to several $1,000s. And then once I got the last indication that he was still fooling around with her, even after repeatedly telling me that he wasn't, and she telling me that they were not fooling around with each other, I knew that I could kick him out for good, because I knew that he had some money to take care of himself. If I hadn't planned out the process and I kicked him out and he didn't have any money to take care of himself, then I would have felt bad. And we always make emotionally based decisions. We don't make logically based decisions. The logic would have been, would have suggested, you cheat, you take care of yourself, period. You made that decision on your own, so it's time for you to go today. But our emotions are, well, he's going to be out there by himself. He doesn't have any money. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He lost his job. Any excuse that we can come up with to, justify remaining in a relationship. So if you know you are that kind of person, as many of us are, because even the person that you see throwing somebody's stuff outside on the lawn, they always end up taking that person back some kind of way. Some kind of way. You will see that person back in the house not less than a few weeks. So if you know that you are that kind of person, then you have to plan a lot differently. There's nothing wrong with understanding that you are, sort of vulnerable in that area. No problem. But you have to make decisions in life. And you can't stay in a relationship that is toxic, that is going to likely cause you bad health in terms of physically, bad mental health, bad financial health, just toxic all around. The exit plan will require you to assess your own psychology. Reflect on why you chose the person in the first place. Challenge your belief systems about sex and love, love and marriage, short-term and long-term relationships, including unmarried cohabitation, and your mate value in comparison to others. Essentially, you're at the road in life where you will need time to heal and plan for the best. And one of the things that you need to heal from is sort of like a broken understanding about relationship building, and that oftentimes we will put the sex first, thinking that it's going to be say like a good start towards relationship building. But once you put the sex first, it immediately stops the relationship building and it all becomes about sex. Also, we will venture into living with the person with the hopes of getting married. But if you want to get married, don't live with the person. I don't care about our, democratic views about sex and love and marriage, and don't legislate the bedroom or something like that. I'm talking about you at the individual level. You said that you want to be married. So then why are you living with the person prior to marriage? So when you are thinking about healing and planning for the best, if the person you want to marry doesn't want to marry, do not continue to engage in that relationship. I know it's hard. I know that you want to be in love and be married, but you are only going to waste your time realizing that you should have just waited and gotten a better person. In general context, so what is psychological congruence? Creating, adopting, and pursuing important and attainable personal goals increases your well-being. Goals are reached and progress is made, then well-being increases. So if you are having psychological issues, that means you may not have set the right types of personal goals, sometimes academic or professional goals, because when you set the right types of goals and you achieve them, or there's some sort of improvement or increase or progress is reached, then your well-being increases. Everyone on some level has a gap in their financial knowledge. If you're still living paycheck to paycheck, or you're struggling to pay your rent every month, or you are still just sort of complaining about your finances all the time, you do not have well-being. It is part of your anxiety that you struggle with all the time, wondering if you're going to be able to meet your bills and goals and things like that. You are not necessarily financially ahead in your life if you are still struggling with certain concepts in terms of finances, that you pay your bills. You don't get more credit than you can pay. You need to make sure that you have sustainable income as an adult. You may have to create a side hustle or get a second job that's part-time, but you always make more than you expend. And that's something that we all struggle with. Even a good businessman, if he is still breaking even by his fifth, sixth, seventh year, there's something else going on. He's not turning profit. So what is missing in his financial, base of knowledge? I mean, you can look at the person who is making $25 million a year, but that person could also be perceived as, merely breaking even for his industry. At what point is he? I mean, the only thing he can do is pay bills and pay his employees. So at what point is he going to get beyond 25 million to the next levels where he can turn profit, that he doesn't have to be in the red, and that he can operate more freely without anxiety? Consideration of romantic relationships as a specific context is a goal pursuit. So we set goals to be in relationships. People in close relationships often pursue individualistic goals to the detriment of relationship goals. Both types of goals must be taken into consideration. So these are people who might pursue, invest more into their career versus into their romance, right? But once you engage in relationship, you have to balance that. You can't say, I'm going to stay at the job 18 hours a day and not come home and then expect for somebody to be a husband or wife to you just because you came home at 11 o'clock at night. It doesn't work like that. If you What most people do is, once they get into a relationship, they still operate like they are single individuals and not two cohabitating partners, two long-term partners, two marital partners, right? They like to still operate as if they're single, and I think it is almost like a form of rebellion. That sure, we're together, but I'm still going to, maintain me. I mean, I still have a right to be who I am. But once you are in relationship with someone, it becomes, the both of you. You become interdependent. You are no longer independent. And so goal pursuit is connected to interdependence theory. And we already discussed this in the previous sections of the lecture. Your goals can be both goal congruent and goal incongruent. Goal congruent activities in romantic relationships are associated with higher levels of affective well-being and feelings of closeness. So, for example, partners work together to make each other happy. They will sacrifice or let go of the need to fulfill their individual immediate interests for the sake of each other. Now, the most common example would be if your partner got a job in another city or state. And sometimes this happens when you just get married and it's not that hard to make the transition. And sometimes this happens when you have been married for a while and you have been on your job for a while and it's hard to make the transition. But you make decisions in a marriage that are mutual. Of course, when there's head of house, and sometimes that person could be the breadwinner, then wherever you go to become much more economically sufficient or independent or whatever, then that makes a big difference as well. Goal incongruent activities in romantic relationships are associated with lower levels of affective well-being and feelings of distance. So a good example of this is one partner always wants his or her way. So partners are characterized as wanting their way. One partner will get what he or she wants, while the other partner feels neglected and used. Because in any relationship, when you feel like you cannot get what you want, And even if you are just asking for just a little bit of something, you always feel used. You always feel like you are the person who always has to give in, always has to um, make allowances for the other person. Congruence then is the degree to which one's personality matches one's behavior in a particular situation. Congruence contributes to psychological health, and it may be normative or distinctive. Normative congruence is defined as the degree to which a personality is typical and the association with his or her behavior is also typical. Distinctive congruence is the degree to which personality is atypical and the association with his or her behavior is also atypical. Congruence, however, is studied in multiple contexts and environments. Congruence is simply defined as harmony between one's self-concept and one's ideal self. All right, so let's look at Carl Rogers' person-centered theory, which he frames as an if-then conditional. If certain conditions exist, then a process will occur. If this process occurs, then certain outcomes can be expected. So if the therapist is congruent and communicates unconditional, possible regard and accurate empathy to the client, then therapeutic change will occur. If therapeutic change occurs, then the client will experience more self-acceptance, greater trust of self, and so on. So if you look at it in terms of love, if you give unconditional love, then love will be received and change will happen. And if that change happens, then the person receiving the love will experience more self-acceptance and feel more trustful of your love. But when you give conditional love, people never respond well to conditional love. Because with conditional love, it can go, in different directions. And people get tired of dealing with someone who is inconsistent. Rogers' person-centered theory is based upon formative tendency and actualization tendency. Only actualization tendency is discussed in this lecture. So all humans, including animals and plants, have a tendency to move forward toward completion or fulfillment of a potential goal or activity. So when you find yourself sort of, hindered or distracted, that goal is being interrupted because it is inherent in us for us to move forward toward completion. We got to complete that thing that we started. And when you find yourself not doing that, that is something to think about, because even I didn't think about that until I just reached this particular slide, and I prepared the whole presentation. But it's interesting that if you are distracted, if you are procrastinating, if you are distracted, it is likely because some external forces hindering your goal, but you could also just be hindering your own goal internally. This tendency is the only motive people possess. They need to satisfy one's hunger drive to express deep emotions when they are felt, and to accept oneself are all examples of the single motive of actualization. So actualization involves the whole person. The person operates as one complete organism. So that is physiologically, intellectually, rationally, emotionally, consciously, or unconsciously. So there are two types of tendencies under actualization tendency, and that is maintenance and enhancement. So with maintenance, people often resist change. They fight against new ideals. They are comfortable with their self-concept and will find ways to protect it. And they will do everything they can to maintain the status quo. So these are the people that I honestly believe are cognitive dissonance type people. I don't remember the text. I created this lecture a while ago, so I don't remember if the text that I used made the connection to it, but I'm just assuming that when you have someone who does not want to change, um, and they only want to protect the self that they understand, I feel like these are the people who will do something to you but can't make the connection to the consequence of it. That they are so comfortable with their self-concept and will find ways to protect it. So we have a situation now with Donald Trump being impeached twice, and he sort of incited a insurrectionist to storm the Capitol, but he doesn't understand the consequence of somebody saying that he is responsible for it. He gives a speech basically inciting insurrection towards the government and putting the vice president in harm's way, and the Congress and Senate. But when you accuse him of it, it's like he doesn't understand that he is responsible for the situation. He has a self concept of being a winner, and that's all he understands. Even if he has to cheat and lie to win, all that matters is his self-concept, how he perceives himself. So anything that someone says to him is out of that self-concept, is so far from it. Even if he stabs somebody, he's been he said one time before at a rally, I think, that he can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and nothing will happen to him in terms of being charged. So he understands that he just shot somebody on Fifth Avenue, but he doesn't understand that if the prosecutor comes along and tells him that, okay, now you're going to be arrested, he would actually be confused. He would be really, really confused, because he said in one breath, I can shoot that person and nothing would happen to him. Well, he believes that. So if he believes that, then anyone who comes along and try to change his thinking, like him being charged, he's going to reject that evidence. Even if you showed him the videotape of him saying that and trying to help him make the connection that if you shoot somebody, you're going to be charged and go to jail, he's not going to see it. So he is comfortable with the self-concept, with the narrative that he has painted for himself. With enhancement, then people are willing to learn and to change. They need to become more, to develop and to achieve, and they are willing to learn things that are not immediately rewarding. So, for instance, with the Trump reference, if there is no immediate saying that I am a winner, or the person saying that you are a winner after you have gone through a process, he's not going to do it. Think about when he was first elected and he had that cabinet meeting and it was on camera, and he had all of the cabinet members basically saying good night, really nice things about him and how well he did and things like that. Well, he had just gotten into office. He had just been elected to office. What good things have you done in order for the whole cabinet to say great things about you, to praise you? It was almost like, looking at people, basically bend their knee to him, and he hadn't accomplished anything. He was I don't even think he was a few months into his presidency. He was actually less than a few months, and he was already asking them to, requesting them to tell him he's basically a winner. So he's not a process person. Enhancement is characterized by curiosity, playfulness, self-exploration, and confidence. So he's not going to be able to enhance his self-concept or whatever by reading. He's never going to be a person who is rewarded for preparation, for being curious about learning new things, and he's not going to be that type of person. So he's not willing to learn and to change. And I don't think it has anything to do with age. I think it has been like this for a long time. You don't get to the end of your life and start making new decisions. You basically uh, continue to use the same types of decisions because you believe they have worked. The first, I think, the first decision that should have been challenged with, say, Trump was the one where he had his first bankruptcy and his father bailed him out. If his father had not bailed him out, he would have been forced to learn, or he might have tried to find a new type of gig and used it to make money. I don't know, but it's when you continue to bail out people from the very first, and then the second and the third, you'll find them at the end of their life, honestly, self-destroyed. Because now he is the first president ever in our history of presidents to be impeached twice for his role in the insurrection. And so had he begun to change years ago, because he's in his 70s, had he begun to change in his 20s, even in the 40s, I say the 40s because that's when I began to feel my mortality. And that's when I realized I really needed to make change. It was a few years before I turned 40, about 2013, I think. And I realized that I was, financially behind, and that I need to get, start planning a better way for myself financially and everything. And so I was just curious. I started to learn things. I failed. I made some mistakes and things like that. But I'm definitely a lot better, financially than I was before. So now my goal is to get more financially ahead, have all of the financial resources I need before any bill becomes due. So that's my goal, to learn and to change so I don't have troubles with finances later in life. People have the creative power to solve problems and become self-directed. So actualization is then realized under certain conditions. Specifically, people must be involved in a relationship with a partner who is congruent or authentic and who demonstrates empathy and unconditional positive regard. Rogers contended that whenever congruence, unconditional positive regard, and empathy are present in a relationship, psychological growth will invariably occur. What happens most often, though, to prevent psychological growth in relationship building is when we place so many conditions on the relationship. I think there are deal breakers. I think there are certain conditions that a person must meet before we can build a relationship. We are two grown individuals who do not live at our respective parents' house. That means that we each need to have jobs, period. There is no such thing as you choosing to not work, right? Unless you're in a relationship where you want to only have one breadwinner, and then there's the stay-at-home mother, right? Or the stay-at-home parent. That's a little bit different. You set that as a goal. You usually set that as a goal if you have a child, and the first 5 years you're going to stay at home. But other than that, there's no such thing. There's no reason why you should house a man who doesn't want to work. So when psychological growth is hindered, it is likely because of some sort of conditional positive regard. So then that breaks the process. But if you both set the right types of goals for the relationship, there will be congruence, there will be unconditional positive regard, there will be empathy. All of those three factors are present that will ultimately lead to psychological growth. Therefore, congruence, unconditional positive regard, and empathy are necessary and sufficient for becoming a fully functioning or self-actualizing person. Self-actualizing or self-actualization is not synonymous with actualization tendency. Self-actualization is the tendency to actualize the self as perceived in awareness. When the organism and the perceived self are in harmony, the two actualization tendencies are nearly identical. But when people's organismic experiences are not in harmony with their view of self, a discrepancy exists between the actualization tendency and the self-actualization tendency. And we're going to get into both. For example, a man may express anger towards his wife, which is part of his organismic experience. However, the anger he expresses is contrary to his self-concept and perception of himself. This is the best example of this is a racist. They may exhibit racist tendencies. They may even express racism verbally. But if you accuse them of racism, they will go crazy telling you that they are not a racist. The anger he expresses is contrary to his self-concept and perception of himself. That in his mind, he's a good man. Just because he said this over here about this particular thing or whatever doesn't mean that he's not a good man. But the social perception of him, we see him as a racist, but he interprets it as not being a good man. He never addresses the racist aspect of himself or the racism or the racist, beliefs. All he understands in his mind is, I'm a good man. They don't want to change a certain type of thinking about themselves because then it will cause them to have to address the badness of them, and they don't want to address that. There will be conflict between his actualization tendency and his self-actualization. He will experience incongruence. So if his goal was to always be a good man, and then you're telling him he's not a good man, there's going to be a disconnect, a gap in his thinking, and his goals are incongruent. All right, so here are the differences between actualization tendency and then self-actualization tendency. Let's take the first column on the left. Actualization includes the whole self, and there are two types of tendencies. So there's maintenance, where there is a resistance to change, and then enhancement, where there is a willingness to change. There can be a conflict between actualization and self-actualization, leading to incongruency. That usually happens when your behavior overall, if we look at the totality of your behavior, there may be some areas of your life where you are interested in changing, but the major areas of your life that have a true impact tend to be the ones that you are resistant to change. So, for example, that is always, dealing with finances. You need to learn how to save money. Years have passed and you still have not learned how to save money. So looking at the totality of your life, because eventually we're going to see that decision manifested. You may be homeless. You may lose a job and not be able to pay your rent for the next 3 months while you try to find a job. That resistance to change from some years ago is now affecting your life in the present. So that's why your life is sort of incongruent. Now let's look at self-actualization tendency. So the tendency to actualize the self as perceived in awareness. And we understand that awareness means consciousness, right? Lack of harmony between organismic experiences and view of self creates a discrepancy between actualization and self-actualization. This leads also to incongruency. So there's this self that we have, a narrative that we create about ourselves, but then there is also a reality. So the narrative that we create is that fantasy of ourselves as being thriving, doing well, but we are living at our parents' house, or we haven't found a job. We're not willing to take a job until we can find a better job. So there is a discrepancy, which also leads to incongruency. If you don't remember anything else, I would remember the maintenance versus enhancement. the resistance to change versus the willingness to change. Under self-concept, a person can struggle with um, different aspects of themselves. He or she may be dishonest and experience some dealings in dishonesty, but not consider such dealings as part of their self-concept. Self-concept is the aspect of one's being and experiences perceived in awareness. So I always thought this is very interesting how about the narratives we create for ourselves. How many times have you heard someone say, "I'm a good person. I'm a good man. I'm a good woman. I'm a good person. I'm an independent woman," right? I'm an independent woman. Well, let's take the good one first, because many people do that. The people who often do that are the ones who commit many of the crimes. And I'm just, kind of exaggerating the point in a sense. So, but a lot of times when they're caught in something, whatever the something is, it can be cheating, it can be um, having to go to court because they didn't do something right out of some sort of criminal behavior or something like that. But then they give off this speech, "I'm a good person." And it's like their self-concept is so skewed and distorted that they cannot connect the fact that there is hypocrisy in their statement, or irony in their statement, that they are saying they are a good person while they are standing before the judge talking about and explaining their criminal behavior, right? A person who cheats with a married partner. Okay, I'm a good woman. I'm a good woman, right? Yet, but you are having an affair with a marital partner, right? Um, Racist. Racist is a very good um, example, and I say this often, that a racist will call you the N word, use the N word, but still say he's a good person, or still say he's not racist. But he just used what we would call a derogatory word, racially based, and still and still spew out of the same mouth that he's not actually racist. The independent woman. I heard one person say this, and I think I'm gonna get into it later. You are not independent if you have a bunch of debts, right? You're not independent if you are attached to something. Now, I don't really agree completely with what he is suggesting, but I do understand that if you're so tied down with debts, how are you independent? But I want to get into a more obvious example. You are independent, but you're living at your mother's house. You are independent, but you're living at your father's house or your brother's house. That's not independent. So you have all these people go around talking about, "I'm a good person, I'm independent, I'm this or whatever," but they don't live in the reality of themselves. They're not looking in the right mirror. They are looking in some sort of, distorted version, narrative that they have constructed to present themselves socially. And now they have to keep up with that, because that distorted view of themselves is a lie. Their view of themselves does not align with the reality of themselves, so therefore they're lying. And so they don't know how to pull themselves out of it, so they just maintain. And what people often do to maintain the narrative is they begin to change how they look, they change how they're dressed, so it looks like they are successful, but they're not really successful. Self-concept is not identical to the organismic self. Remember, the organismic self is that physiological, intellectual, rational, emotional, conscious, and unconscious. People can, however, form a personal self-concept, which then makes it difficult to pursue change and significant learning about their own awareness, and conflicts with how they perceive themselves in relation to their own experiences. So if someone keeps telling you that you are one thing, and you're saying you're not that thing, but the consensus is you actually are that one thing, then what will likely happen is you will begin to create a narrative form of narrative that is completely opposite or counter to whatever the thing they keep saying you are. And then you will focus only on that narrative to the detriment of any other possibility for learning new concepts. If incongruence is defined as harmony between one's self-concept and ideal self, and it involves feelings, awareness, and expression, then incongruence is that wide gap between the ideal self and the self-concept. Incongruence reflects an unhealthy personality. It is also a barrier to psychological health. So the more you stay in a sort of discrepancy, an incongruent way of thinking, the more you're going to create a issue with your psychological health. So I was listening to a YouTuber. He's a psychologist or psychiatrist, but you may know him. His name is Dr. Todd Grande, Toddgrande, and he did a little YouTube analysis of a video where I think it's Joe Rogan or Josh Rogan and Kanye West were having a conversation. And it was about 3 hours for that video, but he condensed his analysis into just under 20 minutes of it. And one of the things that Kanye West was saying, that he didn't take advice from unsuccessful people. He said, why would I listen to someone who is unsuccessful? And everybody can teach you something, but he's never been a person who has taken advice. He had a mother who was a scholar, well renowned in her field, and then she died. And then before that, he had dropped out of college. He was an English major. He had dropped out of college, and then he created a whole album about being a college dropout, and how it was the best thing he did or something like that. And he kind of bragged about it. Well, you see now that you see sort of like the end of him. I don't think he's like completely ended his life or nothing like that, but you see how he has sort of rolled into bad decision making after bad decision making, to the point that his psychological health is affected. And what I believe that really is that he doesn't take instruction. He doesn't take direction. He doesn't listen to anybody else. And to advance in your mind and your thinking, you have to receive instruction. That's what instruction is. Like I always note in my audios, if the platoon leader says forward march to his platoon, and the platoon does not march, they don't advance. That is a literal visual representative of our mental states, that if we don't continue to read, gain new knowledge, analyze and apply, it's going to later affect our mental health, which will later affect our psychological health. So I really believe if you are incongruent in some areas of your life, or your life as a whole is incongruent, whatever area, see, most of my areas of my life were congruent, or I had success, or I was doing well. Finances were a problem, was an area of my life that I was struggling in, that I still had not mastered. So that means my life is incongruent. I can have places over here off to my left that are doing very well, and places over here off to my right that are doing well, and places in the front and places in the back. But there's still something that is hindering me from moving forward, and it is the finances. And if I don't get a handle on them, which I already am,
it will affect me mentally, it will affect me psychologically, and it will affect my life down the road long term, especially if I'm going to live to 80 and 90. I would not want to have trouble with finances. If you see people who have to live in nursing homes, and it's not necessarily due to a particular ailment that requires them to be in the nursing home, a sickness or an illness or something like that, and then there's an issue with their insurance or something like that, and they're going to be kicked out. Well, way back when they were in their 20s, they should have developed a strategy about insurance. We all should. We all should. How many times have you heard these, financial planners tell you that if you put back $10 per week, or you put back this per week, or something like that for 10 years, or for 15 years or something, you'll have $1 million by the time you are 65. That's hard for us to envision. But then you have people who listened, and they now have $1 million at 65 and more. So incongruence is when there's an area in your life. It could be two, but there's an area in your life that is just, there's a gap in your understanding about it, and it's going to eventually affect you psychologically.
Okay, so let's look at conditions of worth. Another example of a barrier to psychological health is conditions of worth, which are defined as perceptions of others, including parents and partners. Those perceptions are based upon if a person meets expectations and approval. If we see that others accept us regardless of our actions, then we come to believe that we are prized unconditionally. But if we perceive that some of our behaviors are approved and some are disapproved, then we see that our worth is conditional. What this suggests is that we are often vulnerable to external evaluations, which also reflect perceptions from others.
External evaluations do not foster good psychological health. They prevent people from being completely open to their own experiences. Struggles with perceptions from others make us vulnerable, increase personal anxiety and defensiveness, and further distortion of the self-concept. So because Trump lost the election, he has become a lot more vulnerable. His anxiety has increased, as well as his defensiveness. And then there is a distortion of the self that it is hard for him. He is now isolated in the White House, and it is hard for him to reconcile the idea that he's a loser. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't want to be disrespectful, but a loser in the sense that his self-concept is winner. It doesn't matter how you get the win, it is winner. And so now that he is no longer representative of that self-concept, and it is a distortion, he is having troubles trying to understand his worth. There are additional barriers to psychological health. One solution to repairing an unhealthy psychology is to become a fully functioning person, a person of tomorrow. So becoming a person of tomorrow requires several characteristics. Psychologically healthy people are adaptable, adjusting to static environments. Psychologically healthy people trust their organismic selves. So the very first one is most important, that when you do not win, okay, you don't necessarily have to call yourself a loser, but you just you adapt. You say, okay, I didn't win. Maybe I will come back for 2024. But you don't sit isolated and not run the government while you are already in office and still have a number of days in office. That's a psychologically healthy person would adapt to the situation.
These fully functioning people would not depend on others for guidance because they would realize that their own experiences are the best criterion for making choices. They would do what feels right for them because they would trust their own inner feelings more than the pontifications of parents or the rigid rules of society. Psychologically healthy people have harmonious relationships with others. They do not feel the need to be liked or loved by everyone.
Psychologically healthy people often prefer to seek intimacy with people who are equally healthy and certain to contribute to continual growth. Is nothing like having to deal with a person who just has a strange view of life. And I'm not even talking about mental health issues. Those are, separate issues, but just people who are reckless in their behaviors, take too many risks and chances with life, put you at harm and risk. And these are people that you want to be intimate with. That's really something to think about. Psychologically healthy people have a basic trust of human nature. They will care about how they treat people and how they direct their anger. So there are many people who have made me angry through words and gestures and everything, but I'm always cognizant of the fact that I don't want to take vengeance because vengeance belongs to the Lord. And I don't want to, I don't know where that person is. It's funny that I have more regard for them and their psychological health than they do for me. And I've had to, set some people straight without having to get angry and curse someone out or anything like that. But I am cognizant about how I talk to people because I don't know where a person is and how they are in their lives. And I would hate to be the one who says something to them and my saying something actually results in them harming themselves. I wouldn't want that. So I'm very careful about how I direct my anger. I try to work it out on my own, self-reflect. I will journal because if that person has gotten me angry, then there's still something in me that I need to work out. They need to be held responsible, right? But I can't change their thinking, so I have to work on me. Psychologically healthy people also should expect to enjoy greater riches in life than other people. They live in the present and participate in life events. So, I will say that people who have money tend to live a lot better in their heads and their minds. But you can have also all the money in the world and still not be happy and still not be psychologically healthy because if you've never prepared for riches, that's why you see people who win the lottery end up losing their money after a year because they don't have the preparedness to be rich. So then it becomes a burden to them to the point that they just spend all their money because their mindset um, is still broke. It's still at a lower socioeconomic level. See, rich people, kids in particular, they grow up in wealth. They grow up in riches. They hear their daddy and their mommy and their grandpa all conversing about actually being rich. They don't say, okay, we're rich, we're rich, we're rich. But they hear the business transactions. They get inheritance, right? They are exposed to it every day. They are exposed to the mansion. They are exposed to the car, the servants, and everything. So they have from 1 year old to 18 years old, so much 18 years, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks out of the year in rich, in wealthy, in that type of mindset and thinking. And then you get rich one day, 1 hour, and you don't have the tools to understand how to navigate that world. So like I said, you can be a person who has rich and still feel good about yourself, but then you can be rich and still not know how to how to navigate that life.
All right. So to become a person of tomorrow, this means that you will require you to do the following. So you will have to create a walkaway strategy. There's no way around it. You cannot stay with someone who sees you as a in a distorted view. Also, you would have to establish or reestablish core values. So we go into these relationships without having any real cognizant understanding of our standards and core values. That's why it's very easy for us to lower our values because we don't know what those values are. Embrace the therapeutic process towards change that requires you reflecting on your mindset about relationships, especially dating. You should set a goal to not sleep with someone on the first date. I don't care who that person is. You have to think about your own individual self and your own standard. And if you are beginning your dating process as one night stands, it's going to continue that way. The therapeutic process towards change will always require some kind of reflection on your culpability in a relationship. How long you stayed in that relationship does determine your initial intent, right? And then also when you realized that it was not going to be the type of relationship that was actually going to move forward, and you still stayed in that relationship. So that also requires you to go through a therapeutic process of change. Understand that for your relational partner, he or she will never perceive you as a 9, 10, or high value. When a person sees you in their distorted view as a 7, 8, and it is their distorted view because it is not your view. People tell you all the time, okay, rank yourself. And then you can use 7 or 8 or something like that. Anything below that, okay, that's their distorted view of you. That's not your view. Like I said, we don't know that we're ugly until somebody tells us we're ugly. Other than that, we believe that we are the finest thing around. We get our hair fixed, we get our nails done, we get new clothes. Why would we ever think we were a 5, right? So it's their distorted view that they are ranking you as a 7, 8. That does not mean that you believe that about yourself. At the same time, you do have to understand that that's how people in the mating market, dating market and sex market, especially men, tend to rank. Women don't rank based upon 1 through 10. I've never heard a woman say he's a 10. I've heard a woman say he's light skinned, he's bow-legged, he's tall, he's good looking, he's all of that, whatever, he's fine, that type of thing. That's how we rank men. We don't rank them by 1 to 10. That's how men do it. So becoming a person of tomorrow means that you may have to decide not to put yourself in the sex market, but plan your way into the marriage market. Then that way you save your time, you save all of that pressure on your body, you save your finances, and you just wait and continue to improve yourself and work on yourself and do things as an individual. You don't have to say that I don't need a man or anything like that. You just continue to do the things. You just continue to live your life. So let's conclude with the how we see ourselves in terms of distorted views that have been projected onto us. Many a times we don't think we are ugly until someone tells us we're ugly. For all we know, we think we are beautiful. Even if we don't have the language to say we are beautiful, we wouldn't call ourselves ugly. But what somebody does is throws water on your mirror, and now when you look into the mirror, it's distorted. And so now all you see is distortion. So I want to look at in this lecture on distorted views and how they affect self-esteem. Change does not come when you accept yourself as a 7, 8.
In your eyes, your perception, and self-concept, you may be a 9/10. It is the external evaluations, however, that cloud and distort the view of the self. However, you do have to understand that everyone else is entitled to their own perceptions. Therefore, you must decide if you will continue to accept their perception of you or become the ideal self roaming around in your head, and how you will exit those individuals who disturb that picture. You cannot grow in a relationship when you are perceived as a 7/8. All right, so hopefully you were able to gain insight from this video discussion. Please like, subscribe, and visit. So uh, please like the video, hit the notification bell for more discussions. I am re-uploading all of my audios, so I needed to make some changes to them. You can visit my website for more content at reginayfavors.com. If you want to send me an email, you can send an email reginayfavors@yahoo.com. Please also purchase the book. It's going to come out in spring 2021. So I had to make changes to my book to update it, and I also updated the title. So the original title was Bait, Hook, and Switch: Confessions of a Rebound Girl, and I have updated the title to Toxic Encounters: Why People Pursue Rebound Relationships. So right now I'm still basically editing it, and I want to make it available in spring 2021. So thank you very much for visiting my channel, and I am Regina Y. Favors. Have a great day.